being pro-Chinese or pro-Russian or pro-American something. It must be pro-Kazakh, pro-Serbian, pro-Georgian, etc. So it must be in the best interest of each country. And if the points merge, then we can find common solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we have two more speakers. If I could go to you briefly. Private sector, let's finish on that note. Madame Renaud-Bassot, I know you are always having that in your view, how those investments that you're making are also then crowding in private sector. So what would be the things you would mention? We have business leaders here. I'm sure a lot are also watching. And the same then question also to Mr. Alper. Over to you.
No, I would say that there are a lot of opportunities, and you've heard about very positive stories about few countries in Eurasia, and I think that the strategic positioning of the region, the reform agenda embraced by the country leadership and so forth, creates a lot of opportunities to invest in these countries. We are supporting them. We are supporting infrastructure, but also financing directly private sector. For us, it's a key priority, and 75% of what we are doing is in the private sector. So we are confident that the country will develop and grow, and it's good to make business there.
Thank you. And Mr. Alper, what would be the things that would make you even more invested in the region?
Less political tensions, better cooperation and collaboration between the countries, and thanks to EBRD, but also I think we expect some incentives from all the countries so that we are more motivated to make investments in the region.
Excellent. Thank you. This concludes this session. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
have been based on the aggregation of personal data in ways that allow them to gain insights about individuals, but also allow, for example, targeted advertisement, the use of kind of closed loop systems that change environments in response to people's data that could nudge them and coercively shift how they think and they feel. Brain data in particular, or cognitive biometrics, the broader class of data from eye tracking and other information, needs to, from my perspective, be kept on device and overwritten such that the raw data where discrimination or other types of concerns could arise are very limited and safeguarded by individuals through encryption and other on-device protections.
Great, thank you, Anita. And I think you also go into depth in this in your book, which I quite enjoyed and would recommend to everyone who hasn't already had a chance to read that there.
Thank you.
I'd like to go to Amandeep Singh Gill next, the technology envoy for the United Nations. And you've been actively looking at the human rights around these issues. And what with what we've heard from Nita and the work that you've been doing, what are the essential frameworks to ensure that we protect the human rights of citizens while actually allowing them to gain the benefits that these technologies can provide?
Right. I want to start straight away by endorsing what Nita just said. I think there's a shift in the industry, very similar to what's happening with the AI industry. Most of the investments in the private sector, and technology is getting smart, but not smart enough, but it's being rushed to the market because the business opportunity is there. I use a variable. It still confuses light sleep and meditation. It's getting smarter, but it's not there with this wealth to be created. So people are rushing in, and corners are being cut. So that's worrying. And this brings me to this question about the frameworks that need to be applied. I think we have a very strong existing framework of international human rights law. And there are these core conventions, and they are fully applicable to this area as they are to other areas of technology. There is an ethical dimension to it, particularly at the early stages of innovation when it's not clear what kind of legal frameworks apply. And there, my colleagues in UNESCO are working on this issue in partnership with the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights in Geneva. In New York, the Secretary General is worried about the lack of effective implementation of these frameworks. There was a discussion a couple of years back within the UN system, do we need new kind of human rights around this? I think the jury is still out. We decided that for practical purposes, we should double down on what exists and their effective implementation. Some countries are putting in place specific laws, but I think we need to speed up, and for that we need to rely on existing frameworks.
Okay. Thank you, Amity. I'd like to shift next to Gary Marcus, Professor Emeritus at New York University. You've been active in the cognitive science and technology fields for some time, and earlier we also were discussing around, once we start seeing the convergence of AI in neuroscience and what implications that has for future evolution in this space.
So I look at this both as a cognitive neuroscientist retired and as also an AI researcher who's mostly been looking at AI policy lately. And as a cognitive neuroscientist, I look at what's there and I say there's still a long way to go before the most scary scenarios where you put on, let's say, a VR device that has sensors and it could read your thoughts. Like, I really don't want to do that. I'm not too worried about that happening in the short term. I think we might find video games where you can kind of move a character left or right. That's not the same as really reading your thoughts. We might see that relatively soon. As a neuroscientist, I think getting to the point where you put something on your head and it can read your thoughts in a fully general way without your cooperation is still going to take some time. We still don't really understand how the brain works. We're still in early days of neuroscience. We're collecting data. We're collecting much higher resolution data than we did before, but we still have limited understanding of how all that data works. You have 86 billion neurons in your brain, and we have no idea exactly what they're all doing. As an AI researcher, though, I'm very sympathetic to the arguments that my co-panelists have made. You can see with AI that we're very late to the game. All of a sudden we have ChatGPT. It has all kinds of implications, and we don't really have any laws that are specific to AI yet. We have a bunch of initiatives that are close, and then different governments are doing different kinds of things. The UN is trying to do things, but we're clearly playing catch up. And I think we should use this opportunity right now to think of some of the same questions that arise in general in AI have implications here. So around privacy, for example, and the aggregation of data, as we're constructing our laws and norms and so forth around AI, we should be thinking about these issues in in neurotechnology. And I'll just throw out one worry beyond the excellent list that Nita already made, which is there's a whole set of things around hacking and bad actors. So, for example, if you have some headset and it communicates over Bluetooth, Bluetooth is just not that secure. And so right now, probably it can't read too much, but it can probably read your emotional state to some degree. Someday it might be able to read your thoughts. You don't want people to be able to hack into that. And then there's another version, which I think is very far away, but we should still be thinking about, which is most of these things are kind of read and not write, but there are technologies like TMS that do try to write signals to the brain, and I'm sure people are going to try to do that for various reasons. Imagine those systems being hacked. So we really want to think this through. We want to get a jump on it. I think that's Nita's fundamental point. I completely agree with it. No matter how long the timescales are on some of the specifics, we need to get on it.
Great, thank you. Nita, I'd like to come back to you. I was discussing with some AI researchers here, and deep in the field, long time, and said, ChatGPT, the LLMs, the attention is all you need paper, actually accelerated much faster the field of AI than even the expert researchers had anticipated. Some say anywhere moving it up from 10 to 15 years sooner, the things that are happening today than they otherwise expected. What's your thought also on this timeline, and do you think it's as far out as Gary does, or do you think there's also potential that it could come more quickly?
I think it's coming much more quickly thanks to advances in generative AI. So the papers that have come out just over the past year applied to much more complex imaging, so using things like functional magnetic resonance imaging, where people go into a scanner cooperatively, intentionally having their brain activity scanned while they listen to podcasts or they see images, are being, in many instances, very reliably recreated thanks to generative AI. Now, that doesn't apply to EEG and small sensors. There's still a gap between that kind of technology and wearable sensors. But what it shows, and what a lot of the companies are now talking about, is the capacity of using generative AI to have a classifier on device for individuals. So as they launch a product on the marketplace that allows you to do really basic things, track your stress levels throughout the day, which is a powerful insight that people can gain about their own brain health and wellness, it will learn the individual and co-evolve over time so that each device will have a personal classifier for an individual that generative AI enables that can learn brain signals over time and be able to, essentially say when you are thinking this or you want to type this or you're experiencing this, this is what the brain activity looks like. That co-evolution is happening so much more quickly that it allows companies to ship products with very basic functionality that then also allows this co-evolution. The good thing is those classifiers don't seem to apply across people. So some of these studies have shown that when a classifier is trained for a particular person and then you try to apply it to somebody else's brain signals, it doesn't translate across. And so if we put into place now measures that really secure the privacy of the classifier as well as the data that's being aggregated, this could be potentially transformative technology for brain health and wellness and more seamless interaction with other technology, but only if we put into place the design measures as well as really updating our interpretation of existing human rights around freedom of thought and privacy and self-determination to align with the rights of individuals around that data.
Okay, thank you. Amandeep, I'd like to come back to you after hearing both from Gary and Nita there. You're in discussion with a lot of policymakers, government leaders, and Gary was highlighting, for example, the security concerns on top of the technology that could actually interfere there. Do you feel there's a sufficient understanding among policymakers and government leaders, both on the capabilities of the technology currently, how quickly it's moving, and what advice would you have on, improving understanding of these capabilities?
The short answer is no. So we need to raise awareness of the capabilities. And I think we need more diversity in terms of the messaging around these technologies, because often policymakers just get one kind of messaging, which is that this is going to solve some health problems that are, that you relate to in a very emotional way. So we need a more nuanced conversation around that, and that's what we've been trying to promote through the ethics lens, the human rights lens, and also the AI governance lens. I think this point about the convergence that both Nita and Gary have made, it's very important because you are able to read brain signals today, process them. Signal processing has been with us for a while, but now you're able to process signals in a significantly different way. You have these papers coming out of Stanford from Japanese researchers. I worry at this stage about, silly use, stupid use, and that would then create problems for the field as a whole, which is at a very early stage of evolution. Good science, the good applications would get constrained. So we need to create a more reasoned debate around this, and the participation of the private sector is crucial. This is one thing, frankly, we are struggling with at the United Nations. How to bring the startups, the companies that are actually developing these technologies into this conversation.
Okay, thank you. Gary, any additional thoughts?
I'll give a metaphor that I think should be out there, which is these tools are going to become Trojan horses, right? I think this is at the heart of what Nita is really saying, is we're going to see things like the Apple Vision Pro, maybe not, I'm not sure Apple would do this, but we'll see other vendors do this, and Apple's strong on privacy, but others will be less strong on privacy, and they will use this to train classifiers and so forth. I might be slightly, my predictions on how fast people can make something like that might be slightly slower than Nita's, but the general point is absolutely true. They're going to be Trojan horses. You should think about Facebook, right? You thought you were talking to your friends, and really what they've been doing is accumulating this very detailed data and working with other vendors, which will happen here too, to get as detailed a representation of you as possible to sell you personalized ads and so forth. We're going to see the same thing here, where these are Trojan horses. And then the other thing that I think makes policy complicated is that the pace of development here is really not predictable. That 2017 paper that you mentioned didn't even win a Best Paper award at NeurIPS that year. People thought, okay, this is one more paper in this genre, and turned out to have pretty profound implications. I still think we're a long way from artificial general intelligence, but there are a lot of practical things we can do with this technology. We don't really understand the pace. So we can have a drink and argue about it a little bit, but none of us really know how fast this is moving. It's certainly going to move reasonably fast, and it's certainly this kind of technology is going to be used as a Trojan horse, and we need to think about that.
Great, thank you. I'd like to use this opportunity to also open it up to the audience for questions and comments, and maybe I can also proactively invite Jared Genser for comment. Jared, renowned human rights lawyer, but also a co-founder of the Neuro Rights Foundation. You've had a chance to hear this. You've also been looking at personally. Any observation on what you've heard here, and what question would you put to the audience or to the panel here?
Well, thanks so much. It's not very exciting for me to say that I agree substantially with pretty much what everyone is saying. I do fall on the side of this is moving faster rather than slower. I'm working with one of the world's leading experts on Neurotech, Rafael Yuste, who says that things that he thought would take 5 years are now taking 1 or 2. So I think we're moving faster, and also because $1 billion a year is being spent just by China alone through its military on researching neurotech. And I'm quite confident that they're working on, even though I have no personal knowledge, decoding human thoughts, potentially using these devices for torture and other kinds of things. I'll just make my brief comment is that our foundation is coming out with a study to try to bring some data to these questions in the next 2 weeks on a review of 30 consumer neurotech products that are publicly available for purchase, and reviewing the user agreements and then benchmarking them against international standards across 15 thematic areas. And it probably is no surprise to hear that across those 30 companies, all of them own your full brain scan, even though they only need a small part of it. And all but one allows that company to sell or otherwise transfer the data. We're not saying it's because these are bad actors, but exactly as Mr. Gill said, we're at very early stages and people don't know what best practice is or how to do it. There's a lot of work to be done. So the question I would have is, for the panelists, is I think we're all in agreement this is moving fast. How do we move the international system faster? Our foundation is working at the national level in the US, Chile, Brazil, and Mexico to do national regulation, but would very much be interested to hear any great ideas we have for how to make people understand that this is a today problem, not a tomorrow problem.
Great. Who'd like to take that first? Yeah, Amandeep, can I go to you?
I think that's a great question. How do we, I mean, we've made the case that things need to move faster on the governance side, on the awareness side, but how do we make that happen? There's a conference that UNESCO is organizing on this. And in New York, there is the Summit of the Future where a global digital compact is to be adopted. How can we reinforce the principled approach to these technologies? How can we put in place some concrete commitments and actions and some kind of a review and follow-up mechanism, because the tech is moving fast and we need to make sure that, you know, as we update our understanding of how existing obligations apply, we are keeping in step with technology. So I see those couple of opportunities, but I think we need to work harder on bringing the industry together. The forum's work on this issue could be helpful in that regard. And if there is a safe space, because from my experience of the lethal autonomous weapons discussion, some of the investors, some of the companies were reluctant to join the discussion because they feared being branded as makers of killer robots and so on. So can we, you know, work on this problem and create the conditions for those multi-stakeholder conversations to happen?
Can I add to that?
And if there's anyone else with questions in the audience, please raise your hand and we'll come to you after each other.
Just briefly adding to that, so agreed, a principled approach can help us get there more quickly. Part of what the work I've been doing has looked at is, you know, in this bridge that we're talking about with AI, as well as other emerging technologies, there's a consistent theme across all of them. It isn't just neurotechnology that's seeking to decode brain and mental experiences. It's, you mentioned Apple Provision. Their eye tracking capabilities really are meant to make inferences about mental experiences and to try to understand what we're thinking and feeling. A lot of these technologies, if you think about a broader class of cognitive biometrics, are raising the same issue. And so rather than a technology by technology approach, recognizing that, especially with the urgency that everyone feels with respect to AI, it can be governed across a principled approach across all of them. We can recognize that there is this fundamental right to cognitive liberty, and that maps on to existing human rights of self-determination and mental privacy and freedom of thought. And we can recognize that that's true whether it's social media that's seeking to understand our psychological profiles, it's eye tracking, or it's neural data that's being collected, which gives the urgency because those products are already on the market, and it allows us to be able to meet this technology as it arrives more broadly on the market.
I'll just add one thing, which is I was really struck by what you said about terms of service, and shouldn't be surprised by it because people are signing similar terms of service with their cars, and the cars are tracking where they're going and, you know, possibly sharing data with Meta and so forth. One thing I think that this does point to is we need firmer consumer advocacy and literacy campaigns around what you are signing and why it actually matters. And somehow we're not getting that message out. And this is, you know, one more place where it's really going to maybe matter even more than it has before.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, a question there in the front.
Thank you for such an interesting panel so far. It's been really interesting to get your perspectives on this issue, given it's such a prominent topic. I wanted to ask, how do you ensure that you still get the benefits of AI, given that regulations are so important in this case, but how do you make sure that we still get the best benefits, for example, in maybe a mental health perspective, where it could help things like therapies or people who have issues that need to be addressed and where AI could help in such a way? How do you make sure that your regulations are kind of allowing for that to happen?
It's a great question, and I'll say most people who are kind of fervently working on these issues recognize the biggest risk comes from the raw data itself, right? So if you have, rather than an inference that has to be drawn, if you want to go left and right, the richness of brain data is such that there are a lot of other inferences that could be made if it was accessible to the individual. Those other inferences include, for example, aggregating large data sets to be able to learn about mental health and well-being. But there's a way to do that, which is if data lives on device And some people choose to participate in studies that allow the study of very specific issues, depression, ADHD, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's disease, much like the very large Apple Heart Health study that they did, which led in collaboration with a university under an IRB, a consented to process of sharing data that was for a limited purpose. They are able to gain tremendous insights from that. That same thing can happen if suddenly we're tracking our everyday brain health and wellness and our everyday brain activity. There is a wealth of data there. There is a respectful and individual privacy preserving way of studying that data to gain the insights that can benefit humanity.
Great, thank you. And maybe building on that last question, also starting with Gary and then working this way, could you build further on the opportunities you see in this space? A lot of discussions here is focused on the clear need to protect privacy, build consumer understanding. What do you see as the key opportunities emerging in this space that we also want to make sure that we don't miss?
I mean, the short-term ones are certainly like helping people that are paralyzed be able to walk again and so forth, helping people that are blind. Like some of that I think is relatively close and is going to have major impact. I think that helping with depression and other mental disorders is something that is relatively feasible in the relatively near future. I mean, always these things, we try them out and then, it's sort of like phase 3 clinical trials, a lot of them don't work. So, not every shot on goal is going to work, but I think we have more and more shots on goal and we'll really be able to help people with mental health issues. I think if we get the laws right so that we're not having this kind of Trojan horse problem, then I think there's a lot of potential to help with those kinds of things. In the long term, I actually wrote, in 2008, I wrote a piece for the New York Times about having systems that automatically help us with our memory and our reasoning and so forth. And that is possible. I wouldn't even want people to play around with them, though, until we get these privacy issues correct first.
Yeah, Amadit?
Yes, I think that leads to the learning and education opportunity. But I think we won't get there if we have reckless use of this technology. In fact, it'll be unhelpful. We are faced with aging populations. Demographics are changing very rapidly. So brain health, the percentage of brain health related problems as a subset of overall health related problems is rising. So there is a tremendous opportunity there for societal well-being. And that's why I'm very concerned about not getting this right at this stage because of the opportunity that's out there.
I will echo those and add one final thing, which is we know personally virtually nothing about what's happening in our own brains. We're able to track the number of steps we take a day, know our heart rate and other basic metrics, but this part of ourselves that we so closely identify with, we have this just very inaccurate way of accessing. And so the possibility of making transparent to ourselves what's happening in our own brains, whether that's for mindfulness, meditation, stress levels, depression, or just being able to know yourself better, that to me is a really promising forefront beyond the incredible promise that we could have with respect to disease, with respect to neurological disorders and movement disorders that we could really seek to make true inroads on as this technology continues to develop.
Great. Thank you. If I could just briefly summarize, what I've heard here is, we have a rapidly evolving landscape. It's not well understood by the general public, let alone business leaders or policymakers. This is something that we need to work on further and develop consumer literacy and individual literacy so people understand how to protect their own privacy and safety in those dimensions. We have existing laws and frameworks. We need to see how we put those fully to use, and then building on that, see whether further work is needed, and also being able to differentiate between what's taking place in the medical technology, where we see amazing benefits and potential, especially for traditionally disadvantaged people that didn't have access to society and to interaction, while managing also for the consumer tech, where the standards are not always up to what they need to be to protect citizens in this environment. And I think also from Amandeep, the need to make sure that we have an inclusive participation there of the private sector and industry, but I would also include here civil society into that group so that we can navigate this future space. So thank you for joining us on today's session on neurotechnology, and Thank you as well to the panelists.
Thank you.
Innovation and equality, sustainability, our core values have to be represented in how we're building these products for our customers. That is really critical for our teams to understand. But to back to your comment and Sam's comment, look, this is a big moment for AI. AI took a huge leap forward in the last year, 2 years. Like exactly what Sam said, between 1 and 2 and 3 and then 4, and then I'm sure 5, 6, and 7 are coming. And here's the thing, it could go really wrong. And the thing we don't want, we just want to make sure that people don't get hurt. We don't want something to go really wrong. That's why we're going to like that safety summit. That's why we're talking about trust. We don't want to have a Hiroshima moment. We've seen technology go really wrong, and we saw a Hiroshima. We don't want to see an AI Hiroshima. We want to make sure that we've got our head around this now. And that's why I think these conversations and this governance and getting clear about what our core values are is so important. And yes, our customers are going to get more margin. Those CEOs are going to be so happy. But at the end of the day, we have to do it with the right values.
Mark brought up the issue of data and data usage. So, Sam, I have to ask you, the New York Times is suing you and claims that the gist of what the Times is saying is that OpenAI, other AI companies as well, uses New York Times articles as an input that allows it to make the language predictions that it makes. And it does so excessively and improperly and without compensating the New York Times. Isn't it true that at the end of the day, every AI model is using all this data that is in the public domain, and shouldn't the people who wrote that data, whether it's newspapers or comedians who've written jokes, shouldn't they all get compensated?
Many thoughts about that. I'll start with the difference between training and what we display when a user sends a query. By the way, with the New York Times, as I had understood it, we were in productive negotiations with them. We wanted to pay the New York Times a lot of money to display their content. We were as surprised as anybody else to read that they were suing us in the New York Times. That was sort of a strange thing. But we are open to training on the New York Times, but it's not our priority. We actually don't need to train on their data. I think this is something that people don't understand, is any one particular training source, it doesn't move the needle for us that much. What we want to do with the content owners, like the New York Times, and like deals that we have done with many other publishers, and we'll do more over time, is when a user says, hey, ChatGPT, what happened at Davos today? We would like to display content, link out, show brands of places like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or any other great publication, and say, here's what happened today, here's this real-time information, and then we'd like to pay for that, we'd like to drive traffic for that. But it's displaying that information when the user queries, not using it to train the model. We could also train the model on it, but it's not our priority. We're happy not to, and that, I think everyone...
Well, you're happy not to with any specific one, but if you don't train on any data, you don't have any facts to train the data.
I was going to get there to the next point. One thing that I expect to start changing is these models will be able to take smaller amounts of higher quality data during their training process and think harder about it and learn more. You don't need to read 2,000 biology textbooks to understand, high school level biology. Maybe you need to read one, maybe three, but that 2,000th and first is certainly not going to help you much. And as our models begin to work more that way, we won't need the same massive amounts of training data. But what we want in any case is to find new economic models that work for the whole world, including content owners. And although I think it's clear that if you read a textbook about physics, you get to go do physics later with what you learned, and that's kind of considered okay. If we're going to teach someone else physics using your textbook and using your lesson plans, we'd like to find a way for you to get paid for that. If you teach our models, if you help provide the human feedback, I'd love to find new models for you to get paid based off the success of that. So I think there's a great need for new economic models. I think the current conversation is focused a little bit at the wrong level. And I think what it means to train these models is going to change a lot in the next few years.
Jeremy, you said in an interview that you thought it was very important that the United States and Britain and countries like that win the AI war versus China. Explain what you mean and why you think it's important.
I think that probably mischaracterizes the gist of what I was trying to say. I think that when it comes to setting global AI standards, it's very important that they reflect liberal democratic values. But I think it is really important that we talk to countries like China, because in the end, I think one of the most interesting things about this morning's discussion is, Sam has a sign saying, no one knows the future. But we do have agency over the future. And that is the tension between the two. And I think that, we are incredibly lucky that people like Sam are helping to transform humanity's prospects for the future. I don't think anyone in this room thinks the world will be a better place if there wasn't AI. But we have choices now, and the choice we need to make is how to harness it so that it is a force for good. I actually think that means talking to countries like China, because one of the ways it would be a force for bad is if it just became a tool in a new geostrategic superpower race with much of the energy put into weapons rather than things that could actually transform our daily lives. And those are choices we make. And one of the ways that you avoid that happening is by having a dialogue with countries like China over common ground. But I think we should, whilst being humble about not being able to predict the future, remember that we do have control over the laws, the regulations. We have the ability to shape this journey. And I think we should also look at history and say, you know, look at the Industrial Revolution, the computer revolution. Where those revolutions succeeded was where the benefits were spread evenly throughout society and not concentrated in small groups. In the case of AI, I would say the challenge is to make sure the benefits are spread throughout the world, north and south, developing world and developed world, and not just concentrated in advanced economies, because otherwise that will deepen some of the fractures that are already, in my view, taking us in the wrong direction.
Julie, what do you think about this? Because Accenture works all over the world. Do you think that this has the potential to create a kind of new arms race in technology?
Again, being practical, one would hope, given we've all learned the lessons of having different regulations in data privacy, that we would spend as much time thinking, can we find common ground and use this to work with some of the places where we are having these around something that is objectively necessary if you want to have any kind of globalization, to say, let's have common standards. So on the optimist side of me says, let's use this as a way of collaboration, taking out some of the geopolitics of it, because there is really good sense in it. I'm reminded in this conversation, we have a leadership essential at Accenture that I try to look at every day. It says, lead with excellence, confidence, and humility. And Jeremy, you just talked about being humble. I think one of the most important things we all have to do as leaders and countries is have a good sense of humility around this. Make sure we're talking to each other. That's why Davos is so important. It's why the work we just did together with KPMG and PwC and the WEF on trust and digital trust and learning and reading. You know, I think there's a lot we have to do to educate ourselves and then try to start to think differently.
Albert, for you, when you look at, you know, how do you think China will regulate medicine in a different way, or some of these issues? We've had the issue come up with gene editing, where there was that famous case of a Chinese doctor who decided to try to do gene editing to prevent AIDS, and the Chinese government actually jailed him because of a global convention. Could you imagine something like that happening with AI?
I don't know what can happen with AI. As some said, nobody knows. And I don't know how China eventually will think about those things. What I know it is that in life sciences, China is making tremendous progress. Right now, I think there are even more biotechs in China than exist in the US, or in the UK, or in Europe. I think the Chinese government is committed to develop basic science in life sciences. And I think in a few years, we'll start seeing the first new molecular entities coming from China and not from the US.
Wow. All right, I'm going to close by asking a slightly...
Let me put it this way, not only from the
Not
US,
only, yeah.
because US will continue to produce.
I'm going to close by asking a question slightly unrelated to all this, but Sam, you were involved in what is perhaps the most widely publicized boardroom scandal in recent decades. What lesson did you learn from that, other than trust Satya Nadella?
Sam, at least he's asking you when you only have 42 seconds left, so you know.
No, you can take more. I think people will wait to hear this answer.
I mean, a lot of things. I'm trying to think what I can say.
Be honest, nobody's listening.
At some point, you just have to laugh. Like, at some point, it just gets, it's so ridiculous. But I think, I mean, I could point to all the obvious lessons that you don't want to leave important. You don't want important but not urgent problems out there hanging. And, you know, we had known that our board had gotten too small, and we knew that we didn't have the level of experience we needed. But last year was such a wild year for us in so many ways that we sort of just neglected it. I think one more important thing, though, is as the world gets closer to AGI, the stakes, the stress, the level of tension, that's all going to go up. And for us, this was a microcosm of it, but probably not the most stressful experience we ever face. And one thing that I've sort of observed for a while is every one step we take closer to very powerful AI, everybody's character gets like plus 10 crazy points. It's a very stressful thing, and it should be, because we're trying to be responsible about very high stakes. And so I think that one lesson is as we, the whole world, get closer to very powerful AI, I expect more strange things, and having a higher level of preparation, more resilience, more time spent thinking about all of the strange ways things can go wrong, that's really important. The best thing I learned throughout this, by far, was about the strength of our team. When the board first asked me, like the day after firing me, if I want to talk about coming back, my immediate response was no, because I was just very pissed about a lot of the things about it. And then, I quickly kind of like got to my senses, and I realized I didn't want to see all the value get destroyed and all these wonderful people who'd put their lives into this and all of our customers. But I did also know, and I had seen it from watching the executive team and really the whole company do stuff in that period of time. Like the company would be fine without me. The team, either the people that I hired or how I mentored them or whatever you want to call it, like they were ready to do it. And that was such a satisfying thing, both personally about, whatever I had done, but like knowing that we all of us, the whole team, had built this like unbelievably high functioning and tight organization. That was my best learning of the whole thing.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're done. Sam, I want you.
from that, and they benefit from that as well. The pivot that we've made in recent years is to incentivize customers for that outcome. So we've launched this program that we call behavioral insurance. In North America, we partner with Vitality. In Asia, we call it Move, where we actually give incentives to the customer if they're embarking on and taking on activities that ensure that they're going to live healthier, longer lives. For example, if you take 10,000 steps a day, you are benefiting yourself and you're certainly benefiting us. And what we do is we'll give you a discount on your premium because you're lower risk for us and you've got a better chance of living longer and healthier. So we started with just steps, but now we've evolved that to sleep because we've got trackers that actually allow us to identify whether you're sleeping. And we know that there's a correlation between sleep. We know that stress levels are also another very highly correlated factor, as is nutrition. So we've been continuing down this path of creating greater alignment, incentivizing the consumer to the behavior that we benefit from and that they will. And I think that's just going to continue and continue. A partnership that we launched recently was with Grail. Many of you may know about Grail. It's an early detection cancer product, where again, we're getting that in the hands of our customers at very big discounts that we're paying for, because if they can identify that they're likely to get cancer or have early stage cancer, the chance of recovery is much, much greater. Or at least the increased lifespan that may come of that improves quite significantly. We had one customer who took on the program, felt very healthy, said, I don't need to do this. We said, look, we really recommend that you're above 50. It's a good thing to do. They did the test, and it came up that they actually had early stage cancer. By detecting it early, they've increased their lifespan by 10x versus it being detected at a late point, which is way, way too late. So I think your point is absolutely spot on. We need to use our data, but we also need to create these models of aligned incentives that actually motivate customers to live those healthier lives. And we need to do our part by paying them through big discounts on their insurance policies that support that behavior.
Yeah, technology is a friend, because you can use technology. You were talking about the ring to capture data and also ingest the data, guide you towards the right place. And from Piru's conversation, the incentivizing people, the dollars help. It could also be through gaming or accumulating points, or me against Nancy and saying, hey, I've done my 7,000 steps today. Nancy, have you done yours? And I know I do that with my daughter on my Apple Watch. So all of those aspect of life, and I really enjoy this thinking about behavioral and psychology of a change, because it's definitely about change. And my challenge to you all, and you're also you have savings and retirements at Manulife, is looking at that from a financial wellness point of view. How can we help people through these same means to incentivize them to take care of their own financial well-being in longer life?
Yeah.
Part of it is being healthy, but part of it is also savings.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Roy, you mentioned about early detection. I think it's so important, especially for neurodegenerative diseases. So because for Alzheimer's disease, by the time the individuals go see a doctor because of memory issues, it's already too late. They're already in the moderate or advanced stages. So it's very important to come up with technological tools to give us early detection. And that is going to be the trend, I think, for many of these age-related diseases, because it's no longer talking about developing treatment. It's about how you can prevent it early on if you have the diagnosis. And so that is exactly the path to take, is to rely on the technology and make healthy aging a reality.
Excellent.
Yeah. Agree.
That was a great first question. Thank you very much. Anyone else for now? Very good. Over there, please.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this conversation. I have a question about kind of the policy and systems changes that are needed. So these will sound like very North American central examples, but people who live in areas of food deserts have a lot harder time. People living on low wages have a lot harder time getting access to that healthy food. People who work shift work have a lot harder time getting access to that long sleep. Really curious about what kind of policy changes you think are needed to create kind of the systems that enable those behaviors. Thank you.
Good question. Maybe Dubravka, you talk about that.
I may reply for Europe, but it can be, I hope, used for other parts of the world. What we did, there are big differences between rural and urban areas, be it about food, be it about services, be it about different infrastructure. So we adopted long-term vision for rural areas because we realized that 1/3 of Europe, 80% of Europe geographically is covered by rural areas, and only 1/3 of population live there. So there is a huge, vast territory for people to go there and live and to have spend healthier lives. What we realized is during COVID pandemic, as you know, people tend to go in the countryside and in the villages. So and then we saw that there are no services there. No services, no schools, no buses anymore, and the most important, there is no broadband internet. So we decided to cover whole Europe, be it islands or mountains, with 5G by 2026. So to have Europe covered, because nowadays it's not anymore where you are. The motto is not where you are, but how well you are connected. And this is about connections, but when I say connection, this is about job creation, this is about teleworking, this is about everything. So we have to install good infrastructure, whatever it may be. It's not only about waterways, sewage systems. I think it's over nowadays, but we have to speak about digital world. So this is, as you know, our two priorities are green and digital. And if we want to promote this, we have to be concrete and tangible and show our citizens that we are serious and that there is enough funding and there is enough European funding in cohesion policy for this. And this generates all this later on, be it food production, be it doctors, hospitals, and this is how we look at this with different legislation. Just to mention, when we were in the first question, we were talking about longevity and adaptation. We have to adapt our legislation to this new longevity, because our legislation is adapted to 65 plus 70, and that's it. Nobody cares about those 70 plus. So now we are aware of this, and this is the very reason why we established this portfolio, to start anticipating the trends. And I think we will manage to do it, but we have to be followed by others. It's not only by 27 member states in the European Union, but also globally. And this is what we are trying to do with all these different interlocutors.
Can I add a comment? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And back to the report, there's a good example there about Japan, for example, really leveraging communities to support the work that employers and the public sector can do, and education through the communities, access to, cooperative for better food, all of that effort that can be coalesced by people on the ground, understanding the conditions of the people there, and in particular social distance and isolation, which can be quite prevalent in those rural places. So I think that example in the report is pretty interesting to address that.
Yeah. Can I add one comment quickly? I think it's an excellent question. It's a really important point. Just a data point to support your thesis. The difference in lifespan between the top 10% from a wealth perspective globally and the bottom 10% is about 30 years. So a 30-year difference in lifespan, depending on whether you're in the top 10% of the world's population from a wealth perspective or the bottom 10%. That's a travesty, and that's a massive issue. And there's no silver bullet to solve that problem. I think there's some great thoughts here, and definitely there's an infrastructure problem. There's a food distribution issue that needs to be addressed. There's also an education issue. I think the biggest issue, quite frankly, is education. And again, when you have financial literacy globally at only 30%, that is fundamentally the biggest inhibitor to folks creating the wealth that will allow them to move out of the bottom 10%. And then secondly, just even general awareness about what it would take to improve your health in general. Again, folks generally have a very poor awareness of what it would take to actually live a healthier life. But this is a fundamental dilemma that's being masked by the averages. You look at the great improvements that we've seen in longevity, but it's masking the dichotomy and the income inequity.
Very good. I'm sorry, I think she raised her hand first. We don't know.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. I had a quick question, actually it's related to your comment earlier about inequality, but also around inequality as it relates to social services and especially as our society is aging. How are we seeing the public sector adapting to ensure that as we're thinking about financial resilience, not only on the individual level of being able to age well and have the financial resources to age well, but what does that impact, how does that impact the way that we deliver social services from a public benefits perspective, and how does private sector relate back to being able to support some of those initiatives? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Dubravka and Martin could help answer that question, and maybe bring in the fact that, yeah, I think in many things, sort of public-private collaboration as well is going to be very important, and maybe if you could answer that from that perspective to Dubravka.
Without that collaboration, this wouldn't work. So we have to collaborate, of course, and we have to, as I said, anticipate what's going on. Since I'm talking from a European level, and I don't know whether you are familiar with the Treaty of the European Union, there are many competencies which lie with the member states, not with the European Commission. But we are somehow setting the tone. We are issuing recommendations. Sometimes we are in charge. It depends on that. But it depends whether governments in these countries are capable of coping with this. And this is why I'm saying that demography is connected with democracy, because it's about voting patterns, about who is in governance, whether these local, regional and national governments are ready to follow this, to cope with this. When we are talking about mindset change, it's about this. Who is going to change the mindset? So if all of us are on board, if not, it wouldn't be possible. And this is what we are trying to promote and to make our people aware of what is going on. I mentioned yesterday geography of discontent. This is also very important to maybe to add to the question of rural areas. People start being they see themselves as being abandoned, being left behind, nobody cares about that, and then they start not trusting anymore in democracy, and they don't go to elections. They say, who cares? Nobody cares about us, so they don't trust in democratic institutions. So what we have to do to regain trust, rebuilding trust, what is the motto of the whole Davos. So this is what we are trying to do, how to in fact change these voting patterns, because then people tend voting populists. I'm not talking about politics but now, but just to let you know how this is created. And then those who are in governance are not capable of doing this job, what we are talking about. So it's very important to make our citizens acquainted with what is going on, with trends, with being connected in order to be immediately informed about everything. So then they can adopt better living styles, be it sleeping, be it nutrition, whatever. So it's very complex, can't be replied. So it's sociological, it's psychological, it's philosophical, and it's in the end, everything is about economy and finances.
Yeah, and I think I'm absolutely right. We have to be together to achieve what we need to achieve here. And if I can maybe stop on 3 topics in this respect. Financial resilience, financial education is our key pillars here, because education leads to better health, as you said earlier, and that's definitely something that we can help each other with. For example, at Mercer, we run this review every year of the sustainability, integrity, and adequacy of social retirement systems, and provide advice to governments as to how they could improve. One of the key elements here, and back to the rural question actually, is also that we have a large portion of the population that's actually not employed by large employers or mid-sized employers. and the coverage for savings and helping themselves is just not there. So the social system becomes very important, but at the same time, the personal responsibilities of financial education, I think we can definitely work together on that one. The second one is we're seeing that the health, and I'm so happy that this longevity and this aging conversation has become multidimensional, and health being a key element of it. And what we're seeing, there's a double whammy here, because as the population ages, certain professions also are starting to shrink in percentage of the population. And what we see is that, for example, in Europe, where you have most everywhere universal systems for at least a basic service of health, we're seeing a problem of access, because there's less doctors per people. Back to rural, how do they access it? Good news, we have technology, we have telehealth, we have all kinds of different ways to help ourselves get the access to be better, and also modify the system rather than a treating system, which it needs to be in the ultimate, but in a prevention system. And a lot of that can be done remotely in a way, with technology. And the third element where we can work together, I think, is also in the economy of care, because as the elderly population will start being larger and larger and larger in proportion to the active working or the prime time working population. If the public system, if the way the regulation, the policies around do not make it relatively easy to access elderly care, then the burden comes back to workers. So I think we can work together, because how many workers are losing productive days for taking care of an elderly parent, not understanding the system, having complicated system, not supportive of giving good care. And it is what it is. In our societies, it's still very much women who will take on that burden, and it's a vicious circle, because then they spend less time in work, or they may actually quit work earlier to take care of an elderly parent, and therefore they'll have problem financing their longer lives because of that issue. So I think the economy of care is something, again, that a public and private partnership can address.
If I may add, one additional element. Everything is fine, access, but without, you were talking about financial education, but without being digitally literate, they wouldn't be able to cope with all this. They would be able to access, they would be able to work in care because of all this automation. So everything is interconnected. You mentioned vicious circle, but so digital divide becomes a big issue. And of course, digital poverty is not only because they don't have gadgets. It's one element, but another element because they then don't have digital knowledge and digital education. So this is why we are promoting lifelong learning, and everything is in this circle. So we have to really think about everything. On care, it's definitely gender issue. As I said, 90% of women are in this sector and only 10% of men, which is unsustainable anymore. And there is a pay gap because of all this, but I don't want to bother with you on this, because we have whole care package, and we adopted also this legislation, just to let you know, in the Commission. Sorry.
That's exactly the point that I want to raise, is that actually higher education can contribute a lot to this. You mentioned about lifelong learning. This is precisely what universities can offer. We can provide flexible curricula that really cater to the needs of these elderly or older adults, so that they have the opportunity to keep learning, and also for those who have the desire to return to the workforce, we can develop courses that can help them to get reskilling. I think this is something the universities can do and really help to make these meaningful contributions.
Thanks, Nancy. I haven't forgotten that side of the room. I'm sorry, I think we may have just time for one last question. So maybe you, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll be quick, and I apologize. It's more of a US-based question. But as you probably know, healthcare is the #1 cause for personal bankruptcy in the US. And having gone to all the meetings here about AI and the power of AI and data and listening to all the exciting ways that it can be used for healthcare here in the panel, I'm wondering if you foresee potential for a person to be born someday that's uninsurable based on the data that's collected with all of their predictive value.
Roy, quick one.
Yeah, I'll try to be fast. It's a big question. And I think, firstly, you're right. I think we have an issue that's growing at a rapid pace, quite honestly. And this is where the government-private partnership needs to kick in. I do think that the advancements in technology are going to actually improve the population who is actually insurable. So I think, if anything, the technology and the data that we actually have will create that openness. But there's always going to have to be an infrastructure of support that exists in most countries, I believe. So I don't think that we should, and our goal should be to not let ourselves be in a position where we have anyone that's uninsurable. I think the private sector needs to step up, and if anything, they need to look at greater populations for insurability. I think the data is going to actually help with that. But I also think the advances in technology should actually help us with solving the healthcare problem as well, even if it's just access to healthcare professionals through the use of technologies and devices and remote care. I think that technology is going to be a friend to dealing with the healthcare dilemma more than an enemy. But you're not wrong. I do think that there is a risk that we do see populations become less attractive from an insurance perspective. I think we've got to make sure that we avoid that, or we put even regulation and legislation in place that prevents that.
Thanks very much, Roy. I know there were some of you who couldn't get your questions in. I'm very sorry about that. We ran out of time. But enough time to wrap up. Roy, you started the conversation on a little bit of a somber note. I think through the course of the last 40 minutes, we sort of edged towards a more positive note. So in wrapping up, why don't each of you, Nancy, you start first. Wrap up in 30 seconds why you think we can actually talk about longevity in a positive, optimistic fashion.
Well, I think that, if we want to thrive in our longer lives, we really should focus on nurturing a sharp and also resilient mind through healthy lifestyles. And I do think that it is achievable. I think, again, I do believe that, we talk about this not just adding more years to our life. We really should add more life to our years. And I think Hong Kong is a very good example. We have the average lifespan of 86 years. And Roy, when you talk about, loneliness, you talk about, depression and mental issues, and also processed food. So I do believe that really those are the reasons why Hong Kong has such a long lifespan. Our healthy diet, and also we have a very strong community network, family network, whereby the elderly, they actually receive a lot of care from their family, so they don't feel lonely. So, when I listen to your remarks, those points came to mind. So this is longer than a 30-second answer, but I do think that Hong Kong really gives a good example how to tackle this challenge and really do well. We have a healthcare system that provides affordable care to all the residents. And I do hope that other countries perhaps can take reference of this, how to pay more attention to preventive care. I think that's the key, and I think that, again, in due time, I'm sure, more policies will be established towards that direction.
Thank you, Nancy. Dubravka?
Cannot agree more. But just if it's true that according to some surveys, those kids who are born today, half of those kids who are born today would live until 100 years, then it's a really big achievement to be celebrated. And I think we have to definitely adopt living habits, and we have to spend the rest of our lives in better health. And I think this is our task to promote. All of us have to promote this. Thank you.
I'm actually quite optimistic, despite maybe some of the negative comments. But
Good.
I think in the space of 70 years, we've increased lifespan by 25%. That's remarkable. That is an incredible achievement in just 70 years. I think the challenge that we need to look head on at is the health span issue and the burden that's going to come with longevity. So I think the first step in that journey is to acknowledge what the issues are, which is, as we've discussed, it's nutrition, it's sleep, it's mental and social isolation, as well as moving from a reactive healthcare system to a proactive one. But I'm quite optimistic that they are solvable, but there is no one silver bullet to solve those problems. I do think that it will be a partnership between public and private that gets us to where we need to go.
And you, final word.
Yeah, well, I am optimistic because we're talking. When human beings put words to a problem, they usually solve it. It may take some years, but step by step. So naming it, talking about it, elevating the conversation is what makes me optimistic. So,
well, on that note, very nice note. Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
say that infrastructure is the most important thing. But I wouldn't say it to us, to you, because you are already investing so much, or maybe too much in infrastructure. But I would like to say that you should be investing in human beings. I said innovation is about imitation. But, well, you can imitate technology or business model, but you can't imitate people. You have to develop your own human resources. And, well, unfortunately, as we do some work in your country, there is still a very deficit of human resources, of your people. So please invest more.
That points to the need for different building blocks in different places. Let's have another question in the front, I think.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Anin Bakri from Indonesia. Lei mentioned about this net zero industrial park in Ordos, which is a place for coal. So we have this island called Sulawesi where you have all the copper and also nickel pretty much in Indonesia. And we certainly would like to develop an industrial park because not only you have the critical minerals, but of course you can also develop renewable energy even combined with gas for the baseload, for example. So what are the things for the panelists, because you are players in your own respective industries, are important to evaluate what may happen in Sulawesi, for example?
Let's just be really quick, sort of like, because we're running out of time, but what can you all chip in a little bit? What are the elements?
Right. We have been working with ANIN for oversee Net Zero Natural Park in Sulawesi. I think is tremendous opportunities. This place have so much abundant minerals underground, but also abundant resources, energy above ground, wind and solar. But previously, this is not locally circulate. So some country people taking mineral to certain region and using that energy, fossil fuel energy to process and selling back. But actually, by building the Net Zero Natural Park, you are able to create a circulation above ground with underground resources, which is really efficient. Then we see the tremendous opportunity to build this battery material cluster for nickel, for even cathode, for the battery, even for the EV in the future. So this is definitely is the great example for Sulawesi.
Does anyone else want to add anything about what's needed or what the elements would be that would
Well, one component I would add over there is that you should also differentiate in terms of environmental topics. I mean, we have a project in your country where also NGOs step up and they claim about this and you cannot do this and this and this. So I think if you develop these new areas, I think you should have something which makes this location better in aspects of social integration, social justice, environmental issues, providing also renewable energy, supporting that, also connecting economies of scale. So I think that is, again, your differentiating part. Everyone wants to have nickel for the EVs, but there are not so many locations where you can go to. But that's an opportunity, a great opportunity for your country by simply making things better fitting to the societal needs of today.
Also bring Jack to help you build a world-class port, which is very important because at the end of the day, all products have to ship all over the world, a world-class port infrastructure.
But happy to do that.
Okay, we've got a new cluster coming together.
The key ingredients of success were already mentioned. So is the location the right location? And if, of course, you have natural resources, that's a key strength that you have. But of course, who are your stakeholders? What is the environmental? What are the people living around? And then, do you have human capital? Will you have capital? Do you have everything in place to become successful? Because what we see in the world, and we have a small affiliate, Port of Antwerp-Bruges International, helping many ports and authorities in the world to think about industrial clusters and developing ports, greenfield ports, of enlarging existing ports. And we have experts in discussing this and developing a kind of roadmap and where are the key ingredients, what are the key ingredients for being successful, not on the short term, but on the longer term, because the infrastructure that you will require is something that will last hopefully for 50 or 60 years. So it's a very delicate exercise that you have to take into account, and we see that in many countries there are a willingness to be on a very short term successful because there is one ingredient in place, but you miss some others.
I think we're out of time. I want to thank you all for this really interesting conversation on how to build on natural strengths and create or develop clusters, and how to think about the challenges to standardized approaches of governance in general for clusters. And I think also something that I heard here is that these industrial clusters, both in terms of reaching goals such as decarbonization, but also at a time of, as you put it, Hayashi-san, time of increased political disruption and fragmentation, these clusters have the potential to allow the private sector and the public sector to work together and to play a role in driving economic growth. So thank you very much for all of your comments. Thank you. And
well, thank you.
what needs to be done, it's going to be very difficult, to accelerate these things. And I think we need to a little bit get out of this, of this conversation between it's the right and it's the smart thing. That's also needed, but if we miss that one other element, I think it will be very difficult, as we have seen with other societal problems, to move the needle.
And if I may add, 2024 is a very special year. And I'm really glad that this initiative started, to get to a more solid place this year, simply because this year we have the most number of elections happening. Politicians that can ultimately bring big impact by putting certain regulations, certain supports and initiatives, whatever it needs to be done. And I hope for the next 3 to 6 months, we can really maximize to educate these politicians so they put into their policies and their plans going forward. Because before they get elected, they usually often commit to things, and then they're accountable to some extent, hopefully, deliver those things. After election, it's harder to get their attentions. So I hope this platform really accelerate that kind of education as well.
Paula, succinctly.
Very succinctly, closing us out. I think we need to stop seeing it as a problem and it's more of an opportunity. If we have a healthy 52% of the population, we're going to have a much better chance at solving the climate crisis. We're going to have a much better opportunity at making sure that we transition our economies in our world to be AI enabled. So let's stop seeing it as a problem that we need to solve, and let's think about the opportunity that having 52% of the population being treated equitably in the healthcare system with good outcomes. What can that unlock for all of us? And just some closing thoughts. I think you've heard it from everyone, that it's time for specificity and it's time for action. So I'm really encouraged that we have a framework that we can go off and employ now. We have metrics that we can apply, and we have this growing community now where we're going to be able to share what everybody's doing, because everybody has a responsibility. We're going to have a space for experimentation together, to Sahel's point, and we're also going to be able to create just those non-traditional partnerships that probably will move us further and faster than we would have done if everybody had been working on their own.
Well, I would like to thank you, my panelists, for coming on stage to really share this pivotal moment in the industry, really trying to close the gap on women's health. And to our audience here in the room and online, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Professor Gail Whiteman. I am at the University of Exeter Business School. I'm also the founder of Arctic Base Camp, which is a science communication platform, which has been coming to Davos since 2017. I am absolutely delighted to be able to manage and moderate a session today at the Open Forum. It is a topic that is near and dear to my heart with Arctic Base Camp. It's entitled On Thin Ice. Now, we do know that the world has 16 climate tipping points, and I think what is less well known is that 9 of those 16 are in the polar regions. Science has also informed us that 6 of those tipping points will actually be triggered if we get to a positive 2-degree warmer world. Unfortunately, 5 of those are also in the poles, so the poles will actually determine the fate of humanity. Now, you shouldn't just trust me on that. I'm a social scientist, so I don't actually do that measurement data. What I try to do is take all the natural science data that you'll hear on stage today and try to bring it into places like the World Economic Forum, which I've been in earlier today, but also in big corporate boardrooms around the world. But actually, where we really need this information is out there with citizens, with the public, so I'm pleased to be able to moderate this panel. We will do a number of questions with the panel, and then we will do 20 minutes of Q&A with the audience. That's why it's the Open Forum. So we're thrilled to be able to do that. It is being live streamed, and the online audience, if you are going to hashtag us, hashtag WEF24. So let's start off with the hard facts. I'm delighted to be able to introduce Professor Julian Struve. Julian and I have known each other for a long time, and I have to tell you, she is the world's leading expert on Arctic sea ice. She's a professor of polar observation and modeling, University College London. She also has a Canada 150 chair at the University of Manitoba. She is also the Chief Science Officer for Arctic Base Camp, and I think she's got probably 3 more titles. Now, Julian, set the stage. It's true. It's a very glamorous scientific and policy panel we have today. Julian, set the stage for us. Tell us the facts.
Okay, so welcome everybody. It's nice to be here. I've been studying the polar regions and especially the Arctic for about 30 years. And my research mostly looks at sort of the large-scale changes that are going on in the polar regions, and I use satellites for this, because with satellites we can see the entire Arctic region every single day, and with that data we've been able to document things like changes in the Arctic sea ice cover, changes in how much of Greenland is melting. And I would say, in the 90s when I started my research, I wasn't too concerned about global warming at that time. It seemed like things were quite stable. You might have a high melt year or low ice year, but it would be compensated the following year. But then things really started to switch in the 2000s, and what has happened is like the loss of Arctic sea ice has essentially become our poster child for climate change. We've been seeing these dramatic losses of the ice, not only in summer, but also in winter now, and we face the real prospects that an ice-free Arctic Ocean in summer is probably within our time frame in the next 20, 25 years, given the pace of warming in the Arctic. And why this matters, of course, is that when you have parts of the Arctic that are covered by snow and ice year-round, that reflects all the sun's energy back out to space, and it helps regulate our planet's temperature. And so the Arctic is actually contributing quite a bit to our global warming that we're seeing, and it's one of the reasons why the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. So if you lose the snow and ice, you start absorbing that heat in the oceans and on the land surface, and the region warms up. But of course, the Arctic doesn't exist in isolation from the rest of the planet. It is connected to our ocean circulation patterns, our atmospheric circulation patterns. So everything that happens there will affect the rest of us down here, even though it seems quite far away. Now, I would say when Gail talks about tipping points, we do know that, as she said, 5 of the 6 tipping points are likely to happen in the polar regions before we hit 2 degrees of warming. The loss of Arctic sea ice in summer, we estimate around 1.7 degrees of global warming, but the pace of change that's happening there is much faster than anything we've seen in our contemporary past, and it's going to transform the region beyond contemporary recognition. Now, I have focused on the Arctic. The Antarctic has been sort of our sleeping giant, but some of these tipping points are also in the Antarctic, especially in relationship to the Western Arctic ice sheet and the Thwaites Glacier, which are becoming unstable and are probably going to collapse. Now, the timing of when this will happen and the amount of sea level rise is difficult, I think, to convey to the general public, because we don't know exactly how quickly, you look at 1 to 2 meters of sea level rise from destabilization of the Western Arctic ice sheet. But it is going to come, and it will transform the planet for millennia, because it will take a long time to reverse this. So we really have to be careful about crossing these tipping points.
Now, Julian, I want to go a little bit deeper. So obviously, all of that, the signs in the Arctic, in the Antarctic, the data is going in the wrong direction. But how is people around the world already experiencing the effects of that? Because sometimes the North and the South Pole seem very far away from us. And why should we care if we're in Manhattan, or we're in California, or in London, Davos, Singapore? Why does that matter?
Well, I think the three key pillars that I think will affect society, of course, one is sea level rise. So the contribution of Greenland, which there was a new study that just got published yesterday that showed that the mass loss of Greenland was probably 20% higher than we had paid attention to because of the calving of ice from the glaciers, the floating glaciers. So actually that contribution, even though it was already in the ocean, it won't contribute to sea level rise. It does alter ocean circulation patterns by putting a lot of fresh water into the system. The other thing, of course, is the fact that because the equator receives most of the sun's energy compared to the polar regions, that drives this temperature difference between the equator and the poles, which is what our weather and ocean circulation patterns are supposed to do, is to redistribute the heat around the rest of the planet. But if you warm up the Arctic so much faster than you're warming up the mid-latitudes, that does impact on our large-scale weather systems. And so that influences weather and where precipitation is going to fall, where the droughts are going to be, prolonging of extreme weather events. These are all tied to what's going on in the Arctic. And so this is how it impacts our daily lives.
Yeah, and I think that's very sobering. Again, we see the World Economic Forum having a global risk report, which are perceptions of risk, launched last week. And again, extreme weather, one of the absolute top risks. We know in 2023 that extreme weather was crazy for all parts of the planet. And it's not only the Arctic that is driving those risks, but certainly a warming Arctic will be amplifying that, and that's of concern. Thank you, Julianne. I'd like to now move over to Roshitska Dadek, who's the head of the research unit for snow and atmosphere here at the Institute for Snow and Avalanche Research in Davos. Now, I know you're also a polar scientist, but it's not only the poles in the north and the south, there's also glaciers here in Switzerland. So, Roshitska, maybe you can give us a little bit more information on what is the natural science data that you've been collecting at SLF telling us.
Right. So when we think, since I came back to Switzerland, I've often been asked, so why do we study polar research in Switzerland? And as Julian already said, the weather doesn't care, the climate doesn't care whether we have Swiss borders or whether we don't have Swiss borders. And the other one is we can say, but we are really high up, the sea level rise doesn't really affect us. Aside from that, I think that it will affect us because there will be huge population movements because of sea level rise. It's also the extreme weather events that we've been having. We've been having these big heat in summer, and in 2022 and 2023, we actually lost about 10% of glacier ice in Switzerland, 10%. So that's the same amount as in the 30 years between 1960 and 1990.
So that was one, just to clarify for the audience, in 1 year.
In 2 years.
In 2 years.
2022 and 23. So that's a really big number. And the reason why we had those are, of course, these big hot summers. To honestly, these days we seem to all be almost used to these big hot summers. And then the other reason is that we had these snow droughts, right? Like the past, this year looks a little bit better, but the previous 2 winters, we had these really, really low snow years. I mean, honestly, the skiing has just not been that great. And that lack of snow then doesn't cover the glaciers for a long time, so the melt starts happening much faster. So we have the droughts and we have the really high temperatures, and that affects not just the glaciers. Sure, the glaciers are beautiful, they give us water, hydropower, but then we have the really big economy that depends on the ski resorts because we have less snow, we have these extreme events. And again, we can say that's economy, that's money, but actually the livelihood and the well-being of a lot of people depends on these economies. So, and those years, something that like 30 years ago would have been an extreme year, in the last 10 years, we've just been having one after the next. So what used to be an extreme year 10 years ago now seems just to be like the new normal. And that's, I find that really, really scary.
I agree. Maybe you could just explain a little bit for us as a lay audience. How are the frozen parts of the planet interconnected? So how do they work together? There's no borders. I love this. The frozen parts have, or extreme weather has no Swiss passport, but nor do the frozen parts of the planet. How does it work together?
Yeah. So, for example, the Arctic sea ice. You can imagine, and Julian has alerted to this about that. If we have snow and ice, it reflects a lot of solar radiation back into the atmosphere, which then affects the climate and weather. Here, you can imagine this, one of my favorite analogies. When you have a car, you go out somewhere in summer, you put one of these shields, silver shields, in front of your car, and now imagine you have a little parrot in your car that keeps like picking at that shield, and that's what's happening to sea ice. And once that shield is gone, then the chocolate in your car just gets really, really hot. And that's happening to our planet. Like, we are picking at this shield that protects our planet from heating up, at this fridge, and suddenly it's not there anymore. Like, the Arctic sea ice has gone back so far, and then, but we are all being inside this car, and inside this car suddenly it's really, really hot.
And the chocolate's melting. And
the chocolate's gone, unfortunately.
And given that Switzerland is the home of chocolate, that is also a concern. That's bad news. Just bad news. That's bad news. Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce Aslak Holmberg. He's the president of the Sami Council. Aslak, we've seen each other a lot this year inside the Congress Center and also last year. Can you explain what it's actually like to live in a frozen part of the planet that's a lot less frozen?
Yeah, Päivi pohkaide. So hello everybody. I am the gender balance of this panel. Yeah, well, we Sami people are Arctic people, and you can imagine what happens to people when we're losing the Arctic, because that's what I think is happening. It's not changing, but we are losing the Arctic. On estimate, the winters might get up to 20 degrees warmer by the end of this century. So you can imagine what is Arctic without winter. And we being an Arctic indigenous people, our cultures, our livelihoods are adapted to the Arctic climate, to the cold, to the ice, snow, and when there are huge shifts in this already, then of course that has a major impact on our cultures and livelihoods. So, for example, as many know, the most famous symbol for the Sami is the reindeer. So when there is more and more crossings between freezing temperatures and thawing temperatures, so that means that there will become a layer of ice on top of snow, which means that the reindeer or other animals cannot access the food below the snow. That brings pressure. You have to bring extra food to the reindeer. That brings economic costs. It also changes the culture in a very fundamental way, because what used to be grazing-based herding is now very much dependent on supplementary feeding, because the reindeer often cannot survive without this extra food. Another example I want to bring is I am myself from a salmon fishing community, and we have experienced collapse in our salmon stocks. So you can imagine what that does to culture when your number one economic and cultural species almost disappears. For 3 years now, we haven't been able to fish legally any salmon in the river. So you can imagine what that does to a community and to the culture that is built on this species and using of that species when that is no longer. So we are, yesterday here was an indigenous colleague of mine, Shia Bastian. She was telling how indigenous peoples have experienced many apocalypses. Like when we were colonized, that was the end of the one world. And I would say we are at the end of one world now. Like there is absolutely no going back to how things were before. I don't see any possibility that with the salmon, we would return to how things used to be. So we are in a way in grieving, because we know many things have been lost. We know no matter what action is taken today, we know the planet will keep warming to some extent. So we know that the Arctic as we know it will be lost. So it's of course very depressing and very serious topic. I want to also mention something that happened here also yesterday. It was Jane Goodall. She was talking about hope. So of course this is very grim picture I'm painting here, but of course I wouldn't be here if there was no hope. So of course we keep moving on, we keep adapting, we keep looking for solutions, but definitely we are at the end of one world.
And that is a very sobering statement, and you say it so bravely. I have to say with huge respect. How is the community communicating the message of change and the message of adaptation throughout the world? You're here in Davos. This is your second year inside the Congress Center. How are you doing that? And do you find that the rich, the elite, the powerful, are they listening?
Yeah, I think it's one thing to listen and another thing to hear or to act on what you heard. We are doing a lot of representation work, a lot of lobbying work, educating people of our situation, of our priorities. I think in many cases it's hard to measure what are the impacts. Like, let's say we work a lot in the United Nations. How can you measure the impact of the work that happens there? I don't mean to diminish the importance of that work, but I think it's hard to quantify that and say if we've been successful or not. But some of the things we are doing is trying to enforce these voices from the communities to describe the changes, to describe what is the knowledge of the communities. We're working a lot with indigenous knowledge production, co-production. So trying to systematically articulate what is the situation of the community, what have been the impacts that already have been experienced, and what are the perceived impacts in the future. And of course we do this so that we would be better able to prepare for the future. And one thing that we argue a lot is that as we are going through these major changes, then there is a lot of decisions that have to be made. How to adapt, because our environments are changing, our cultures are changing. It's only us who can decide how do we adapt, how do we change our cultures to fit the new environment. So definitely participation in decision making effectively, that's one of our key messages that we try to have throughout the different arenas where we work.
And I've learned a lot from the Sami Council, and it's a complex situation because things like wind turbines, which give me a lot of hope. At the same time, there are, that's the renewable energy sector. That's good, but there is also the pressures on the Sami community of external companies coming in and putting in indeed wind turbines and so on indigenous lands, whether it's Sami land or other land around the world, without effective participation of those decisions. Could you maybe share that story? Because when I first heard that myself, I was really surprised. I'm always my hands up, always for more green energy anywhere, and yet it is a more complicated picture than that, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That's an important point to highlight. Of course, green energy in comparison to fossil fuels, it's a positive thing. But things are not that simple, as you point out. Sustainability cannot be only one dimension of sustainability, but you have to think about social sustainability, cultural sustainability. So there are unfortunately many examples from the Sami communities where major wind power development has taken place. Like the biggest onshore wind power plant in Europe is on Sami territory. And it was built without consent and in Fosen in South Sami area. And it was concluded by the Supreme Court of Norway that it is a violation of Sami people's right to culture. It is a human rights violation. And the reason it is that is because this community has lost so much of their lands for these wind turbines. Because the reindeer don't go near the wind turbines. They're huge, massive structures. So basically, if you put 150 turbines somewhere, then you lose some 100 square kilometers of land that we are already using. So that's part of the difficulty that we're facing, that in addition to the actual impacts of the climate change, we're experiencing this green colonization, as we call it. So it's definitely not a just transition when you don't take into account what are the actual impacts on the people who live there.
Yeah, and I think that whole, green and just transition. So it's not don't have wind energy, don't and continue with fossil fuels. That's obviously terrible. But it is about how do you bring people into the decision-making structure, and it's complicated. And I do not have any answers from a policy perspective, but I am delighted to have the next panelist on the stage. Not that you have to solve that problem, Alexandra, but I think you've got a tremendous amount of knowledge you can share with us. The next panelist is Alexandra Baumann. She's the head of the Prosperity and Sustainability Division. That's got to be a very cool title, I have to say. Prosperity and Sustainability Division of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland. Alexandra, welcome. So you're in the government, you're a policymaker, ton of experience in that area, both on prosperity, so the people side, the economic side, and on the sustainability side. So how is the Swiss government, and how are you as a policy leader, embracing, embedding, and I guess accelerating the green and the just transition?
Thank you very much, and it's good to be here and to be on this distinguished panels. And I made a lot of notes that I'm going to jump in on what you said previously. So, why is the Arctic important for Switzerland? And Rashida mentioned a couple of things. And we're here in Davos, but usually when I talk about the Arctic and my role in the Arctic, so I'm the Swiss ambassador as an observer to the Arctic Council, and I'll speak about that later. But why is it important for Switzerland? I say, look, we have 48 mountains in Switzerland that are higher than 4,000 meters. It's quite impressive. And they are melting, and Rashid said so, they are melting at an extremely, the ice is melting at an extreme speed, which will ultimately affect all of us. So Switzerland decided to become an observer to the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council is made up of is the decisive entity of all the Arctic nations. And there I want to mention something that you said. And it has observer countries, like one of them is Switzerland, and it has a lot of indigenous people that are consulting with the Arctic Council. And to have your voice heard at the decision making, and this is something that Switzerland is very keen on promoting, that scientific facts are taken into account when decisions are being made. You know that we are a member of the Security Council at the moment. The Arctic is, God forbid, not on the Security Council, and we don't want it to be there. But one of the Swiss priorities for our Security Council tenure for the next it's another year now, is actually to bring scientific facts to the Security Council, so they actually have the facts in front of them when they take the decision. And this is something that Switzerland promotes, be it in the Arctic Council, in any other multilateral organizations that we are in. So contrary to Las Vegas, it is what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. Huh? Because it really affects us. And if you think about what happens if the ice melts? What happens if a new trade route is opening up that goes through the Arctic? What does that mean for international trade, for logistical purposes, for supply chain purposes, you know? I mean, there's a lot of countries who would be very interested of this happening, Switzerland not being one of them. But 90% of all goods in the world are transported via ships. And also, you know, 10% of all goods that arrive in Switzerland arrive via the Rhine on ships. So it's like these questions, what happens if, and how can we foresee, and how can we anticipate the changes that are coming? And you were saying adaptation, like it's a bit like the challenges you are facing. You know, we're facing it as a nation, you're facing it as a people. But how do we adapt the best, or how do we still try to mitigate some of the effects? So I'm very happy to say that Switzerland is one of the countries, because we have all these glaciers and a lot of ice, that we call ourselves a vertical pole, or we like to consider ourselves as the third pole. And therefore, a lot of world-known scientific research has come out of Switzerland. And what we are trying to do as a government is involve this research also when the government takes decision. As I come back to this, and I think the dialogue. I'm coming back to the Indigenous because it's very dear to my heart, and also in the Arctic Council, it's a very important topic that we have to consider. And I think what we are in exchange with our scientists abroad and in Switzerland is that they actually, you know, you mentioned the wind park, that if they do research on some Indigenous land, that they do it in collaboration with the Indigenous people living there.
Exactly, and I want to come back again just to Switzerland, because in a sense you're a microcosm. It's a small country, it's a stunning country, it's a very successful country. So natural environment, very cohesive society, and also lots of economic wealth, realistically, and yet 10% of the loss of glaciers in 2 years. How is the government anticipating using science? What will the future look like, and how are you building these plans for resilience? And I'm not asking to share things that are you don't have yet, but more. I mean, this is a sobering reality, not just for us, like as communities, also here in Europe. When we look at the glaciers and the mountains here.
You mentioned that, you know, glaciers or the global warming has no borders, and therefore I believe international cooperation is just key. I mean, we have to work together, and therefore, you know, you can criticize WEF as much as you like, but to bring people together and actually to discuss these issues in a spot where the global warming is actually, you said this year we have snow, last year we didn't have that much snow. But so people can actually see the difference, even if they're from another part of the world. I think international cooperation is the only way forward on this. And that brings me back to the Arctic Council. Just as you can imagine, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, when the war started, the Arctic Council excluded Russia. And they decided to continue the work without Russia on board. But the longest strip of borders with the Arctic is Russian. So I'm very glad that Norway took over. So Russia had the presidency when the war started. And it was quite, you know, we didn't know how it was going. But it was a very smooth transition to the Norwegian presidency, and Norway does an excellent job in pushing the work forward. And in the Arctic Council, you have a political level where the ministers of foreign affairs meet, and then you have a working level. And in the working level is where, you know, where the research gets done. And working level is picking up again, so that gives me hope. And I really hope that as my 4 years tenure as the ambassador to the Arctic Council, that I'm actually going to be invited to one formal meeting where everybody's going to sit around the table again.
Well, if you do, we have lots of things to help in your briefing pack. The people on the stage will have a lot of things to say. Thank you very much, Alexandra. So we've heard about the frozen parts of the planet. We've heard about Switzerland. And now we're going to move to the Amazon. I am really delighted to have Renata Koch-Alvarenga staying with us. She is the founder and executive director of Empodera Klima. She is also one of Arctic Base Camp's youth ambassadors. And Renata has actually been camping in the Arctic Base Camp tents for the last 2 days up at the Schatzalp Mountain. Now, I don't think, Renata, you had camped before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Had you ever camped at minus 10?
No.
Did you ever think you would?
No.
No. Well, we'll get to that in a second. So Renata is not just here to get a youth perspective on this. More importantly, to really tell us what is happening in Brazil, happening in the Amazon. The Arctic and the Antarctic may seem very far away from the glory of the Amazonian forest, but they're not. They're interconnected. And what is happening in your part of the world?
Exactly. Thank you, Gail. It's great to be here. Yeah, I've actually been camping since last Saturday with a couple of the other ambassadors, so it's been really fun, different experience, and really brings this idea of speaking science to power, right, that the Arctic Base Camp has. And it's really exciting for me as a young woman from the Global South, from the developing countries, right, from Brazil, to be able to occupy these spaces, to speak a little bit about what a lot of the global youth, the Latin American youth are doing. You know, even when you look at the data about the inequality in relation to climate, we know that climate change will lead up to about 300% more extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean until 2030. So you start to see the interconnections between climate, inequality, vulnerability, especially in these countries that have less access to resources. And when we talk about the Amazon, I mean, we've heard about the interconnectivity, right, between the Arctic and what happens around the world. And the opposite is also true. With the deforestation in the Amazon that has gotten worse and worse in the past decades, we're seeing snow melting in different places, like in the Antarctic ice, in the Tibetan snow. So it's really interesting to see how these different, very different ecosystems that we don't really think about are all so connected. And yeah, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay there. And I was trying to think what other correlations you can see with the Arctic and the Amazon. And one of the similarities that I saw is that oftentimes we don't think so much about these regions. They're almost a lot of times forgotten. Of course, I think the Amazon now is this popular kind of thing that everyone's talking about in the climate discussions. We'll have COP30 coming up in Brazil, in the Amazon region, in Belém. And so things are changing, but a lot of the times we're not seeing the full picture. We're forgetting a little bit of why we need to preserve these regions. And I think it's because they're a lot of times far away from us. Even for me, I'm from Porto Alegre, which is in the south of Brazil. And a lot of Brazilians don't think about the Amazon. They've either never been there or they don't feel like it's part of their territory, of their heart, of their fight for climate action. And so we need to connect to people more. We need to bring this empathetic kind of sense to the climate crisis, this people, human aspect to it, if we want to make people care about this science that is difficult to understand but really important.
I agree. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about the international youth movement on climate. It's certainly, Greta has been here in Davos a number of times. She camped with us also once. But it's more than just that. There is a whole movement. And tell us how you're feeling about that.
Definitely. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, since Greta, I think Greta has brought the level of the global youth movement to really another scale. But there's so many amazing young people, especially Indigenous young women that are doing great work, that have been doing this work for decades, right? Yeah. I mean, Indigenous women are the guardians of the earth, are leading this fight in the Amazon and all over the world. But oftentimes, we don't see that translated to these spaces, right? Like Davos, like the COPs. And that's starting to change little by little. I mean, even Amazonian youth are leading the game. I brought some names like Vitória Pinheiro from Manaus, Chai Surui from Pará. And so there's like amazing, amazing young people that are finally getting the space to have their voices heard. But I think there's a trick there, right? You see, maybe they're occupying some spaces, maybe some of you are in the audience, you're here, you're part of the space, but are you really in the decision-making spaces, right? And you've mentioned this a little bit. I think there's a transition that needs to be made if we want the youth priorities, which I mean, they're really just human rights priorities. They're people priorities when it comes to climate. If we want to translate those policy engagements and goals to the global level, to what comes out of the World Economic Forum of COP, we need to bring these people to the table, right? So my wish for the next couple of conferences is that we have these people not only as the youth activists, right, doing the protests outside of the hallways, but really the people being youth negotiators, occupying the spaces. You're seeing that a little bit. Costa Rica, Chile have added youth negotiators to their delegations for the climate negotiations, for example. But I think we have a far way to go. And so it's really important that, the people that are going to be the most affected, we know it's children and youth, we know it's Black young women, we know it's Indigenous young women, we know that it's people with disabilities. We need to bring those people to the forefront because, as many people may know, we are the last generation that can help solve climate change. We really don't have a lot of time. So I hope that we can all come together and really bring the youth to the forefront of the solution.
Wow. Well, let's have a clap for that. And then woo! So well said, Renata. I'd like to open up to the audience now. You've got a whirlwind tour of really sobering facts, both from a natural science perspective, indigenous knowledge perspective. Then we've had governmental policy perspectives on how we can solve these crises, as well as having Brazilian perspectives and the youth. So I'm going to take 2 questions at a time, and if you can say your name and your question in short chunks, we'll get hopefully through few of them. So put your hand up, and we've got 2 people with mics. The lights are a little daunting from where we are, so I cannot see so easily unless I go like this, if you don't mind. I've got the man with the red tie and this man up front, and we'll start here. And then I'm going to switch over to some questions from women, and then I'll come back to you, sir. And again, short questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contributions. My name is Matuš Agara from Slovakia. I would especially like to thank you, Mr. Holmer, for his experience. I would like to ask you, how would you react to your colleagues who promote green transition, which is at the same time harmful to social fabric, to indigenous people, and maybe to local cultures? Because this is a very sensitive topic we should talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the second question, and then we'll open up to the panel. Sir, this gentleman here. And then we'll go to him. We'll go to a woman, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, Damon Walia from USA near Washington, D.C. As I was listening, I grew up living in Himalayas. I used to watch during summer months, white snow. There's probably no other place I've seen where there is snow in the summer months. I'm here to kind of make 2 points. One, we have created a way to actually do a very rapid taking out the CO2 and putting into the soil.
Sir, we're doing questions. We're not doing commentary. So I'm going to ask you now to ask your question, or I'll have to move on.
Yeah. Number 2, I want to also share that as we are, discussing about on this thin ice, there is also data coming out from the core samples that these actually the sediments which are there, they are a very rich source of the humic matter, which is a very stable molecule. I want you all to look at this research.
The question is, so there's not a question here, so we'll take another question from this gentleman, and then we'll have 2 questions. And please, I encourage open forum participants to ask questions, not grandstand. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Oswald Peterson. I have a question for Mr. Holmberg. How do you feel about solving the issue with the salmon with ocean iron fertilization?
Okay, thank you. Questions for Aslak, but I'd like the other panelists, perhaps Alexandra from her role as Swiss ambassador, to comment on that. Aslak, the hot seat, or the popular seat.
Yeah. Well, to the first question, of course we need renewable energy, but as I mentioned, we cannot only look at one aspect of sustainability. So what do we say in every arena where we are? We say that you have to take into account our cultures, and of course we talk about rights, because we have some hard rulings from Supreme Court level that have recognized that, okay, there is a threshold that you cannot cross. So that brings us to the question of how do you assess what will be the impacts. So another thing we want to highlight is that you have to have indigenous knowledge as part of the impact assessment if you are to seriously consider what will be the impacts, because it is those communities that know the best what are the changes that will happen, what is their situation. So yeah, two things. We talk about rights because we do have rights to territories, rights to culture, and then we talk about how impact assessment has to build on our knowledge.
Thank you.
And sorry, the second question.
Yeah, salmon fishing.
Yeah, well, I don't know what was the technology you mentioned, so I'm just gonna leave it there.
Alexandra.
Maybe on just transition or on the involvement of, on the impact that decisions have on Indigenous. I think, you know, at COP, there's one work stream that deals with just transition. And my government is of the strong opinion that it's not enough to just throw money at it. You know, there has been a fund created, and Switzerland was not a big fan of that, because we strongly believe it needs more than just the money. You know, if you create the fund is good, but then you need to, in collaboration with the Indigenous, with the youth, and I'm totally agreeing with what you said, that we have to bring them at the table. That's why in a lot of negotiations that we do, we have scientists in our, so the so-called science diplomacy. So we bring scientists in our negotiation team.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so because that's how we believe that you achieve the best results.
Oh, that's really fantastic. I'll take two more questions, and I am going to say the next question goes to a female. There's a lady over here. And do we have a second female? Yes, right up front. And then I'll go over to you, sir. Don't worry. So we've got one here and one here. Thank you.
Thank you. Renate Harlan, thank you to the panel. My question is the following. You are speaking in the public forum. What is your in-reach here at the forum to the decision makers that are here? What is your ask to them or your advice to them? What are your asks to those that can regulate and give incentives also on the governance side, be it governments, be it international organizations?
Great question.
Hi, mine is kind of related. Tessa from the Arctic Initiative. You mentioned some of the key tipping points. What are the immediate next steps we should take to keep things like permafrost from being carbon sinks to turning into carbon sources?
Great. So maybe we'll start with that. What are the calls to action for those that are inside the World Economic Forum, both in terms of the members, but also in terms of the political leaders or the political delegations, the heads of international organizations, et cetera, et cetera? Who? Maybe we'll start with the science perspective. What would Gillian and Rushitsa want to say to the?
I mean, it's what we've been saying for so long, and it's something that we're still lacking. We don't have strong leadership on this to reduce our carbon emissions. I mean, we know that the changes that are happening in the polar regions are linked to the warming from greenhouse gases. The science is clear on that. So we know that this is the root cause, but we don't have the strong leadership about this. And I find it really interesting of late to talk to my colleagues and talk to friends. Everybody has this climate guilt, and everybody's worried about, oh, I can't fly, I can't do this, I can't do that. You know, on an individual level, I think people are really feeling this, and they have a lot of angst about climate and their carbon, footprints themselves. But we don't still have this comprehensive, strong leadership on reducing CO2 emissions. And I got really, actually, I know I was going to save this for my hope later, but I mean, Portugal demonstrated in November that they could run their country for several consecutive days on renewable energy alone. So we know that this can be done. It just needs really strong leadership, and we've yet to see that. And I don't know when that's going to happen, because our carbon footprint, of course, is linked to our fossil fuel emissions, the meat industry, cement production, all of these different things. But it's also, when we start looking at the regions that have the largest carbon footprints, it's all the affluent nations. So there's a lot that we need to do about changes that has to come from the top, that it hasn't been done.
Thank you. Rushitsa.
I agree with everything that Julian said, because as individuals, there's only this much we can do. And usually as individuals, as much as I hate to say it, but we humans are egotistical. I'm going to go as far as it's still convenient for me. And if I'm more affluent, then I can say, I'm doing something for the climate, I've got my Tesla, right? But I think that's not the point. The point is that it needs to be doable for everyone, and those decisions need to come top down. And I think maybe we also need to start putting prices on the the carbon cost, on the environmental cost, because right now we have prices on everything, but we don't have prices on loss of glaciers, or loss of land, or loss on reindeer food. So as soon as we start putting prices, then maybe we will realize how any climate action is relatively cheap, because right now it seems, oh, that's a lot of money, no government wants to go for it. But if we, on this one hand, have this huge cost that's associated with the carbon emissions, then we can say, actually, the price for this whatever plant is actually not that much.
Okay, Aslak, what's your call to action? I've heard you do it a few times this week, so.
Yeah, well, what I was speaking last year at the forum was highlighting this, that currently the national regulatory framework does not ensure that indigenous people's rights are not violated when it comes to renewable energy or transitional minerals. So that is what I want to highlight, because it's not in the interest of global businesses to invest billions into somewhere and then have a Supreme Court ruling to say that it's illegal, actually, sorry to say, even though they followed the regulations in the country. So there is a higher standard to that. And just to give some idea how important indigenous people's territories are for the green shift, 85% of lithium, 75% of manganese, 66% of copper, and 57% of nickel are estimated to be on indigenous people's territories. So you cannot achieve energy transition, green shift without indigenous people. So we need to have effective partnerships that recognize our rights if we are to succeed in the green transition, or talk about conservation, which is a whole other aspect where indigenous peoples are essential.
Very powerful fact. Alexandra, what's your message into the Congress?
To put climate change on the agenda again, because for the last 2 years what we see is that the two wars that are going on are dominating international attention, and that's what the governments are concentrating on, and climate change and our work, you mentioned it, on sustainability issues. And also in my government, climate change has significantly dropped off the agenda. So we're pushing hard to have it on there, but it's, so that's, my hope is peace soon, so that we can concentrate on climate change again.
Thank you. Renata?
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about youth leadership and how do we do that. And so I wanted to send this message of, if you want to get out of business as usual, which we have been hearing a lot, right? Oh, we don't want to do Davos the same as always. Talk to us. We can get you out of business as usual. And, we're not just the youth activist that looks good on paper to invite to your panel. We are experts too. We know what we're talking about. We grew up a lot of times with the internet, with more access to information. And so there's a lot of value in bringing us to the conversation as equal partners. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is I'm really passionate about the gender and climate intersection. And oftentimes you see this being discussed a little bit. I mean, you're seeing COP29 now, right? The leadership was just announced with just men, the 28, 29 people. And so we're so far behind on that, and my message is mainstream gender into your work. Don't just bring some women into your board of directors in your company or into your business, government, whatever it is, but mainstream policies that are feminist, right? There's this saying by Mary Robinson saying that that climate change is a man-made problem with a feminist solution, and so let's keep that in mind.
Certainly, and we have to congratulate Michelle Michler for having, I think, a very strong point on that. We're very happy you're also with us, Aslak, so don't worry about that. I think I have time for 2 more questions. Ask them very quickly. There is somebody that I said I would come in, I think, was it this gentleman over there? And I will go for a woman, I think, at the back. I see her there. So we've got a man and woman. Short questions, short answers, and then I'll do a wrap up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kirti Chilkuri, and I'm from India, Hyderabad. We've been talking about 2-degree temperature laws, water raising, and all that. How can green cover increase the increased green cover, decrease of the temperature?
So green cover. Thank you very much. Next question.
Hi, my name is Christy. We're here kind of preaching to the choir. How can we engage people who do not believe in climate change? How can we approach people who consider us to be elitist, or, how can we reach people?
Great. So not talking in echo chambers, talking to those that are yet to be engaged. I'm just going to open it up to the panel. Pick and choose which you want to pick, and we'll go through, and then we'll do our closing thing. Rushitska.
I think what I've learned, and it's probably all of them, we need to communicate. We need to be really effective communicators, and in communication we need to stir feelings, because if I tell you, this and this has happened to glaciers, it might come in here and come out of this year, you won't remember. But if I show you a picture and a comparison how much that actually is, then that will stir feelings in people, and feelings will make people believe, and that's what we see all over social media. Sometimes, oftentimes it's negative, but we need to be really good at communicating, and we need to communicate not necessarily as scientists, because really we are kind of bad at communicating to start with, but we need to work with artists and other people to actually get it through.
Great. Julianne?
Yeah, I agree with that. The visual is really powerful, and I think it's a great way for people to understand. I always find it really interesting. I worked with a social scientist for quite a while doing sea ice forecasting, and he would do these polls in the east coast of the United States and ask people, a bunch of different questions, and most of the people wouldn't even know that there was actually water at the North Pole instead of land. But what they all felt confident about was that what was happening in their neck of the woods and the weather that they were experiencing was linked to what was going on in the Arctic, which I found quite surprising. So they didn't understand necessarily the geography or maybe how quickly the ice is disappearing, but they did think that it was connected to their weather patterns. And I do think that the increase in extreme events is definitely starting to have an impact on society and getting people to think more about what is happening in their neck of the woods and how it might be linked to climate change, which would then be linked, of course, to the polar regions. So I do think there's progress being made. I think the key is, too, is, whatever your, political framework is, everybody cares about their family, everybody cares about their communities, and so if you start framing the discussion a little bit more about how it's going to impact their communities, I think people get much more on board and interested to know what they can do.
Totally agree. We had a question on the green forest cover. I'm going to toss that to you, Renato. Trees, green, how are we going to do that? I know you can't answer all of it, but clearly the Amazon's got to be part of the answer.
Definitely. I'm no expert, no scientist like you all. But there's this saying that a lot of people say that the Amazon is, right, the lungs of the earth. And I think we're past that. We understand that there's so many biomes and ecosystems that are important, but you can't undermine the importance of forests, right? It's that first step to solving climate change, to reducing extreme heat. So I think that brings me back to nature-based solutions. That's what I would say. It's bringing it back to how can we, look at green technology, look at new tech and high-level things we can do, but go back to where we came from, go back to the nature and see where there you can find solutions. They are there, right? Indigenous peoples have been using that for centuries, and so it's about time that we bring that to these powerful spaces that we're in.
Thank you. Now we're getting towards the close, and I want to give my panelists a minute or less to each have closing remarks, and I want to couch these a little bit. It's always tough when you listen to the facts on science. It is always difficult. We hear them, we see them, we see extreme weather, we see loss of snow and glaciers, and then we think, what can I just do? What do we do? And we need to really, I think about hope. And I think all of us get to there in a different way, from a different background. But if I can ask my panelists, which I think have been amazing, and amazingly honest in their responses, in 2024, it's an important year. What gives you hope looking forward? And I'm not going to go in a row. I'm going to pick and move around. Alexandra, I want to start off with you. 2024, what gives you hope?
Two things give me hope. First things, Switzerland, what we have achieved in the Security Council, that we had scientists briefing on climate and security. First time ever that scientists were briefing. That gives me hope that the decisions are actually taken based on facts. And the second thing that gives me hope, not related to climate change, is that President Zelensky in his speech used the word peace. And that was the first time he used the word peace.
Beautiful.
Until now it was victory. And now we're shifting to the right direction.
Thank you. Rashitza, I'm going to move to you. I said I was jumping around.
So I was talking to a material scientist yesterday, and she was assuring me, and it was totally out of my knowledge, but she was assuring me that the scientists are developing methods and technologies to take care of carbon and to get new fuels for flying. And it was a little bit embarrassing how little I knew about it, not being in that bubble. But what she told me is that it really needs government and big money to be invested. And if that happens, then there is hope and there is possibility that we can take care of the problem. And I thought that was really cool.
Wonderful. Aslak?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. You expect there is an answer to that. Well, I would say I see some progress being made. There are many good projects. There is people's perceptions are changing slowly, unfortunately, but I would say that's what gives me hope that I can see that change is possible. But will it happen this year? Yeah, I think I'll have to leave it at there.
So cautious hope for you in 2024. Julianne.
Yeah, hope. You know, I used to have hope that there was some sort of process in the climate system that we didn't fully understand yet, and that would sort of stabilize things and act as a negative feedback to kind of regulate our planet and keep us from outrageous amounts of warming that we're facing. I think as we understand more, I don't really think that that's possible. But I guess, you know, for me at the moment, if I were to think about something that would give me hope, it's what Portugal just achieved in November. And I think if more nations can start using this as an example and how we can move forward as countries to actually start reducing our carbon footprints. I mean, I know like the Western world is starting to reduce it overall, more efficiencies, less emissions overall, but it's still not enough. But, you know, if we can really make this transition, and it's going to take many different innovation and investments, but I know it can be done because it can be done. We've seen it.
It can be done.
Yeah.
Renata.
It's a tough time for sure, for hope. I just got a call from my family yesterday that my city, Porto Alegre, is under a state of emergency. The whole state is in critical condition because of heavy floods and rainfall. And so you're seeing this over and over again. But what gives me hope is thinking about the financing for these disasters. It's something I've been studying, and there's really good groups and philanthropies and governments that are investing well and investing with intersectionality in mind, including gender and race, and intergenerational equity in mind. That is including the youth in that funding. That still doesn't go to us. About 1% of climate funding goes to youth-led movements, but it gives me hope to see more people investing their money where it needs to be.
Thank you, Renata, and I hope that your home city is safe soon. Thank you to the panelists, to the audience. From my perspective, the only way that we can get hope when we know we are on thin ice is by performing it every day in our small actions, our micro actions, and in our major actions. By performing hope as an action, as a verb, we can get there. And I'd like to invite the audience later this afternoon to come to the Schatzalp Hotel, where we are actually going to be performing hope for the glaciers with the performing arts sector, a cellist and a ballet performance outside in the snow to perform hope with Climate Base Camp. Thank you very much, Open Forum. Thank you very much, audience and panelists.
together and to make sure that there is this bonding. We have also invested in the physical layout of our offices. We have made them very different because they were probably, like many offices, much more oriented to people sitting next to each other, focused on their job. Now we have really made them, I would say, more cozy, more pleasant, to do much more the collaboration work in the office and not the purely executing, be that of operational work, be that of administrative work or of IT work. And I think, but I do agree that I always say, but we are like in a collective social experiment here. This is changing so rapidly because of COVID, and I think we have to give it a bit of time in our organization so that everybody in their company and in their setup finds a new equilibrium. But I do believe that you can continue to have good culture, and if you take it wisely, your approach to hybrid working can even be the positive contributor to that, rather than to see it as a potential downside.
So, Alan, I notice you nodding your head. What's hitting you about that?
So I entirely agree. There is a set of best practices which I think are pretty broadly shared, although I mean we may talk about them here. Some have certainly come up. Restructuring an office to be more hotel-oriented, like people can come in, they sit in different locations, more making the space more valuable for collaboration rather than sort of heads-down work. One of the things which we find most difficult, which kind of makes hybrid work kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, is that going into the office without guarantee that you'll be able to find the people who you want to work with causes a real problem, because it makes it less likely for me to go in if I go in and then I spend all day on Zoom talking to people who are elsewhere. So figuring out a way to cluster not just certain days a week, but certain teams with certain kind of, I don't know if ritual is the right word, but certain kind of regularly scheduled behavior where they're supposed to come together so that every trip to the office is in fact worthwhile for me. And we tend to find that to a certain extent, and I certainly wouldn't want to speak for everybody, and your point is exactly right, this does not apply to all kinds of work. But we've got in the habit of all working together in an office up until the pandemic hit. And in a lot of cases, that was a fairly artificial environment. And we now have to think about, well, why would somebody want to come into work, and how do we make sure that's a real thing for them? And that's something which I think is a challenge to everybody who's managing and is unique to each culture.
One thing, if I could jump in, is that there is a critical mass of activity if you are going to go in, which often happens at the office level, the neighborhood level, the city level. Because even if it's hybrid, and not to dwell on the city of San Francisco, where the last commercial real estate building was just sold a couple of weeks ago for 30% of what it went for pre-COVID. If it gets below that critical mass, then the attraction of actually coming into the office, and there's not many restaurants and there's not many people. So hybrid has to have enough volume, and it can influence designs of cities and neighborhoods.
Yeah, and for our part, we had several buildings at our main campus. We closed down 90% of them and pushed everybody into one building. And it meant that was an incredibly busy, energetic building and worth visiting.
So what you're saying about the sort of the neighborhood, the ecosystem around office work and making it appealing, is there a role for government there?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think there's of course there's a role in terms of building cities and organizing cities, the way transport works. But it's mainly, I think, a role for the companies and the institutions to find their equilibrium. And I want to point out one more thing that has been mentioned, but I think it should be re-emphasized. You have certain trade-offs, and one of the trade-offs is really important in my view. People, and you said it, Ellen, people want to work remotely. So they respond to job ads where you offer them more remote work. But at the same time, we know that it reduces identification with the employer, and it makes it more likely that they leave soon, actually. And on the extremes, we see that very often, because if you work remotely the entire week, it doesn't matter who your employer is. You can just switch. Coders do that very often, actually. So companies have to find this equilibrium between actually offering attractive workplaces, remote work, and other flexibility, and at the same time make sure that people identify with the companies. And that's a difficult task in terms of organizing the workplace physically, but it's also a very difficult management task. And it, of course, applies at the same place to public institutions like a ministry. We have exactly the same tasks to solve.
And it also implies, real emphasis on the relational skills, the leadership skills that are very hard to train and develop. Leva, have you had to think about your professional development efforts differently?
Well, very clearly, we see that different managers have different capabilities to organize for that, to accept that, to change themselves, because this is also a big change trajectory for management. And so we have been giving support to management on a number of things there. Our HR department has been very active on it. And indeed, you still see some people that continue to have difficulty with it. But what we have refused to do, to the despair of some, we have refused to change an overall rule. As we really want it to be team by team, and we really want to be adjusted to the team dynamics and the team logic and the work logic within those teams, we've said, okay, if you think that you have a good reason, you will be able to convince your team, you will be able to have that dialogue, and you will divert from this overall rule. But you don't need an overall rule to organize your own team. So it's a lot to do with empowerment on the one hand, but accountability on the other hand. And we see some managers coping better with that than others. But it is management maturity as well.
Does it also involve embracing the idea that culture takes place team by team? Is there still an overall organizational culture?
Oh, I think there is perfectly possible an overall culture, because what we talk about is about team organization. It's not the culture that we make. It's about team organization that justifies one way to fill in the setup or another one. That is about organization. Culture is something different. Culture is much more to do with how do you adopt the purpose of the country, of the company, how do you adopt the values, do you speak the same language around that? So
it's all the unwritten rules about how we behave around here, right?
Yes, but behavior and an organization is not necessarily the same thing in my view.
Right, okay. So before we go to questions from you, let's go down the road, down the panel, and just in a few sentences, just say what you think the role of the office is going to be in the future. I'll start with you, Manny.
I'd say for organizations that will continue to try to build a strong culture that creates talent loyalty, and that's not for everybody. You know, the role of the physical location of the office has to be a key enabler for that. And there's certain jobs that you don't need to do that, and there's certain organizations that aren't going to try to do that. But for those that do, the office will continue to be an important role.
Leva?
I would say that I see the role of the office really as the port where the team comes together, where they rebond, they reconnect, they recheck the priorities, they recheck the way they organize themselves. So it's really this point of connection, of coming together at a number of intervals that can be different. But I see it as this point of connection across the teams, and I believe that it is for management and for organizations to create these good opportunities where people come together. Because I'm fully with you. If somebody comes on his own to the office just to sit behind the screen to do the video calls from there, it makes no sense.
I think that one thing that's been fascinating to me about this entire thing is that it has caused management to be innovative about the way they think about things. So I look for new innovations about how to use the office, and much more how to make it into a place which emphasizes dynamic human interaction, how do you make it a truly amazing place to be? I think that the office is going to be in competition with working from home, and I think that's a good thing for the office.
It's a very good point. That I think there will be a hybrid form for sure for many workers that can work remotely, and I think if the office succeeds in offering this fascinating and interesting environment, it will become even more important because people in their leisure time are more and more socially disconnected, physically disconnected, because they use social media, they use online tools and everything else, they play computer games, they are in the virtual space. So they will long for the meeting of people, but the office has to offer this interesting environment. Then it will be successful.
All right, let's go to the really great questions from you. If you want to raise your hand, we have someone with a mic who will come to you so you can speak. Yes, sir, in the third row.
Thank you. Walter Mead with the Wall Street Journal. And one of the things that interests me about the discussion is, at least as I haven't heard much about the climate implications. I think it was mentioned by one of you, but it does seem of all the ways to reduce emissions, reducing that daily office commute is perhaps the most popular and certainly one of the most efficient. I just wonder what your thoughts are about that.
Go ahead, Minister.
I just wanted to mention one thing that's important. The daily commute is the aspect of life that creates most dissatisfaction with life. So that's something so it's not only about climate, it's also more about that. About climate, it depends a bit, of course, of the organization of the city. If my childcare is close to my office and I have to go there anyway, so it depends a bit. I wouldn't overestimate the effects, but it has, of course, an effect on climate.
Yeah, I think what I'd add is that most people are looking at this at the same time as from a cost standpoint. One practical reality is generally, with everything we've done, there's less office space than there used to be. And then people are looking at, well, from a climate standpoint, holistically, buildings are greener. There's a lot of work there. What is the cost of the commute? But also, if you're going to not have as much office space, we have some clients that are actually flying people together, because sometimes they're remote, periodically, so that it can have this magic and collaboration and teaming. You know, there is a carbon cost there too. And so what's the net balance of this? I still think in the end, it'll be lower cost and lower carbon than the old model.
Maybe it'll lead to better public transportation too.
The differences between the cities that have good public transport versus the ones that don't is one of the key ways to get variable performance.
Lieve, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to indeed say so. And I think for all companies that have a good way to measure their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, we have seen that. We have seen how much they drop over the COVID period. And we have seen that in hybrid working, it doesn't move up to the same extent. So you're certainly there. It's one of the contributing factors, and it's probably one of the factors that also resonates when you recruit young staff, because they're very, very focused on that dimension as well.
Yes. Third row.
My name is Andre. I'm an oncologist in the US, run a cancer center, so we cannot do a lot of remote work. Virtual patient maybe in the future. 2 comments, questions. One of them has to do with the perception of the human factor, and because you mentioned really well on how the office has to compete with online life at home, but how people reconnect at the human level, how we quantify that. This is really important because people go from, when you're physically there, they go from one cubicle to the other, resolve a small problem, and now we tend to organize more meetings, and we have an inflation of meetings because we can invite anyone on those meetings. The second question is that a little bit more general. How do you think this is going to change the way people sort of phase out in their retirement? Are they going to try to look at it more progressively and take a part-time job because it's remote?
We're all looking at you, Alan.
You have most data.
Yeah.
So I don't have any I don't have any exactly recent data regarding changes in meeting behavior, but there absolutely is an increase in meeting behavior because you do have access to everybody, and because in order to be able to get things done, you can't just pass someone in the hall in order to make it happen. You have to set time in order to make it work. It's actually something which is damaging to management as well. Managing people has a lot to do with sort of being in the same environment with them. But when you're managing remotely, you set a fixed time to have that conversation, so the management is more difficult in that time. I will say that there are upsides to the online meeting culture. It turns out they're far more inclusive. People tend to get excluded from meetings when they're happening in person, and then they're disconnected from their colleagues. I can't speak to the retirement question, no.
I would maybe make two comments. I think what we have seen by doing our meetings over Zoom is the following. We were an international company, and so most of our meetings, even before COVID, were a number of people in the rooms and a number of people calling in from other locations. And typically in that situation, the people calling in didn't felt that much included. Mm-hmm. And when everybody is in the same setting of being behind the screen, it becomes much more even, because we typically had head office people sitting in the same room, locations calling in, and that has changed when everybody is behind the screen. So I think that is an important takeaway that we have to take into attention when we do hybrid meetings as well, that we don't have those that are in the room versus those that sit on the screen, that you have an us and them dynamic. On the retirement, again, I don't think this has already been explored, but I think it is a good thought, because we will all need, across most of our geographies, people to work much longer just because of the demographics. And it may be indeed a way to make work there's a lot of attention on workable work, mm-hmm. and that might certainly be something that could contribute to that.
Yeah. On retirement specifically, and we're observing this in our own company. I said people value flexibility, and people have been valuing hybrid. Well, the last few years, you've learned, the old model, if you work in the office 5 days a week, and then you have to retire / cut. In a world of more flexible work models, you can work 80%, you can work 60%, you can gig economy across multiple companies if you want, you can work from home. The step down from the traditional full-time job has actually been easier. So we're seeing more in our senior people, more part-time allocations, more, we'll be an advisory partner, not a regular partner, and the rest of the organization is now more comfortable with that model. So I do think it makes the end of career slope a little bit easier.
Easier on the individual and easier on the organization. That's a lot of knowledge not running out the door on Monday. Yeah.
Might still be difficult for oncologists, though.
Yes, second row.
Sue Chan from The Telegraph. Can you talk about any generational differences between sort of attitudes towards being in the office, and just on young people in particular? I mean, many of them are used to, in the past, learning on the job. Is there an extra training need? Because a lot of them, they can't learn from superiors in the office now.
Well, I can speak to one finding we had from research we've done around this, is that young people who are taking their first job do not want remote work. They want hybrid work, because they want the flexibility to be able to spend 3 days in the office and to kind of ease into the world of work, or whatever other things are calls upon their time. But they need in connection with the people who are around them, and they feel the lack of it very strongly. So in general, hybrid is highly attractive and remote is not attractive at all. It was one of the things which we discovered when we were basically all fully remote. So yeah, at least that is 100% true.
So typically from our experience, we recruit people, I would say, kind of in cohorts. And indeed, in the first months, there's a whole lot of training, and then they come much more to the office, and we encourage that, and we make sure that the people that give the training are then also in the office. So indeed, for training and for learning and for getting, I would say, on the rails of the company, so there the physical presence has its value and it has its advantages, but even then, when we leave a bit of flexibility during the week, if there is something, it is highly appreciated. But it is true that for training there is a more attention to the physical presence, substantially more.
Manny, do you see anything that you'd like to share?
Well, I candidly, in the early days of going from everyone remote back into the offices for organizations where training and we will use the term apprenticeship matters. Yes, the young college grads wanted to come into the office and interact with the more senior people they could learn from. It was harder to get the senior people back in, you know, because they're the ones that they have nicer homes, they have more real estate, etc. So to actually build the management systems that encouraged, there has to be a balance. That took a little bit of work, and we're in much better space now than when we were all coming out of the remote period. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. You over there.
I'm Brad Olsen. I'm an economist from New Zealand and one of the global shapers. I just wondered, does the physical location of the office change in the future? You know, do you always go back to the CBDs where space is expensive and similar, or do you start to see offices, because they're not as well populated, move out to the fringes? In New Zealand, during the pandemic, we saw massive shifts of population from our urban centres to provinces, and I just wonder if you think that not only will that happen with people's working from home, but also does the office location shift?
Probably I can say a few words to that, if I may. So we see, and I think that's similar in other places of the world, pop-up community offices, for instance. So people don't want to work from home because conditions are not perfect, or they want to install everything. Security issues might matter. There might be other amenities close by, whatever, childcare, a restaurant. So I think we will see also some developments in terms of office space that is not at the headquarters or at the traditional premises of a company or an institution. I think that is something that happens, but it takes some time. The laws are not very clear sometimes. The question is who pays for it. Sometimes even in Austria, sometimes even villages pay for it because they want people to stay in the village, because of course there is an advantage because they spend the money there and they don't go to a larger city close by commuting every day, actually.
And I will one quick thing. One of the things which the last 3 years has been great for has been small communities which weren't actually able to retain highly paid talent. So in the US, I know that people who wanted, for instance, to be software engineers had to leave wherever they lived in order to go do that in a city center someplace. That isn't the case anymore. You can set up like a little storefront in your downtown, and you have 4 engineers who work there. So the diversity of types of working has grown, and I think the kind of effect you're talking about is one which will be of specific value to small and medium enterprises. Maybe not to big companies where getting 1,000 people together in the same place really matters. But if it's 25 people or even 100 people, then I think it's a great option.
Mm-hmm. For us, it's maybe a bit different. I would say what we did in the past and what we continue to do, as we want this to be the place where people connect, where we bring more people together at the same time in order to have purposeful interactions in the office. We continue to privilege, because we are looking for a new office as we speak, but we continue to privilege proximity to public transport for the biggest part of the population. Because otherwise, if you accept hybrid work, but you don't look after that, you have even less chances to bring them together for the things that really matter.
Any other thoughts? Well, unfortunately, we have to draw this to a close. Thank you so much for the conversation, for helping us see the physical office as a shaper and a reinforcer of culture, for helping us understand that, now the office really has to compete with working at home. And so we all have to think differently about how we use our physical space. And then some of the best practices that really help to make work in the office work for everyone. I should mention that this discussion is an effort of the Good Work Alliance, a cross-country alliance of leaders working to improve job quality worldwide and provide flexibility and protection as part of one of the pillars of the Good Work Framework, which is created by the Alliance. I think that QR code will take you to more information about the Good Work Alliance. Thank you so much, and thank you for your wonderful questions, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you, Amy.
The human condition performing at the highest level. We all think we're having a bad day. We're not having a bad day. I'm privileged to know, and so is Charmaine, what a bad day really means. So I always feel incredibly optimistic because I've seen the full range, and I'm sure you're the same. In the end, we're sitting here as complete optimists, driven to serve and to lift your hearts, not break your hearts. We want you to leave with the information of humanity so that when you make decisions, you're now empowered to make the right decision. And history tells us that when people are dehumanized, we make the wrong decision. So it's sometimes a painful thing to hear about these stories, but we do it out of great humility and great respect. And I think we're very proud to be standing here delivering these messages, but we're really grateful that we're given a platform to do that. And I'm very proud to share the stage with this incredible person.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
panel is really about how we're going to revive growth. Last year, growth was around 3%. This year, we're expecting around 2.8. That's a lot lower than the trend growth during the last 2 decades. We've been close to 4%. And that delta is not insignificant. That delta means that poverty is growing many places in the world, and we also see increased youth unemployment. So as you see, the theme of this panel is without trade and investment recovery, there is no real recovery. And there is a need for a trade recovery. I mentioned the trend growth of the global economy, 3.8, and now we are 2.8 or 2.9. Trade last year was 0.8 growth. And in the past, when we had higher growth, trade was the engine behind the growth. Trade was growing much faster than the economy. How do we revive trade and investment growth? But how do we also make sure that we factor in that it works for the environment, it works for jobs, and it works also for less inequalities? I think that's important. But also, trade is changing so fast. Today, digital trade is 15% of the global trade. It's growing double as fast as the rest of the trade area. Services are growing also much faster than traditional goods. But then we have industry policies suddenly injected into that. And as Dr. Ngozi and I discussed at the luncheon when we went to grad school in economics, we learned that industry policy was not a good idea. That has changed a bit, so we are pragmatic, but how pragmatic should we be about that? Then we have level playing fields. We have it now with the electrical vehicles, the EVs, we have it in many areas. So geopolitics is worse than last year. The economy is maybe a little bit better than we expected. Soft landing in the US, maybe, hopefully, inshallah. But that also means that we are very concerned about the geopolitical aspect of this. And we are already seeing it on the supply chains. What is happening now in the Red Sea, for example. And if you want to move in a situation where inflation goes down, I think we also have to factor in the need for competition and comparative advantages. Hopefully, we have not forgotten all about that. And then we have the MC13. What does that mean? We have important trade minister meeting in February under the auspices of the WTO. And Dr. Ngozi, I think your trade growth numbers for this year, fortunately, are better than last year, a lot better. But I know you have some concerns. And also thank you for being the guardian of the trade rules we have today, because we are not in a trade recession. Trade is still growing. Sometimes you get a different feeling when you read the newspapers. But it's growing, but it's not growing as fast as we want. So how can we secure what we have? How can we develop it also into the new areas that are growing? And how can we secure that trade again becomes an engine for growth? Easy questions.
Very easy.
In 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Borge. You're right. Last year, we saw weak growth in trade. We projected 0.8%, and we had a slight rebound in the last quarter of last year in automobiles and parts and components. But I don't think it's enough to really make us change our numbers very much. But going into this year, we were more optimistic, and we projected 3.3%. But the concerns about what is happening in the Red Sea and the Suez Canal and elsewhere in the world, people also forget that climate change concerns, drought in the Panama Canal, are also an issue. And so this uncertainty that we have and the downgrade of global growth also has an impact on trade. So trade, it's like a circular thing, impacts global growth and back. makes us slightly less optimistic about the 3.3%. I think we'll come in below that. We're revising our forecast, so I don't have the new numbers. Nevertheless, it's still better than last year. And you talked about how do we make trade contribute more. We are quite optimistic on that contribution because there are some bright spots in trade. We've got digital, we've got services growing. Actually, services grew for the first 9 months of last year at an annualized rate of about 9%. And within that, digitally delivered services growing very, very fast. We're also bullish about green trade. Over the past 2 decades, green trade has tripled to about 1.9 trillion. So I think services, digital trade, green trade, these are some of the areas that we need to look at. So what should we do? On the investment side, we're negotiating an investment facilitation agreement at the WTO with 110 countries. The idea is to help developing countries as much as possible sweep away those barriers so the investment can come in and it can help revitalize growth and trade. We're also looking at rules to underpin digital trade, and we hope that at our 13th ministerial, we'll be able to advance on these fronts. So yes, we are worried, but remember, trade is very resilient, and we are optimistic we can pick up on some bright spots. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. And the trade wars and protectionism and new tariffs and all that, has that calmed down a bit, or is it really a big threat still?
Well, we're worried about protectionism, of course, and unilateral actions. As you know, the WTO has the rules that underpins the world trading system, and 75% of world trade happens on WTO terms. That is significant. So we certainly want to keep away from any measures that are unilateral or peer protectionist. We are seeing an increase in export restrictions and prohibitions, import restrictions climbing, but we are also, by making this transparent, our members are also seeing that we need to pull back on this, and so that we can have without a free flow of trade, I don't think we can recover. So we are concerned, but we are working on it.
Does industry policies keep you up at night?
It does. Look, on a pragmatic level, we have to accept that due to the vulnerability of supply chains that we saw, there will be some amount of reshoring for certain supply chains that have been over-concentrated and where we're over-dependent on certain geographies. But what we have to say is this is a slippery slope. So let's be careful, because once we start working on that, then having been a cabinet member for a long time, I can come up, I can tell you how education is important to national security, health certainly is important, other areas. So we need to be careful, where does this stop? So pragmatism married with a keen eye to not undermine the open trading system and competition. I think that's what we're looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Ngozi. Khaldoon Mubarak, the CEO of Mubadala Investment, one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, based in the UAE. UAE is really a major trading nexus, and you rely on a lot of trade and open economies, and you also invest your taxpayers' money for the future, and you follow the geopolitics and also the geoeconomics very closely. And how important is trade and openness, investments for you in your calculations, and how is your outlook for trade moving forward? And the UAE is even hosting the next trade minister meeting in February, so congratulations on that. So we hope that is as successful as COP28.
More.
Well, we're gonna work on it. So I think maybe I'll start with WEF. I was here, I've been here coming for many, many years, and I will go back to 2019 or 2020, because I think that was an interesting inflection point. When we were talking about globalization, trade. The world was going in a trajectory of globalization and trade until 2020. And then I think a lot of things happened over the last 4 years that have moved us globally away from that trajectory. COVID, obviously, and the pandemic moved towards protectionism on supply chains, changed the thinking of how the world thinks and how countries think about supply chains and about protecting, obviously, their industries. Then you had, obviously, war in Europe, Russia, Ukraine, and what that ended up spinning over in terms of commodities, the challenge of energy in Europe and commodities all around the world. And of course, that created another security slash supply chain slash commodity reality that, again, was fighting trade and fighting globalization. You have the two largest economies in the world going through over the last, again, particularly over the last 3 years, 4 years, again, a very challenging relationship. And then now you have the war in the Middle East. So you have all of these events happening, leading to a push away from globalization and away from trade, which I think as a capitalist, as a chief executive of an investment sovereign fund, a fund coming from the UAE that is, basically at the heart of trade and globalization. Our ethos, our DNA in the UAE is about trade and it's about globalization. As an investor that invests east, west, north, south, we have been operating in that domain. Now, I have to draw an analogy at this point back to the UAE. What did the UAE do in that same 4-year period? On trade, I think the UAE did more trade agreements in that 4-year period than any other country in the world. From trade agreements with big economies like India, Turkey, Indonesia, massive trade deals, bilateral trade deals, which again, I think helped the UAE in that shift that's happening globally, positioned the UAE, I think, very, very well. And at the same time, I think we maintain, a globalization push by keeping the UAE as a hub for trade and business, by maintaining connectivity, investing in these large economies. And then, I think as an investor, and I come back to my point, and I'm looking at the watch because I want to stick to your rules of 3 minutes, we as an investor, looking at how we can invest in that supply chain across the board, be it in energy transition, be it in technology, in data centers, digital technology, digital infrastructure, and how we can help unlock this challenge, which is a challenge from one perspective, but from our perspective as investors, a huge opportunity, which, by the way, matches very well because we are doing our part in helping unlock challenges that help growth, build up demand, and ultimately, just to conclude, I think my firm, or our firm's belief in the UAE, and my firm view also with that is, with economic development comes prosperity, with prosperity comes stability, with stability, ultimately you have peace. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think you deserve an applause for that one.
Oh, I get an applause.
You mentioned bilateral trade agreements, and we've seen a lot more of that in the last years, and also mega regional trade agreements. Do you think that of course, it can end like in a spaghetti bowl, so it can be very complex. At the same time, it can also inspire these nations to then form coalitions that later can be formalized under the WTO.
Listen, I think the way I will address this is, I think there needs a mindset. There's a mindset shift that needs to happen. Because I've seen over these last couple of years, the politics has changed globally. And I think there needs to somehow a shift back in the mindset where trade and globalization is embraced, and embraced politically, where trade and globalization is supported. Now, obviously, that means you need a bit more stability in the world. But, it's a chicken and egg. There's that catch-22, what comes first? We can debate what comes first, but at the end of the day, it needs to happen. And my views is we have to push for finding avenues to allow back that principle of trade globalization, supply chains, bringing back trust, putting mechanics and frameworks in place that allow that confidence and trust to come back into the systems. That will help the world and will help the efficiency of flows, of these flows, by the way, south, north, east, and west.
This notion of friendshoring is partly happening, at least nearshoring. We used to say just in time, but now we say also just in case. That's also putting a little bit more inflationary pressure under this. But how is the UAE? Do you see any friendshoring to you? Are you able to navigate between the G2 and the other strong forces?
Yes, I mean, listen, the UAE has to play a part. We're obviously, the world is very big, and we're a country that has to also, within the constraints of our size and our geography and our region. But I think we're trying hard to do our best in that space. I think one of the areas, there's two areas we're spending a lot of time on. Obviously, energy transition, and that's a space which I think there's tremendous benefits for the whole world. We're investing a lot of capital in the generational side of energy transition, but also on the supply chain aspect of it. The other, which is I think going to be very exciting going forward, and it's been the theme of WEF this year, is AI. But I think rather than debating the technology aspect of it, when are we going to get to generative AI, what it needs in terms of compute power, in terms of chip power, in terms of, I'm going to tackle it from a different angle, which is on a key component of how we get to generative AI, which is the infrastructure / energy transition / data center infrastructure needed for it. The data center side, and I'm just going to spend a minute on this. Today, you have the global capacity of data centers built today is about between 55 to 60 gigawatts globally. That's it. We are in 2024. That is what you have globally. Just this space alone is going to require, over the next 10 years, for this infrastructure, no less than, depending on what assumptions you're going to take, 200 to 400 gigawatts. That's the range. Obviously, it's a wide range, but it's a huge range. In the bottom end of that range, 200 gigawatts, just imagine the level of investment required in terms of data centers globally. And what that needs in terms of energy, and by the way, that energy it's needed in the form of clean energy. So that's going to have to come basically from nuclear, solar, wind, geothermal. So there is an unbelievable demand story that's going to be built up over the next years, but not 30, 40 years. We're talking in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. And I think that's a very important opportunity, which, if we grasp, will help everything we talked about, globalization, because it will only work effectively in a globalization perspective, with countries working together, corporations and investment institutions like ourselves working together and being efficient.
Thank you, Haldun. Let me then go to Chrystia Freeland, Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Finance Minister, but before that, Foreign Minister, and then we were Trade Ministers together. And, once a Trade Minister, I think you still keep on your hard disk some of the very detailed negotiations. It's a very meticulous industry, to put it that way. Listening to Dr. Ngozi and also to Haldun now, and the bigger picture, Canada is an open economy. It's a G7 economy. Looking at trade and investments and revival of growth there, how important do you think it is? What are the measures we can take globally to do better? And what is Canada's contribution to this? And I also add those three questions, but you probably remember also Chrystia, she was given the task when Mr. Trump was president and there was a new trade policies and also the renegotiations of NAFTA, and you maneuvered that through. And I guess that's a competence that is also possibly useful in the years to come. Over to you, Chrystia.
Well, thank you very much, Borge, and thank you for the friendship between Canada and Norway. I know you're not here in that capacity, but it's a very important partnership for us. Look, Borge, you know Canada well, and Canada is an open economy. We are a trading nation. We're very proud to be able to say we are the only G7 country that has a comprehensive trade deal with every other G7 country, with Valdis, with Brian, I see Taro Kono of Japan. If we had a Brit here, with the Brits too. And we work hard to have strong trading relationships. We believe in them. It is also the case, as Ngozi and Khaldun have said, the environment in 2024 is very different than it was in 2015 when I became trade minister. And it is clear, I very much agree with how Khaldun framed it. There are sort of two dominant economic trends that have a bearing on trade and investment right now. One is a focus on supply chain resilience, and that is just a reality. After the shock that we all experienced during COVID with things shut down, our people are just going to demand a little more security in their supply chains. And then that was multiplied, as Khaldun said, by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And, you know, Valdis can speak much more, with much greater experience than I can. But we all saw in particular how that really delivered a huge shock to Europe, the dependency that they had. So supply chain resilience, it's a reality. And we're all thinking about it in how we build our own trade relationships and also how we as Canada make a pitch to foreign investors. The other thing that's going on, and again, Khaldun talked about this is a hugely transformative moment in the whole global economy. I think that right now we're living through a moment which is comparable only to the Industrial Revolution itself in terms of the energy transition and the way we need to retool all of our manufacturing. That is huge. Canada's strategy, Borge, is to say, look at these two trends and let's see how we can use them to play to Canada's strengths. And our view is there's a lot that Canada can offer to the world in this moment. You know, we have the critical minerals and metals that you need to build a green economy. We have a lot of clean energy. 85% of our grid is already clean, and we are investing heavily in building more clean energy. We are a country that believes in manufacturing, has manufacturing know-how and capacity. And then you guys spoke about industrial policy. You know, the thing that is new about industrial policy is we are developing our economies, growing our economies at a time when we also need to accomplish the green transition. And I spoke yesterday to a very significant international business leader who is also a big investor in Canada. And he said to me, all the countries in the world need to be very careful that decarbonization does not mean deindustrialization. I thought that was an extremely smart comment, and Canada is absolutely determined that decarbonization for us will mean more jobs, more growth, more manufacturing, and we recognize government needs to play a role to make that happen. So we've set up a $15 billion government fund run by professional investors from a Canadian pension fund. And I hope you know Canadian pension funds, they're geniuses, the best in the world. So we don't have my department manage the money. Sorry, you guys are very good too.
And then Norwegians are involved.
Norwegians also
is
good.
not bad
They're
either,
good.
huh?
No, but like, come on, the Canadian pension funds, they're great. My point is, we don't have government bureaucrats invest these $15 billion. We have professional investors do it, but their job is to fill that gap between to really de-risk for private capital. And that 15 billion is being invested alongside private capital to make projects work. And then we have put in place a system of investment tax credits really to be comparable to the IRA. And we now have a suite of policies for the industrial transformation worth about $120 billion. So come invest in Canada. We believe that we have to hustle. We think this is a moment that, the cement is being poured for the new economy. And we really believe in being out there, talking to investors in the world and saying there's a lot of natural advantages Canada has, and we're going to help those advantages along with government policy. And then just to conclude, Borge, what I'll say, I liked your introduction. I liked the way you said it's really important that trade policies work for people. And that would be sort of my final comment, speaking for Canada. But really, I think this applies to the whole world. As we build our economic policies, whether they are trade policies or investment attraction policies or industrial policies, at the end of the day, the question we have to ask ourselves is, will this make the life of the people I represent better? Will it create great jobs that people can build a life on and have hope and optimism for the future with?
Thank you so much, Christia. Moving over to Valdis Dombrovski, Vice President of the EU Commission, responsible for trade and investments. EU is a superpower when it comes to trade. I think the single market is still the largest market in the world. Some used to say it's a superpower without superpowers, but I think you're shown some more superpowers lately. You've become a little bit more assertive, also on level playing fields, and there is like a hobby for some people to write off the EU. Like 2012, it was like the currency was written off. It's still the second most important currency in the world. It's also Greece was going to go bust. Now it is the fastest growing economy in Europe. So you have also good results to show. But what is the role of the EU in securing and shaping a trade system and trade that will contribute to recovering global growth?
Thank you, Borge. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, EU is a world trading superpower. We are the largest trading bloc in the world, also having one of the most comprehensive network of free trade agreements in the world. So for the EU, clearly there is a lot of stake when we discuss global trading system. So from EU side, we are obviously committed and working to preserve a rules-based multilateral trading system. Clearly, geopolitical context is changing. It's becoming much more conflictual, and also the risk of economic fragmentation is there. But clearly, that would come at substantial economic cost. There are estimates of the International Monetary Fund is that if this economic fragmentation would take place globally, so trade focusing within geopolitical blocks, that would have an effect on the world economy, which would be equivalent of taking Germany's and France's combined GDP out of the world economy, and effect unevenly distributed, with developing countries most negatively affected. So also from that point of view, clearly it's important to preserve this multilateral system. At the same time, it's also visible that there is a paradigm shift from efficiency to resilience. So there's much more talk about economic security, economic resilience, and so on and so forth. So, and there the question will be to find the right balance, that all this talk of economic security and resilience does not become just a pretext for protectionism, that indeed the risks which we are facing are addressed in a targeted and proportionate way. Also, when we discuss resilience, this example was mentioned already of the EU's dependence on Russian fossil fuel supplies, notably natural gas supplies, and which Russia tried to use after its invasion in Ukraine. So it tried to use their fossil fuel supplies as a tool of weapon, kind of manipulation and blackmail. So we had to unwind this dependency, which we did, but obviously it also had a substantial economic cost. And now, when we are moving to the green and digital economy, it requires other inputs, it requires other raw materials, critical minerals, and also there it's very important that we are not developing strategic dependencies from certain suppliers, but to ensure this resilience, actually it's the part of the answer is exactly diversification. So instead of closing down, actually seeking cooperation and cooperating with a broadest range of reliable partners in the world, because resilience comes also through diversification. Also from that point of view, staying open to the world remains key. At the same time, it's clear that we also cannot have this openness for granted. We need to be able to defend our interests, our companies, when others are not playing by the rules, distorting the level playing field. And that's what Borge already referred to, that indeed EU's trade policy is also becoming more assertive. So we need to be able to defend ourselves, and we have developed also our own toolbox to do so, should others not play by the rules. But to summarize, from the EU side, we will act multilaterally as much as we can, but we would stand ready to act unilaterally if we must.
Thank you very much, Valdis. If you look at the framework we have today, the multilateral framework, and where Dr. Ngozi is the custodian of that, together with her colleagues at the WTO. Has it been more robust than you thought, or has it not been?
First of all, multilateral trading framework matters a great deal economically. Dr. Ngozi already mentioned the figures that 75% of the world trade is taking place under WTO rule. EU, as I said, has one of the most comprehensive networks of free trade agreements. Still, most of our trade is done under WTO rules. So therefore, it's clear that we need to invest and engage in preserving and strengthening this multilateral system, and that's something from the EU side we are very committed to do. We have been working very intensively towards successful outcomes at the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference and preserving this multilateral system, and we managed to do so together with all our partners and under leadership of Dr. Ngozi. And now we must do the same. We must engage very seriously towards successful outcomes of 13th Ministerial Conference next month in Abu Dhabi to preserve this multilateral trading system.
Thank you, Brian Moynihan, the chair and CEO of Bank of America, one of the largest financial institutions in the world. And I guess also for Bank of America, trade and growth is incredibly important. At the same time, we are also in a situation where we haven't seen so much global debt since the Napoleonic Wars. The global debt is now 300% of the global GDP. So there's also challenges. And I think the only way to get out of that trap is also to revive growth. And that is best done with trade and investments. What's your take on that? Do you agree?
I think clearly, if you grow the pie, the mass, and you manage the budgets a little more in line, and you don't have the shocks of COVID that cause the spending, you get them back in the places they should be, and that's what we have to achieve. And because that amount of fiscal spending, which was necessary, and you could debate how much more was necessary, but a major part of it has caused inflationary factors around the world that we're still adjusting out of the system. And it's caused debt levels to get to places where they're squeezing out private activity, and as rates rise, that even becomes more problematic. So if you think about, when I listen to all my colleagues talking, just to hit some of the points, let's think about from people and let's think about it from companies, right? Because that's what we intermediate in the end of the day. And so if you think about it from consumers, the good news for 24 is the consumers in the US are in pretty good shape, the consumers in the EU are in pretty good shape, and you put those two economies together, you got 45% of the world's GDP. And by the way, the Gulf countries are in pretty good shape and the oil prices have stayed solid, so you can start adding chunks. That means you're going to have a reasonably good year. The people are employed and they're spending money, and the growth slowed down, but it's slowed down more consistent with a low inflation economy. So now I'm a company. I've got to supply into that. I've got to get my materials. My consumers are demanding price reductions. Where do I get that? Well, you go back to the old places where the production's the most efficient. What we traded for decades was efficiency in dollar spent, euro spent, or whatever, to get the goods in, and the consumers benefited by that, and they're just as demanding. I want that bike back to the old price. I don't want the inflated price. I want that car, whatever. So I think that powerful consumer is going to assert itself. So when businesses go to fill it, they either just take a margin hit or they've got to drive pricing through the system, which means they go to efficiency. The mistake in all that is we can't forget the lessons of the pandemic, which is the trade for 10% price with no resiliency in supply chain had a bunch of companies saying, I can't get it. Not that I can't get it at a price, I just literally can't get it. And they've learned from that, and they've changed, and that what they've done is, this is risk management. You call it resiliency, you call it different words, but it's about risk management. Even as a lender to a company, you are very deep into where's your supply chain coming from and how resilient it is. Somewhere in March, once we figured out that COVID was transmitted by breathing and we needed masks, it was like a spy novel to get the mask out of China. We had to get 10 million masks out so we could open our branches. So, because we used 2 million a week, we had 400,000 total in the company. So, and they were nowhere. And so the idea is something that's commodity. This isn't something really sophisticated. A surgical mask became impossible to get, and you were paying multiple dollars per unit. And so we learned from that. And that resiliency question is going to cause a nearshoring, friendshoring, multiple second sourcing. All these words described. It's a pretty simple question. I can't rely on a single source. Same thing with Germany with their energy, because factors can disrupt. And so I think that is in companies' minds they won't forget, but they're going to be up in 24 against this, wage growth has slowed, and against this pressure from their consumers saying, give me price, just when they're trying to diversify supply chain. Two other points to think about in trade. The discussion around people in trade generally has been around labor, and I think the USMC and the agreements have dealt with this over the years. But we forget the other side of the people is the people who actually consume. And so you got to be careful of that balance. And that's one of the tougher things, because we want to all have manufacturing jobs, but they're still a small part. And when you get to digital economy, this all gets completely scrambled, right? And so, you cannot function. Computers, phones, chips, they are the wheat and protein of the economy now. And so you have to get those distributed in the world. You can't, so you have the security side, people understand that, but from the broad side, it has to be free-flowing. You can't make them everywhere. It's too sophisticated. So we have to think about trade as the way it facilitates development in countries in the global south. And without trade, you're not going to get there. Then you go to investment, and the thing I hear from companies over and over again, and Christian and I were talking about a specific case of which our country benefited by, it's all about speed of execution, permitting, conditions of doing it. The money is there. The money is ready to be invested. As you think about these second sourcings, new places to put a battery plant, new places to put a car plant, new places to put some sort of manufacturing facility, it's all about how fast can the government accommodate the deployment, because on a just transition, we need so much stuff. And governments forget that you can have all the IRA money you want, without the permitting, it won't get spent. You can have all the different accommodations in Europe that are made, without permitting, it doesn't get spent. And that is really hard, because you think trade's hard between two countries. Now you go through all the local jurisdictions. 7 years for a windmill. They aren't going to get up very fast. That creates financing. So we need to think about restrictions locally as intra-company trade. It's almost as important now. And even between companies part of the same trading bloc, for lack of a better term, the USMC, you can bid against them just by pace. You don't even have to worry about benefits. And so we need to think about that impact too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for that very thoughtful input. it's unbelievable, like the time is out, but I would have liked it to continue. But I would like then to come back to you at the end, Dr. Rangosa. It seems like we're moving into a little bit higher inflationary territory, because we will not go back to the system where we only looked at the competitive advantages and we bought it wherever it was cheapest. And there is the level playing field thing coming in. It's also a bit of the diversification. But then there is another factor that is coming in, and this is generative AI, as Haldun also mentioned. We have numbers at the World Economic Forum showing if you implement this, you can have productivity gains of 30%. So that productivity gain can, of course, then maybe adjust a bit from this. So please comment on that. And then the spaghetti bowl, and are you positive to all these bilateral trade agreements and regional ones? Do you think you can like grab them and put them into your machinery and make them multilateral after some time, or are there impasses? And you are also very innovative when it comes to plurilaterals. If you haven't heard about plurilaterals, it is like a coalition of willings that go forward, 60, 70 countries, and then they hope for it to be then authorized under your auspices after some time. 2 minutes for you.
Well, before I want to build on some of the excellent points that have been made by the panelists before commenting on this. There is one aspect. Christia said we're at a moment in time, and Haldun said the same thing. There's something we need to remember as we're at this moment in time where countries feel challenged. And that is that we need to think of globalization not in the way it was done before, but differently. And we need to make sure that those who did not benefit during the first round benefit this time. The reason globalization got a bad name is some poor people in rich countries were left out, and poor countries or developing countries were at the margin. We don't want to repeat in the new paradigm the same story where in diversifying supply chains, in rejigging the way we do business and building resilience, we leave out a set of countries at the margin. So I must speak up for developing countries. We have to, fortunately, we have a paradigm at the WTO that will help us do this. We believe very strongly that we can both diversify supply chains and build resilience. And Valdez said it very well. And I want to pick up on some of that. We can diversify our supply chains, deconcentrate those sectors and geographies that are causing a problem by diversifying them also to developing countries, other parts of the world that have the right business environment. And we're calling this re-globalization. So you can, yes, inevitably you can reshore some, nearshore some, but please let us also diversify some supply chains, build them in developing countries, help to create jobs. They don't have the fiscal space to be able to subsidize and have a very robust industrial policy. But in investing in critical minerals and clean energy, we can also build supply chains in these countries. And what Europe is planning to do now in investing in Africa, for instance, in these areas, this is very, very important. So that's the first point. Don't forget the developing countries. So that being said, I think that trade is going to be instrumental, no matter what we do, as you said, Borge, in the rebound. And in doing it, the generative AI, you said I should comment on it. I think this is a very important tool that can reduce the cost of trade, make supply chains more efficient to manage, and increase productivity. So we see it in a positive way, as a positive force that can help us in trade and in managing supply chains better. And actually, if you think about it, what we need are good rules, because there's one thing you need for AI is data. Large amounts of data to train large language models. So who controls the data is going to have the power to build the sharpest AI models. And at the WTO, we're engaged now in trying to build the rules to underpin digital trade. And that includes building rules around cross-border data flows. So I think that if we succeed in bringing consistency and agreement in the way we manage data across the board, AI, we will have a more common approach to AI that will benefit everybody. Let me end by saying it's all about people. I really want to agree with that. At the end of the day, whatever we do in trade, we need to remember that the agreements we reach, the supply chains we rebuild, must be to serve people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ngozi. We're so privileged to have you in that role. It's not the easiest one, to put it that way, but it's very important. I feel so privileged that I could moderate this excellent panel. I found every intervention so thoughtful, and I think, I hope you feel the same. I learned a lot, and I think we can make the conclusion, as in the title, no recovery without a trade and investment recovery. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session where we are going to be discussing electric vehicles, the promising solution to decarbonize this big part of the mobility system, which is automobiles, and how to do this with an ecosystem mindset approach. If we wanted to replace the global vehicle fleet from combustion engine to electric vehicles, we would need 3 billion tons of lithium. This means 700 years to extract this lithium. This is the kind of challenge. So this is not an easy challenge, and it can only be done if we do this with a mentality of value chain, which is what we will propose to you this afternoon. How to tackle the emission reduction across the value chain, from batteries to charging stations, energy grids, and the critical materials needed to manufacture them, how to mobilize policies, regulations, incentives on circularity, on recycling, on materials extraction, what kind of partnerships will be needed, what kind of public-private collaborations can foster this transformation. This is what we will be discussing today in a session that is informed by the work of the Circular Cars Initiative, which is part of the World Economic Forum Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Supply Chain. And we're going to do this with a stellar panel. Let me briefly introduce them. To my left, Brian Kemp, Governor of the state of Georgia, welcome. To his left, Hilde Merete Asheim, CEO of Hydro Norway, leading aluminum company, provider of materials, therefore. To her left, Robin Zhang, founder and CEO of CATL China, one of the largest battery manufacturers in the world. And to his left, last but not least, Jim Rowan, CEO of Volvo Cars, and also chair of the Alliance of CEO Climate Leaders. So, with this, let me start this conversation with Jim. I'm going to start with you. You're a leading electric vehicle manufacturer. What is it that keeps you up at night? What are the main challenges that you have top of your list?
How long do we have?
We've got to be done in 45 minutes, and everyone has to speak, including the audience.
I will try to be brief. So, first of all, you need to start with the technology. I'm an engineer, and so I look at it from the point of physics and engineering. And when we look at electrical propulsion, it's clearly a better engineering solution to what we have right now. We had steam, that was good for a while. We moved to petrol, and now we're moving full scale towards electric vehicles. There's less noise. So if you look at a really good internal combustion engine, roughly it's 35% efficient in terms of the energy put into the movement that you get on the wheels. If you take a really good propulsion system, the latest system from Volvo, for example, 93% efficient. You don't need to be a data scientist to figure out that that's a big data point. So there's less noise, there's less heat, there's less vibration, and there's zero tailpipe emissions. So let's assume that it's the right technology. Now, what keeps me up at night is actually the same thing that gets me out of bed in the morning. And that is that we have a massive opportunity ahead of us. We have the technology, but we also have a massive challenge. It's clear, to me at least, that we have a global climate crisis on our doorstep. It's clear that we need to act now. It's clear that the sheer scale and the complexity of the change, as you mentioned, will require academia, it will require government, it will require financing, and it will require industry to work together. There's no way that we can do all of this on our own. What's not clear to me is if we have the fortitude, if we have the collective will, and if we are prepared to make choices that may affect the short-term results of our companies for the long-term benefit of society. That, for me, is still not clear. And not only are we out of time, it's my belief that we are out of excuses. And I don't think that history will look towards us favorably if we don't act. So we have three areas where I think we need to look at. We need to look at self, we need to look at suppliers, and we need to look at society. If I start with self, what are we doing as Volvo Cars? So first of all, we have stopped diesel. We have stopped all our investment in internal combustion engines. We have committed to be a 100% electric company by 2030 and be 50% electric by 2025. We've committed to be net zero by 2040, and we've committed that we will be a full Scope 3 reduction of 40%, Scope 1, 2, and 3 of 40% by 2025 and 75% by 2030. We've also increased the targets on water usage, and set ourselves targets to get a higher biodiversity score. That's the next thing on the agenda, will be biodiversity. And we've moved to full 100% green debt. All of our factories around the world, all of our manufacturing factories around the world are already at 75% climate neutral, and will be at 100% climate neutral in all of the factories by 2030. But that's self. 98%, like most companies, 98% of our greenhouse emissions come from Scope 3. So while we can look at ourselves and congratulate ourselves on good results so far, unless we attack the supply piece, it really doesn't matter too much. And in that sense, then, we really need to make sure that we work with our suppliers. This is not about beating up suppliers and asking them for cost reductions. It's about working together. And finally, bringing in legislation from government. That's the society part. Because we need green energy. All of this revolves around green energy. It's as simple as that. We won't get green steel. We won't get green aluminium. We won't get green energy to recharge our electric cars unless governments step up, and I mean really step up, and put the investments into green infrastructure, especially around green energy. And all of these things need to happen in parallel. We need to do the self, of course. We need to make sure we work with suppliers, and we need to make sure that we work with governments and other legislators around the world to allow us to have the chance to get to where we need to be. And finally, I guess I would just say, at the same time, and I know there is a lot going on, but we also need to lift our eyes towards the next spectre, which is going to be not just CO2 emissions, but biodiversity degradation, and how we look to the oceans and other areas of the world, which is much more dependent on how we behave as companies towards biodiversity. That's what keeps me up at night.
Wow. So essentially what I take from this first intervention is this idea that we have to organize this transition. And we have to look at the short, the medium, and the long with an idea that this is about a value chain, not just about you are at the end of the chain in a way. Let me turn to one of your suppliers, which is Robin. In a way, you are the piece that needs to work for the car to be driven. So what is it what's top of your list? Let's say not when you go to bed, but when you get up. What's your main preoccupation?
When I get up, it's looking for breakfast. So Jim, thank you so much for give us some business on this e-mobility. For C8, we definitely, I think, everything rely on innovations. We definitely need to look for the technology innovation to solve, I think, major problems. For example, we're talking about lithium shortage. So that's why we are developing a lot on the sodium batteries, which is definitely is not as good as the lithium battery, but it can be an affordable car. You can have 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers with this sodium battery, which another side is we call the business model change. So consumers have not necessarily to own the whole car on batteries. They can own the car without battery. Then the battery is leasing, okay? Let me give an example. In China, some of the car makers already can make the car as low cost as 10,000 euro electrical car without battery. Then you're leasing a small battery, for example, 200 kilometers range in your daily community. And in a weekend, when you want to go somewhere, so you're leasing another bigger pack, which can enable you 600 kilometers range. Then after 2 days, you can return back this battery to the stations. Then you rental back to the 200 kilometers battery, which really can save a lot. So such kind of things, that's too critical. One is you need people to build the swap stations. Second, you need people to own the battery asset as a leasing. So when the interest rate goes down, all these two is easier to be managed. So I think and another thing is recycle, lithium recycle, nickel recycle, cobalt recycle, manganese recycle, all can do the recycle things together. So I do agree with Jim about this, we need to work together everywhere. Not only the industry, right? We need the government, we need all the even consumers to think about how to make these decarbonize as early as possible.
Yeah, thank you for this view on innovation, which is extraordinary in this automobile sector. How do you, I mean, critical raw materials for you is essential. How do you ensure, how can we improve the resilience of access to the kind of critical raw materials that you will need for the manufacturing of the batteries?
Yeah, we put several segments of the car. For example, for the premium car like a Volvo, right? They usually need a very high energy density of the batteries, which we may need a nickel, cobalt, manganese somewhere. But the affordable car, lithium iron phosphate is good enough. That's number one. Number two is we're still talking about technology. It's because most important is the 100-kilometer range. What kind of energy consumption you need it? For example, energy efficiency. So some of the people as good as 12 kilowatt hour, then you already can drive your 100 kilometers. Some people need 15 or 16 kilowatt hour. Compare these, it's already 25% difference. That's one thing. But the people, when you buy a car, usually you want to have a 600 or 700 kilometers range for you comfortable. In that case, you need 7 times 12 is 84. 7 times 16 is 102. In the limit space, 102 battery pack, you need a higher energy density, which nickel, cobalt is involved. Then you have double hit. Number one, you have more 25 or 30% of the battery pack needed for 700. Number two, because the limit space, you can only use NCM, nickel, cobalt, manganese system to make a battery, which is another price high. That's why 25%, 1.25 times 1.25, you get a huge cost increase and also energy problem, and also the resource problem. That's the whole thing is I want ask OEM to try to how to make sure energy consumption efficiency is very important for future.
Thank you. Let me turn to you, Hilde. You are the supplier of the supplier. So in a way, we're going down further down in the value chain. So how do you look at this? I mean, what's your main concern when looking at the contribution you will make to decarbonizing this value chain?
I thought you should ask me what keeps me up at night.
That's a very long way of saying what keeps you up at night.
No, what really keeps me, what I'm concerned about is the planet that we live in, which is on fire. And we see extreme weather conditions, and there is a call for action. I'm concerned about my granddaughter living on this planet if we don't react, and we have to react now. And the electrification of the transport sector is one way or one enabler. But to go from fossil fuel car to an electrical vehicle is only half the way, because an electrical vehicle needs steel, it needs aluminium, it needs a lot of material, and just steel and aluminium stands for 25% of the global CO2 emission in the world. So if we don't do anything, that is not sustainable. When we're now going to change the whole fleet of vehicles. And that's where my company come in. Hydro is today an aluminium and energy company. We are one of the few companies in the world which has the whole value chain in aluminium under one roof, under our roof, from bauxite, where we mine in Brazil. We have the world's largest refinery of alumina. We have smelters which are based on renewable energy, and we have the largest extrusion system in the world. We have a global business, 32,000 employees around the world, and what I'm excited about is that partnership is the new leadership, And when we see now how we cooperate now in the First Mover Coalition, for example, and Jim, you mentioned the Scope 3, when we see that automakers are setting their Scope 3 targets, they are looking for partners which can produce low-carbon aluminium. And that's where my company comes in, because we produce primary aluminium based on renewable energy, which has a footprint of 85% lower than the industry average. But what is the fastest way to low carbon is through recycling. And that is so fantastic with aluminium, is that it can be recycled and recycled without losing its properties. It's more or less urban mining, because in that window that sits there, if it's produced in aluminium, you have the bauxite, you have the energy, you only need 5% energy to recycle it. And that is where we want to position ourselves to meet the advanced and more customers are looking at their footprint, and that's where we want to partner. And we are not satisfied where we are today. We have a target to get to zero. And like Jim was saying, what you are doing, we are chasing the CO2 from the bauxite all the way to the finished products. We are in the middle of the energy shift in Brazil from fuel oil and coal to gas and electricity. We are, with our best top technologists, we're trying to get the carbon out of the electrolysis process. That's the technology that we have had for 130 years, and we have to get that carbon out. And then we are exploring hydrogen, plasma, and also biofuel to take the gas out of the gas houses. So we will do our part, but it is really exciting when we can team up with companies where we can work together, particularly on the recycling, because what is exciting now is that the dialogue with the most advanced customers happened at the CEO level, because it's not the procurement and salespeople that talk. I talk with Ora Kalenius, which is the CEO of Mercedes. I talk with Martin Lundstedt, which is the head of Volvo Group, and we set the tone in terms of sharing the same prospects of the world and sharing the same values. And I agree with also what you said, Jim, that it's not only about CO2, it's about biodiversity. When we do mining, we have to, as quickly as we take the bauxite out, we have to rehabilitate. And we study the biotope before we take the forest out to get to the bauxite, and we put these seeds in plantation, and 2 years after we put the seed in the ground to bring the forest back. So because it's about climate, it's about nature, and it's about being a good force in the local communities. Having the acceptance of what we're doing is also extremely important.
Thank you very much. So two big threads in what you said, global business and this idea that this is a global level playing field that we're looking for. And the second, the idea of this circular economy that is to be exploited, that can also contribute to the objective. Third, you ended on leadership. So it's a good segue to the leader of a state, Georgia, Governor. You in a way are basically interested in making sure that any of them, if possible, the three of them, end up manufacturing in your state. More broadly, you need to organize this transition on the ground. You are very much on the policy, regulation, taxes, on the incentives and planning for the transition. What keeps you up at night?
Well, I think being in a little different situation than an OEM or one of the suppliers, you know, we are trying to support in Georgia. We have an incredible business environment, incredible infrastructure, ports, rail, airports, you know, just great places for companies to be, to produce really anything in our state. But my goal is for Georgia to be the e-mobility capital of the world. We're well on our way to doing that. We have some great OEMs there with the Hyundai Meta plant, the Rivian plant. Kia's adding an EV line to go with their existing line that's been in Georgia for 20 years. So we made a lot of promises to these companies, telling them we can supply the workforce. We had great sites and all these other things I mentioned, but really what keeps me up is being able to supply the workforce to do all of the different things that these companies want to do. We're not trying to tell the companies what to do. We're trying to let them know that we have hardworking people. We believe in a lot of the things that they're doing is providing good paying jobs to our citizens, and we want to support their corporate goals. And so to me, that's the big thing for us, is making sure we have the workforce. We've gotten, just since Rivian and Hyundai, we've got 40 supplier projects. We've got battery projects in the state. We've got an air mobility project, and so we're trying to support those folks. But we're also being forward thinking of, how do we keep this circle going? So we've been very aggressive going after recyclers to be part of that system, to make sure that we're not having a dependency on one place in the world for rare earth minerals and other things, but to really, I think, diversify the supply chain. But it really is what is driving our suppliers, and that's why they chose Georgia, because they know that they can come and really have a good business environment in our state, find a good workforce, and that they'll have a state government that supports them in that.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for focusing on skilled labor, that at the end of the day is what needs to make all of this work. I guess a common theme in all of you is this idea of partnerships and collaborations, right? So let me, Jim, go back to you. What do you look for in a partnership? How do you see the partnership?
Well, for us, we need to, first of all, we need to figure out, and we spend a lot of time on this from a strategy point of view, what do we build that we see as a core competence that we want to retain and develop within Volvo, and what do we buy? So we look at it buy versus build. And by buy, I mean partnership. That's probably a more accurate word. So where do we build internally and where do we partnership? And we look to that complementary effect where we think it makes a lot of sense for us financially, but also technically. And at the end of the day, it's got to be driven by the customer benefits. So and of course, that goes to four things when we look at that in that framework. First of all, the strategic element. Are the companies that we partner with, are they strategically aligned with where we want to go? We're not asking them to do unnatural things. There's a strategic alignment between us and them, so that's good. The second thing, of course, is the economics need to work. So it's got to be economical for us to partnership. The third thing is the operational part of that. Are they capable? Do they have good quality? Can they scale? Are they global? And that's the third part of that quadrant. And then the last part, and it's the part that's the most important, but it's the part that's quite often underplayed, and that is trust. Do we trust that those partners are aligned with our values, or do we trust that they will deliver the quality that they promised? Do we trust that they will deliver the volumes that they promised? And when we align those four things into an area we think we would be best to outsource that's when we partner. And so that's the framework by which we use. What do we want to build and bring internally because we see it as a core competence? This is the stuff that we're going to partner. Here are the four elements to that partnership framework. When that works, we go. And then we can go big and we can go quickly because everything's fully aligned at that point in time.
I like this idea of trust, which is also the theme of the World Economic Forum this year. It's another dimension of the trust that is necessary, which is the trust in the partnerships that make the industries work.
And
right?
when you look at it simply, of course, that makes sense. But it's often underplayed, and people get wrapped up, quite frankly, on the economics. Who's the cheapest? Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's shame on us, but that often is the case. And it was good to hear your point. You say, we deal now with the CEOs, we don't deal with the procurement team. And that helps make sure that we make the longer term decisions, which are much more strategically orientated and tactically orientated. But you need to work at that, because that's not been the framework until, for a lot of companies, let's just say.
So Hilde, how would you do this how do you do this actually in Hydro, this idea that what are the principles or the values that you would look for in a partnership?
Yeah, I think that we what we're looking for here is a systemic shift. Because if you're not just part of a value chain and we can allocate all this capital to chase the CO2, to allocate capital for tests, for pilot plants, to demonstrate the technologies. And we're doing all this, but there's not a pull in the market. So that is what excites me on what we experience now in the First Mover Coalition, because we have to develop a demand for, and we have to match the most advanced, that's always where it starts, the most advanced that set themselves a target, and they're looking for partners. For example, in terms of working to get to zero, we see that, for example, in the recycled content, we put together our technologists from us and from, it could be Mercedes, it could be Porsche, it could be our partners, and then they're looking into if we increase the recycled content, for example, what would the influence be on the specification? Because in the past, specification, that was the Bible. There were no way that the procurement guys could change the specification. But now they're looking for not only the lowest price, but they're looking to see how could they reduce the embedded carbon footprint of the car. And then if we use higher recycled content, then perhaps you could change the specification a little bit. And then you get things going, and that is a kind of a partnership where you use your competences. Another very important area that we are working on is eco-design, or design, because in order to increase the recycling content, we work with the designers of the facades or in the building, or the next design of a car, and if that car could also be designed so that it's easily recyclable when the end of life for the car, because we want to have the material back after use, and if it's welded or if it's put together so that it's hard to sort and shred, that makes then you reduce the value of the aluminum that has been in use. So that is also a way to partner, to see how we can get that car back after use.
So is this back and forth between the two parties or the multiple parties to adjust each other? Robin, what's partnerships for you?
Okay, I think the whole thing is, for example, up to design for recycle. Usually when you think about the whole designs, you think design for repairment, design for recycle, design to safety, design to cost, design to sustainability, all this kind of thing. I think every time I've been focused on really suppliers' innovation capability. They bring us some of the very critical materials. They fund it. For example, they have a new additive. For example, they have new cathode materials, which work together, different elements put into together as an electrical chemical system. Then we have a chemical system innovation to improve the energy density, improve the safety, reduce the cost, all these kind of things. Number two is about the delivery, same as what Jim said. So number three, sure, is sustainability and the CO2, because we already have 4 factories. It's a zero carbon factory already in the world. And we commit by year 2025, all key battery manufacturing, our factory, all zero. 2035, all the supply chain. So it's very tough. That's why when we're selecting, we're always asking suppliers, where you allocate? Do you have green energy? So like a state governor said, Georgia, they can provide the green energy, then everyone be more happy. Because these guys counting every CO2. And then we have a battery passport to trace each battery kilowatt hour, how many CO2 consumed when you make this battery. So digitalize. You cannot hide, you cannot whenever people say, oh, this passport, this guy, the battery is 1 kilowatt hour battery, you have 80 kilograms of the CO2 emission. It's big shame, right? Oh, what standard? Maybe 40. Then how can I sell the battery to these guys, right? And the consumer with a barcode, Robin, you are dirty battery. It's really, big trouble for us. That's why I'm looking for sustainability is all of this very critical.
Thank you, Robin, for bringing in also this idea of the integrity of the exercise, that it's not just saying that you're going to do it, but tracing it to make sure that it happens. Governor, what does partnerships look like from where you sit?
Well, I think in talking to the companies that we're recruiting, people that are looking to the state, I mean, they're obviously want to produce with clean energy. We're thankfully a state that's doing a lot of that, despite not having a lot of wind in our state. We're not a wind production state, but we are, I think, the 10th largest state in the country for solar. Now we have solar production facilities in the state, and then we just completed one of our 2 new nuclear reactors. So from a clean energy perspective, and people looking to produce, especially heavy manufacturing with large loads, data centers that are, for AI and everything that's going on in that world right now. We've done as much as anybody in the country, first 2 new nuclear reactors in 30 years. But we're going to have more. And I think most other states, especially in the South, where GDP is outpacing the Northeast now because of OEMs coming to our states, we're going to have to continue to do that. That's what these companies want. They want green, clean energy. And so we're focused on working with partnerships with our power companies, and especially Georgia Power and the Southern Company, to be able to do that. And it's a great marketing tool for our state from an economic development standpoint.
Thank you. Floor to the audience now for questions. Please raise your hand and tell us who you are briefly and put your question to the panel. Let me start with the gentleman over there, and then we'll take this lady.
Hello, it's Charlie Nunn. I'm the CEO of Lloyds Banking Group in the UK, and I'm the biggest owner of EVs in the UK, which is why I'm here. First of all, thank you. It's been brilliant to hear this perspective. Can I ask a bit more about innovation in battery? And maybe, Ravi, you talked about sodium, which is great. We have to take a view, because 90% plus of vehicles require financing around the next generation of technology and what it's going to do to residual values. And there's a lot of discussion around solid state technology, and then the next, as you said, types of batteries which will be lower cost. So that's one question. And then secondly, and maybe Jim, this leasing battery model that's emerged in China that I've seen, what's the thought process? Because if for you and then for the economies that would have to embrace that, it's a radically different model. Is there any thought process for you, for example, as an OEM, thinking that might be a model that has traction in the West?
Thank you. Robin.
So let me answer the first questions about the innovation of technology in battery field. Actually, there's 2 areas. Some areas people try to increase the energy density more and more. Today, let me give you an example about the current technology in NCM. The pack, the whole pack, not only cell, the whole pack. Usually we can up to 260 watt-hour per kilogram in a pack. So if you have a car 1,000 kilometers range, so you almost require like 140 kilowatt-hour battery pack. So this is one. But if we can increase the battery, we cannot say double. If we double, it's almost easier to assess. So today we have some technology up to double, not double, 70%, 80% increase our energy density. We call it condensed matter battery by CATL. But now it's very, very expensive. So we are focused on the aviation applications. For the cars, later on, when the production, scale up, we can reduce that. And the solid state battery now is people focusing a lot on that. Usually is in the cell level, the highest estimation is around 600 watt-hour per kilogram in cell level. So when you go into pack, probably you can get the best, probably is 400 watt-hour per kilogram. So there's still a long way to go, because to be the mass production, to be cost effective, to be the safety, to be whatever. That's one thing. Another direction is people talking about long cycle life batteries. So usually your car, one charge 500 kilometers, then you have 1,000 charge cycle, you have enough because almost 500,000. Then for the consumer, it's not for Uber, for taxi, you maybe need 1 million, right? But it's 500,000 kilometer for accumulate, it's good enough. But now, new business model may come, we call a vehicle to grid. It means when you park your cars in the garage, in the nighttime, you charge the battery, and also grid can use your car as a battery energy storage. So you no need to drive your car, and the car will make money for you. Then it required every day, every cycle, or 2 cycles, several cycles. It means the cycle life can be enlarged. For example, we have technology to make a cycle life 18,000 cycles. So if you own the battery, own the car, you just put into your garage, then probably make a lot of monies for the charging. So these 2 directions drive the technology innovations.
Thank you. Jim.
Thank you. Yeah, just to come back on the question in terms of battery leasing. Let me back up a little bit. So if you look at how cars have been manufactured in the past, it was very different from, and we tend to use electrification as a proxy for a brand new technology and how we produce cars. So in the past, you would have distributed through the vehicle somewhere like 140, 150 ECUs or EMUs, so small boxes of basic electronics that control certain parts of the car. Okay, when you move to a core compute architecture, as we have done, and of course electric as well, it gives you a huge amount of benefits that don't quite bubble to the surface unless you pull them to the surface. Okay, so I'm really pleased you asked the question. We tend to talk about electrification as this proxy. Quite frankly, electrification is the tip of the iceberg. The much, much more profound change that's going on in the industry right now is software, silicon, connectivity, and data. Robin and like-minded people like Robin will continue to increase energy density, they will continue to reduce cost, they will continue to make batteries safer, and we will continue to make progress in that. But we understand that technology and we know how to harness that. We understand the chemistry within that, and we understand e-motors, inverters, and the battery management system that extracts the value from that. Let's call that the electrical propulsion system. So I'm going to move that to one side and say we have a pretty good deal on that right now. And we're moving fast. Great. Now we get to core compute. This is the tougher stuff. This is where we as automotive companies really need to invest much, much deeper. And that's what we've done at Volvo for the simple reason. I'm getting to your point on battery leasing. When you go to core compute architecture, I know everything that's happening in that car. In our next model, when that first car rolls off the production line, a digital twin is born in the Volvo cloud. Okay, we're not doing this yet. This will happen in our next production cycle. When that digital twin is born in the cloud, I see everything. I know where that car has been. I know when it's been driven. I know if it's been overcharged or undercharged on the battery side. I know if it's been repaired, using our blockchain technology with genuine Volvo parts. That means that when you come to sell that car, which is really your question in terms of residual value, when you come to sell that car, I can sit down and say, hey, you're going to buy this car, okay, let's have a look. I'll look at the digital twin, which we would share with our dealership network, and they can see everything that car has done. The amount of miles it's done, when it's been serviced, when it's not been serviced. We, through our software algorithms, can determine how good that battery still is. We call it battery passport. And the battery passport then allows us to say, you want to buy that, we Volvo will guarantee that battery for another 10 years. So for us, I want to keep the battery attached. Because if the battery's attached to a Volvo car, I know everything that's done. When you start leasing off batteries, and that may work for some companies, I don't see it working for us, quite frankly, but I see it maybe working for other companies. But for us, I want the integrity of the vehicle to include the battery because it's the electrical propulsion system. It's one of the most important ingredients of the car. Just one last point on something that Robin brought up. Bidirectional charging. In the new EX90, we put in bidirectional charging as standard. So we can do V2V, vehicle to vehicle, V2H, vehicle to home, and V2G, vehicle to grid. You think about it, by 2030, Volvo on its own will have somewhere in the region of 200 gigawatts of power on the road. Most of it comes home at night. Cars generally are used 85% of the time, or sorry, are unused 85% of the time. That is a latency of energy, quite frankly, that we need to connect into the grid if we're going to have the meaningful difference. It's wasted if we don't do that. Then you can use that during the daytime when the prices are high, when everybody comes home from work between 5 and 10 in the evening, energy prices are high, the grid gets overloaded, you plug in, you use your car battery at nighttime, boom, you bring it down, and you use the energy from the grid at an off-peak price. We need to push governments to say, if you want to do an electric car, you need to put in bidirectional energy or you don't get a license. You don't get to sell it. I would make it part of the homologation, quite frankly. It's a technology that nobody owns, it's a technology that's available to everybody, and it's a technology that we should use. Secondarily, I would also ask government to say, if I do plug in my car to the grid and I make money from that, let's make it tax-free.
Governor, lots of ideas here.
Yeah. And then we give the tax-free money to the companies, right? I don't think that math's going to work.
So my name is Li Xia from China. I'm the Social Innovator Awardee of 2024 by SWA Foundation, WEF. So my question is to Jim and Robin. Now we were discussing a lot about the batteries decarbonization by upstream and downstream. Since I'm working for the people who is still 800 million people in the darkness without any electricity supply, have you ever think of, instead of recycle your batteries, but reuse, refurbish the batteries and to empower the people who is still in the development countries, underdeveloped or underprivileged situations, power them by a lower cost of access of energy by solar or by the storage of the battery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Robin's a PhD, so I'm going to let him.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question on that. Reuse the battery. Probably today we have some difficulty on that. When you're selling the car to the people, then the people own the whole car, according to law, right? They own not only the car body, also on the battery. So we have to ask them, please come give the battery to me for refurbish, to reuse, or to recycle. Usually, consumer also very smart. They say, oh, today lithium is 30, it's very high dollar. Then he calculate how many lithium can be extracted from the battery. Then he talked to me, say, Robin, this battery worth of 10,000 RMB or 1,000 US dollars. Then tomorrow, when the lithium goes up, they say, no, I need to increase the selling price to 1,200. So such kind of things is, for us as a technology company, the only problem is not how we can refurbish that. It's easier. How we can get the battery to my factory to do the refurbishing. As a matter of fact, last year we do the recycle. It's 100,000 tons waste battery in China, and then we make 13,000 tons of lithium carbonate reuse in the battery. So economically, this is good. But how can we get the government support to direct, say, oh, this part of the battery, please, you do the refurbish by the technology company, then send this to the underdeveloped peoples to help them to make electricity. This is rely on the government side.
Oh.
So we have just time for a
Just really quickly on the energy piece. So LFP technology, which is a great technology, especially if you're going to use the battery for storage. Right. So, and more we're starting to see LFP come into mainstream car manufacture, which is great. But whether you use new batteries or whether you use recycled batteries, I think one of the big opportunities that we have as car manufacturers, we have access to large-scale battery production, and we can get that at a reasonable cost. Recently, at Volvo Cars, we just set up a new business called Volvo Energy Solutions, and the purpose of that company is to take the knowledge, is to take the supply chain, is to take the cost benefits that we get through buying hundreds of millions of batteries and bring that to static storage. So we now have products whereby you can buy 250 gigawatts, 500, 750, or 1 gig. And think of that, it looks like a shipping container, and it's then got static storage. So rather than running on a diesel generator, it allows you to do the same. So places in the world that have access to, let's say, solar but they don't then have the access to store that solar, that's a fantastic opportunity for some of the developing nations around the world to actually harness the natural resources that they've got in solar and then have somewhere that can store that. You know, it's great for schools, it's great for backups for hospitals and that stuff. So we're bullish about being able to take an adjacent business model, if you like, using the core technologies that we've developed over a number of years with a number of different partners.
Well, unfortunately, we've come to the end of this very, very rich and interesting session. I see a few hands. I think you can approach the panelists offline now. Let me tell you that the results of this conversation, which has shown the many different angles that this discussion brings to the table, will inform the work of the World Economic Forum Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Supply Chain within the scope of the Industry Net Zero Accelerator Initiative. So I guess please contribute to this initiative and watch this space, which has an incredible promise. Thank you, and a big applause to our panelists.
Critical military equipment, including ammunition. So, of course, we have to work together with the Commission, with the member states, to better implement the sanctions through fine-tuning, targeting the critical area, to articulate them with the sanction taken by our partners, or to work on the circumventions on this. So it's for sure. But in our assessment, the sanctions are working, and we have to continue. Thank you.
Well, on this point, I would just ask you one question. Would you now fly a Russian passenger jet?
Let me please ask the audience to join me in thanking our panelists for this discussion.
Thank you.
So, dear friends, warmly welcome to this session on alpine economies at 2 degrees Celsius. This is a really important and strategic, not only topic in terms of risk, but also in terms of need for investment and effort. So it's great that the World Economic Forum is now taking on this as a key topic also for the longer term, hopefully, depending on how the reactions is in this session. We know that the alpine areas, glaciers, snow, across the entire planet is really at the front line. I would even call it one of the ground zeros in the Earth system. The topic here on alpine economies at 2 degrees is of course set because even though we are at 1.48 degrees Celsius 2023, we know that the high altitude, particularly northern latitude alpine areas have already reached 2 degrees Celsius. We know that that is driven by the transgression of planetary boundaries, all the greenhouse gases, but also the changes in alpine ecosystems across the world. Mountains are critical both for Earth system stability, because we know that white surfaces, as on this screen, reflect back in the order of 90% of incoming heat back to space. So glaciers, ice sheets, snow cover is a cooling system on the planet. But we also know that glaciers in particular are stable freshwater suppliers for, well, over 2 billion people if you look at the big water tower over the Himalayas. But it's also a fundamental part of the economies and societies, everything from which we'll be discussing here, from the skiing and sport industry all the way to local economies across countries from Switzerland to Nepal, the US, and South America. This panel we have today is therefore an integrated panel to address this, both the risks, but also what are the key priorities in terms of keeping the stability in alpine glaciers, and what does it mean for economies. To run this session, we have a superb panel that will join me here for a discussion. After that panel, we'll have Johan Elias to give us a final remarks on the outcomes. Johan is the president of the International Ski and Snowboard Federation. But no further ado, I'd like to welcome the panelists onto the stage so we can kick off the discussion. And Urs Lehmann, if you join me on the frame, president of Swiss Ski Switzerland and one of the champions in downhill skiing. I think we'll invite all the panelists on board, actually. So please, Monica, as well. Monica Medina, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Wildlife Conservation Society, and Nirvana Chaudhary, Managing Director of the Chaudhary Group, coming from Nepal to us, but also one of the World Economic Forum Young Global Leaders. So welcome, and great to have you here. And let's jump right into the discussion. And I'd like to start with you, Urs. I mean, you have such a long experience both in the sports area, but also now coordinating the Swiss Ski Federation. What's your diagnostic in terms of the risks to the ski industry from what you're seeing in terms of the changes on snow and glaciers from your perspective?
Well, let me phrase it directly. I see a huge risk and I see a huge impact. But to begin, let's talk about the skiing industry, what it is. So us, or me as a former racer, or now the Swiss Ski Federation, we are one of the minor stakeholders within the skiing industry. There's ski manufacturers, apparel manufacturers. I even ski the ski resorts, mountain railways, and even ski schools within that skiing system. And all are affected. All are affected. And in a country like here in Switzerland, the mountain areas, mountain regions are even bigger. They're substantial. They're also a substantial part of our economic. So in the mountain areas, the skiing industry is taking care of about more than 10% of the GDP. And it's a 5 billion value that's created every year. So this is a huge and very important and a huge impact that we are living. But the phenomenon is not new for us. So the impact started decades ago already. So let's have a look at the past, at the present, and at the future. If I'm going back to the 1990s, that's when me as an athlete, I found out we had poor winters in the sense of snow, even no snow. famous Lauberhorn event that we just had last weekend didn't take place. We had to go to other places that were higher, like Vesonar, like Leukerbad. We didn't know exactly why. Even the skiing industry, at the time they sold around 6 million pairs of ski every year. It went down within just a couple of years down to 3 million. And they were the first resorts that couldn't ski. So for us, it's not new. And out from there, let's say technical snow was born in the 90s. And innovation like rental stations for the skiing industries was born in the 1990s. So we were walking through this, these terms and impact for already 30 years. Where are we now? But at the time, it was about saving our industry, the industry and winter sports, because we didn't see the big picture. I think for the last couple of years, we have all seen the broader picture, the big picture, and the dimensions, what it is about, that we're talking about the climate change. And it's about saving the world, saving the mankind, if you want. And so that's a game changer for us. Are we doing good? So I would say we have to be fast, we have to be better. What do we have today? We are taking care of what we do with renewable energy. I just got an email earlier this morning down in Andorra. The fuel for the grooming machines is 90% out of renewable energies. This is news for us, but probably not a game changer that we want to talk about. If you take about the snowmaking machines, they're 10 times more efficient today as they used to be in the past. Lauberhorn took place, was a big event. So waste management is a big thing with 38,000 spectators up there. But I still think we are not good enough to overcome the hurdles to get to the 1.5 goal or even to the 2 goal, if you want. So to get there, we have to become better. And there I see 3 elements to adapt our strategies. A, it's data and technology. 2, it's collaboration. And 3, it's about leadership. If I'm talking about technology and data, and let me start with data. So what I learned here over the last couple of days, AI is getting ready. It's getting ready in the sense that we can predict the future. For us, it's important to adapt our strategy, to learn to see what the future 2040, even 2050 looks like, how the mountains are looking like, how the glaciers are looking like. So then we can work with the technologies. And then what is key for me, as I said, there's many stakeholders in the skiing industries, like I mentioned at the beginning. We have to collaborate. For the time being, each and every one is working in his space. That's what I'm at least feeling here in Switzerland. But we have to collaborate. And whenever you're collaborating, you need a leader. That's why I'm saying we need leadership. And leadership is key. Somebody has to take the thing in hands, like FIS did, for instance. I think Johan will talk about this. FIS just launched or published a so-called impact program, which is huge, saying taking the responsibility, taking the leadership, and we will follow it as a national federation. And that's it, being within our ecosystem, even in a broader system like in Switzerland, but somebody has to take the lead. That's how I see we have to move forward.
Yeah, thanks, Urs. Going directly to you then, Monica, to kind of make the link between the snow challenge with the biodiversity challenge. And I should have mentioned that in the introduction, but you'll probably emphasize it even further. I mean, what's so specific with mountains, given that they are at so many altitudes, is that it's disproportionately rich on biodiversity. And you've been part of basically helping the world get the global biodiversity framework in COP15 in Montreal. A great success, by the way. And now is a question to deliver it. How do you see the biodiversity loss challenge in the rapidly changing mountain environments?
Thank you, Johan, and it's a great honor to be on this panel with you and the other panelists. I will talk a little bit about, I'll take a step back and say, yes, nature is crucial for biodiversity. It's also crucial for our economies. 50% of GDP is dependent on nature, and it has to function. And in these high elevations or high latitude areas, the Arctic and Antarctic, we see rapidly changing conditions, twice as fast as other parts of the planet. And that causes an awful lot of human-wildlife conflict. And often these wildlife are already in danger. So I'll talk about the snow leopard as an example. We work with communities in Afghanistan and the Tibetan Plateau to try to avoid these human-wildlife conflicts because they need, these communities are small and they need to eat, and the wildlife comes and eats their livestock. And so we work hard with them to try to reduce those conflicts. And as the snow areas decrease, those conflicts increase. So we are working very hard to both keep the snow leopards safe and keep communities able to feed themselves. And as the snow shifts, we know that the conflict could be even greater, and we will have to up our efforts. Another place where we work similarly is in the Andes and northern Patagonia highlands, both in southern Chile and Argentina, where we work with goat and sheep herders to promote their coexistence with the region's unique wildlife, including the iconic guanaco and the Andean condor and the Andean cat. These are all iconic species. They aren't found anywhere else because of the unique nature of these biomes. So it is really, really important that we hold on to as many of them as we can, even while we know that communities need to be able to make a living. So we're working with the herders there to try and help them keep their flocks safe, and to help them bring these products to market, especially the ones that are sustainable, because they are not in conflict with those endangered and really iconic species. So we're working very hard in those places because they're getting drier. And it's harder for them to have water for these animals and for the communities. So our work is really at that epicenter of communities, economies, and wildlife, and trying to preserve all of them at the same time, because they're all critical to having a healthy planet. And that 30% goal of protecting 30% of the planet by 2030 is really crucial, and it depends on us looking at these places that are most at risk and trying to do what we can to conserve them.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll come back to both yours and Monica on what you think are the economic policy implications of turning this around. But I'd like to bring you in, Nirvana, at this stage directly. I mean, you come from Nepal, you come from the third pole on planet Earth, the Arctic, Antarctica, and the Himalayas. A stable Tibetan plateau is the freshwater tap for over 2 billion people when it operates according to its natural cycles of slowly releasing fresh water during the summer periods and then freezing it and storing it during the winter periods. And tell us a bit about how you see the changes there.
Well, firstly, again, it's a pleasure and honor to be here. You know, I was listening to Urs talking about the skiing, tourism through skiing activities, and it sort of felt so euphoric, and I went into a dream state of when my country will get into that era as well. But I think in Nepal, you know, as you rightly mentioned, we have no choice, but Nepal is the custodian of the Himalayan region. It has to be the custodian of it, not only because of the population that live around it, which is in excess of over 250 million people, and providing water to 800 million people, and like you said, close to 2 billion people downstream. So I think while the temperature change globally is increasing by 0.03%, in the Himalayan region it's increasing by 0.053%. So we're already seeing that at this rate, by 2100, 37% of these glaciers will be melting. And the major effect will go downstream to the small farmers. You know, we can talk about the flora and the biodiversity today. For thousands of years, Nepal's got flora and natural herbs that have been used as medicinal products, raw materials, which have been exported globally. We can talk about the energy transition. You know, Nepal's been bestowed with having the potential to produce 110,000 megawatt, but we are only producing 2,500, 3,000 megawatt. Just the India-Nepal border requires 30,000 megawatt. Just Bangladesh requires 10,000 megawatt. That's gas-based power to be converted to renewable. India's coal-based power to be converted to renewable. So, I mean, the role of private sector and public government becomes very, very important for harnessing and making sure the energy transition happens really quickly. And, you know, I've been really lucky to be meeting with fellow YGLs, young global leaders, and just in very basic conversations, I'm engaging with an individual who is doing a lot of work on protecting forests, the biodiversity. I'm having conversations with another gentleman who is talking about monitoring, using technology, the glacier meltdown. You know, so I think the energy transition, the flora, biodiversity, the water management is the key to our economy, and also digitization. I think we need to start thinking an evolution from going from road to cloud. You know, when I'm coming to Davos, and I'm missing home, but not home today. I'm missing home, which was 15 years ago, where we too had a lot of snow coming on. But today I just see brown mountains everywhere. You know, and it's visibly very traumatizing. Visibly, we every day see it there, and we can see every year the snow-capped mountains becoming less and less snow, and we can see floods coming up. So definitely, there's a lot of very challenging. But at the end of the day, I think the solution and the dialogue needs to happen from Nepal, because Nepal is at the cusp of the entire Himalayan region. So later on, I can definitely share with you, us from a private sector's perspective, what all we are doing in these areas in our own humble ways, you know, collaborating with local communities, livelihood. Like I mentioned, there's 240 million people living in that area. One of the biggest problems they go through is malnutrition and stunting. You know, we need to work with the government for coming up with the right policies for energy transition. We need to we need to know that there are more people with smartphones than bank accounts in emerging countries like ours. So how do we get, you know, actual physical infrastructure of roads and banks, etc., to get them into e-governance, into e-banking? So, you know, we need to start thinking about all that. And Europe's done this really, really well. We need to learn from some of the best practices and bring it down to the Himalayan region.
Yeah, thanks. And so then jumping into, so we're here in Davos at the World Economic Forum, and what are the key asks to world leaders from policy, but also for economics? And I'm thinking, Urs, I mean, what's from the racing and skiing, the whole sports industry, basically. And just to say that I'm myself a passionate skier, certainly not a racing skier, but I've seen the retreat of the glaciers in Switzerland, just almost crying when coming up in Verbier to the higher levels, and just seeing how things are changing so much that you basically have to change the lift system even to be able to move around these days. And what's your advice to economy and policy? Is it mitigation, or is it adaptation, or is it both? Or how do you see the Swiss Ski Federation actively try to lobby for somehow handling this situation, or where are you there?
Well, let me start again from the back. Where are we? I think we just started and just at the beginning, because there's so much to do. So what are we doing basically? We have the events, and we have the training and traveling throughout the world. So that's our two main activities that we have. So we have to make sure that we take care of our events, like the Lauberhorn, like Adelboden that we just had. And again, without technical snow, Adelboden wouldn't have happened, not only this year, but also last year. So that is key. But it's always the way, how are we taking care? Waste management is a big thing. If you have a spot with 30, 40,000 people, waste management becomes key. So we're really collaborating with our stakeholders, the organizers of the events, making sure they're using sustainable materials, taking care, etc. When we come to the glaciers, as you were saying, or even skiing areas, we have to work closer together. In the old days, like you were saying, we had in Switzerland 4 or 5 glaciers you could ski on in summer. You don't have to go far. It was over in Laux. We were skiing 15 years back, and now we have 2 glaciers in the Saas-Fee and Zermatt, and even one of them, if they don't start with technical snow on the glacier, my prediction is within 5 or 6 years it becomes critical to ski up on that glacier. So then we have one, and everybody wants to train in summer, even from US and from the east. So it becomes crucial that we take care. There are new technologies like snow farming. Here in Davos, they're very far with snow farming. The key is the efficiency. We are at the rate of about 50, 60, 70%. We have to increase the efficiency of snow farming and so on and so forth. There's hundreds of things we have to do. That's why I'm saying we have to understand how do the mountains, the glaciers look in 2050, and then we have to adapt our strategies.
Do you see yourself as the president of the Swiss Ski Federation as an advocate for more rapid decarbonization of the Swiss economy, for example?
Yes, absolutely. Within Switzerland, like Johan is for us, for the federations, I see ourselves and myself in the responsibility to do so. So that's why we just launched a couple of months ago. We want to have a vision of snow sports in Switzerland in 2050, where we work together with the government, where we work together even with the Swiss snow sports, etc. That is key. And again, somebody has to take the lead. I don't know if it's us being the right leader, whether it's the government or somebody else. This hasn't been defined. Yeah. But we want to jump on, we want to work together, and then somebody has to raise the hand and say, yes, I'll take the head and I'm going to be the leader. But for sure we have to.
And Monica, are you optimistic that the Global Biodiversity Framework will be taken seriously and implemented?
I am very optimistic about it, but I do think it helps when famous people like skiers and some of the Olympic athletes have actually taken to talking about saving snow as an important way to communicate to the public about climate change and about nature. People will, I think, take the word of some of these trusted folks more than maybe even government. I also think, building on your point about technology, that using models and what people call AI, but I think of as weather and climate models to actually better predict these things so that we can prepare and be better able to adapt. I don't think you can choose between adaptation and mitigation. And in the nature space, we just have to keep working to try to hold on to as much as we can, because the more we hold on to, the more climate shocks they can take without being lost for good. And that means extinctions, which are forever, or the loss of, the extinction of glaciers, if you will.
Exactly.
A super short answer to a very difficult question, Nirvana, if I may. So you described the whole Pakistan, India, Nepalese challenges around energy. Do you see using snow and ice could be like a diplomatic icebreaker for some of the diplomatic relations in your region?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, once we are, if the borders don't remain because of the implications on climate change, snow and water, what are we even talking about anything else? So I think once we put the climate change urgency as a center stage, we'll be able to, I think, very easily talk about the issues you're talking about, cross-border geopolitical issues. And that's what I'm saying, that, you have a vast amount of economic, political, and social issues, not only centered around Nepal and the neighboring countries, but around the entire Himalayan region, where Nepal needs to be put as the center stage, as a custodian of having these dialogues. And that's why, one of our strongest initiatives from our foundation is bringing together like-minded people who've done it right, like-minded people who've got the right policies, bring them under one umbrella, because it's not a Nepal problem. It's going to be a global problem, more pertinent to that region. So we are really looking forward to the Himalayan Climate Change Summit, and everyone who's present here are experts, are, I'm sure, people who are worrying about this, and we'd love to extend an invitation to all of you to come participate.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to the panel. A warm applause to, so that is Nirvana Chaudhary, Urs Lehmann, and Monica Medina. Thanks a lot. And with that, I'm really proud to invite Johan Elias, who is president of the International Federation for Snowboard and Skiing, also the chairman of HEAD, the sports company, and you are overseeing the whole racing, I was just about to say circus, but the whole racing industry across the world. And I think you have the cross-country skiing as well, or no?
We have cross-country skiing. We have
cross-country and downhill skiing, everything basically on snow.
Yeah, and also snowboarding. We have aerials, we have moguls, we have ski jumping. We're a very big federation.
Yeah.
In fact, we are the biggest federation within the Olympic movement.
And I'm very much with Monica here that, you know, we need voices like your own that represents, if I may say so, a quite influential, wealthy, but also very respected group of stakeholders around the world on this dialogue on how to accelerate the pathway to solve the climate crisis. How do you see FIS's role in this?
So we have a unique position in that, and that is we have 135 members. So we're like a mini United Nations of skiing. And with that, we have a very big reach. So we reach out to over 1 billion people around the globe. That's great, but with that comes a responsibility, and that is why in these times I put climate action and sustainability at the top of our agenda. Because what's happening with global warming, that's an existential threat. And it's our duty. We're uniquely placed in that sense because skiing touches a nerve with anybody. We all love skiing. And here we can be a real power for good.
Great. I think you have some closing remarks. Perhaps that was... Please go ahead.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. No, so I mean, if we look here at what's happening, I mean, we have seen, going back 30 years, lower altitude ski resorts. They've already faced the inevitable, which is no snow, and they die out as ski resorts, which has a big impact on the local economy in that area. And that is something that's going to continue, and we'll see here a trend of moving up in altitude in order to access skiing. So what we have done, and which is very important here, is to launch a program where we use all our national federations to roll out the program, which is easy to communicate and easy to implement. And that also includes local race organizers to make sure that we use anything that is sustainable, that we don't start constructing things unnecessarily, that we recycle waste, that we use renewable energy sources wherever it's possible, and that we look at the holistic picture of the impact of what we do, how spectators, how they arrive to the events, etc. And all this adds up. And the other thing that we have also added to this is, say, we're actually going to be net zero, and in fact, even better, climate positive. And that's a message that I want to give to everybody here, and that is, it's really easy. And if we look here at how you can do that, it's avoided deforestation, which is very much linked to the climate events that we face in skiing because of the moist circulation patterns that generate precipitation, which either comes in the form of rain or snow. So here we have done conservation schemes in South America, in Peru, together with the Ashanincas, and it's not difficult. Anybody can do it, and that is a message that is very important to get out there. So we shouldn't give up. We should keep fighting because we can beat certainly 2 degrees. 1.5 degrees is going to be difficult, and but 2 degrees, that is something we don't really have a choice. We have to beat 2 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Yuan. And with that, we come to the end of the session. Just to give a few closing just conclusions. I mean, number one, I think this confirms the importance of the Alpine economy for world development. We tried here to really make the case that this is not just one sector in the economy. It really is about livelihoods. It's big scale. We're talking billions of people. It is geopolitics in a region like Nepal, India, and Pakistan, but it's very much also around our recreation, about things that we really value in terms of our daily lives, and skiing being one of them. And I really like to close by that remark, because I think Yuan and Urs, I think you represent a really powerful voice on this journey, and that one can see connections between what you represent with us in science, with advocates for sustainability, and with local communities. I think that's an unused power that we should basically make much more use of in the future. So thank you for attending this, and we close the session there. Thank you. Thanks, Yuan.
Minister for European Union and Constitution in Austria, and Austria is also a member of the European Union. And European Union is, in a way, a big power, but not if you compare to US and China, maybe in economy, but not politically. And also from Austria. Austria is a small country, but a country with a long tradition of being neutral and having a strong international engagement. How do you see this new world and the challenges? And what role could Austria and the European Union play?
First of all, I would say Austria is not a small country. Austria is a middle-sized country.
Yes. Coming from Sweden, we're really big, and I call myself also a small country. But yes, you're right.
Compared to the countries in Europe.
Yes.
If we compare to Russia, Indonesia, or India, of course, we are a small country, and we know it quite well. But I used to say we're a middle-sized country. And I think we are a country with a very long tradition, as you mentioned, when it comes to being a neutral ground. When it comes to be a seat of the United Nations. And this is something which is also important, and especially in times where we see a lot of challenges ahead of us, where we see that we can solve these problems only together, not one by one. And where we also see that there is the need not taking the moral high ground and raising the finger and tipping on others, but discussing and negotiating things on the same height, then we also have to engage with middle powers, whatever middle powers are. And I'm very grateful for the explanation of you, Professor, because I was also wondering, is there a definition of middle powers? And if not, then I would say Austria could also be a middle power as a bridge builder for, within the European Union to the Eastern countries. We did it in the past, but also regarding, for example, Turkey. At a certain moment, Turkey is a very important partner when it comes to illegal migration, when it comes to also the situation in Ukraine. And they tried also to negotiate, and they were successful, for example, with the Sea Grain Initiative. So Austria could play a certain important role within the European Union, sized in the middle of Europe, middle-sized country, and being a neutral ground also.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
offend
it
you.
wasn't.
I also come from
I didn't
a middle
get it as an offense.
country. One country that is definitely not small is Indonesia. You, Mr. Jadal, you've been in government, but you're now head of a think tank, a founder and chairman of Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, where you work with different projects on democracy and on sort of the citizenship, active citizenship. Indonesia is obviously a huge country, but still a middle power, if we can define it. What role could Indonesia play when it comes to sort of being a little bit balancing between the global south and the global north?
Okay, well, first, let me make the big point that I think in the 21st century, the world order will be shaped not by the great powers or major powers, but by the proliferation of middle powers. I think what is significant in this century is that there are more middle powers in all the regions of the world than ever before. And each of these middle powers have the size, have the ambition, have the resourcefulness to play a greater role. And what is interesting, a lot more of these middle powers are establishing relations among one another. So that's on the global context. Responding to your question, Cecilia, I think what is interesting is that middle powers are playing a very significant role in defining the regional architecture. Now, I refer to Indonesia and ASEAN. Yeah? If you look at the regional order that's taking place in Southeast Asia, do you think that's shaped by the United States? No. Yeah, all the elements of the regional architecture, the Treaty of Amity of Cooperation, ASEAN Charter, ASEAN Declaration, the East Asia Summit, and it's initiated by a local regional country, which is Indonesia, and also with Vietnam and all the others, right? But I think that is a very unique feature of middle powerhood, is that they can fill space and create architecture that major powers can't do within that region. And I think also one very interesting phenomenon that we are seeing at the moment is that we are trying to define middle powers. I would at least point to dichotomy of two categories. One is the middle powers of the global north that belongs to the West. Yeah. Austria, Canada, Australia, Korea, Japan, right? They have treaty alliances with the West and so on. And the middle powers of the global south, right? India, Indonesia, Brazil, Argentina, and so on. And I think what is interesting and not seen much in the news is the emerging alignments and relationships and content, diplomatic and economic contents that are being established by the middle powers of the global south, right, and those in the Western countries. I mean, in Asia alone, Indonesia and Korea, two middle powers, are really doing a lot now to shape regional relations. And Australia and India, two middle powers from both global south and the West, are also doing a lot significantly to elevate that relationship. And we're going to continue to see this trend. And as I said again, it's not being monitored enough by the conventional media, but it is a hugely significant geopolitical development.
Maybe that's a good thing that is not monitored by media, because it can allow different initiatives to grow a little bit and finding your way forward. Yeah, Professor Ali.
Yeah. So just to pick up on what my Indonesian friend said, I think that's absolutely right. But again, apologize, but it's more complicated, okay? So in some, if you think of different dimensions of order, for example, the international security order in Southeast Asia or in the Western Pacific is largely defined by a U.S. military presence that has been there since the Battle of Midway. And the way you can tell how significant that is in creating the order is imagine it's withdrawn, and now look at the politics. Similarly, the order in Europe, that for Austria, the international security order is essentially defined by NATO, but NATO is basically a U.S. military backbone and some other components. Okay? And again, to try to see how important is that, imagine that was withdrawn. And I would bet, for example, if that were withdrawn, I would wish you would see a European superpower. I would like to. But I would bet you would see a renationalization of militaries with much more stress among the parties. So that's why I think we have to take it in different domains. In the energy business, and let's take, for example, oil. Saudi Arabia, which if there were no energy, if there were no oil, Saudi Arabia would, pejoratively, would be a sandbox. Okay? Who would be interested? Okay? But oil being what it is in the global economy, in the dimension of energy, Saudi Arabia and even the other suppliers are big players. In the population world, I think, again, when you see a large population, as the governments are harnessing or providing enabling their citizens to build their own economies, they become bigger. If they have a bigger GDP, lo and behold, that translates into power in other domains. We look at the AI discussion going on. There's basically only two countries that have advanced AI, the US and China. So everybody else can talk about it, and the Europeans can regulate it, but can regulate or try to regulate what they want to regulate. But where's anybody there inventing anything? The answer is there's not. Okay? Now, I wish there were. There's a lot of extremely capable, so I don't like the fact that there's just two. Okay? And I think the Europeans, I imagine, will become part of the. So I think if we took different slices of the dimension, you would find the relative power of the parties. But where you see everywhere is that Indonesia or take Ethiopia. Ethiopia did not ask permission from the U.S. or from maybe even your African Union colleagues if you're going to join the BRICS. You think about it, you think what's good for us, we can act, we can act. Okay? This is a slightly different world because you would, if every independent actor can the Houthis are interrupting global trade routes. I mean, this is 50,000 guys running around with a few missiles and a few drones, can interrupt the global. Say, my God, there's too many actors in too many different dimensions, and nobody's again telling them, no, we have rules. Here's the rules. Here's the order. That's it. Stop. Now, in fact, an effort is being mounted, and fortunately a multilateral effort, and I think it'll be successful. But I think if we take international security, the piece that I look at the most of the time, but if you look at the international money and the money markets or currencies, again, you'll only find two or three that end up playing the reserves or playing the role of the currencies for trade. If you look at trade, if you look at China, it's a huge factor. And the fact that the things have been changing so rapidly lately, I think means that it all seems even more confusing, which it is. Yeah.
There were a lot of issues there. Let's come back on a few of them. Minister, Ethiopia has a very important role in Africa. You are the seat of the African Union in Addis Ababa, and the African Commission sits there, and you also recently, as a country, joined BRICS. BRICS. Yes, as Professor alluded to. So that gives you a lot of clout as a country, both on the continent, but also as a country. How do you see that? What role can you use these two organizations for to sort of advance global and international cooperation as well? Or is it mainly regional and intercontinental?
Yeah, thank you. It's true. Ethiopia is the founding member of the United Nations and the founding member of African Union, OAU, African Union, and one of the leading country for the establishment of the African Union, and again, the host. We are proud of that. And again, currently, we joined the BRICS. We're also very happy to be one of the pivotal players in the BRICS community. BRICS is a really emerging platform. Look, the global landscape, the challenge, the competitions, and a lot of problems. And the global setup is not that much responsive to the developing countries, especially for underdeveloped countries and for emerging economies. In this regard, I think the establishment of BRICS is a good opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and again to have more opportunities for partnership on economic development and related areas. I think BRICS is not a new setup just by shifting from one block to another block. Instead, it's a new initiative and a new establishment to create more access for partnership and to strengthen multilateralism. In this regard, Ethiopia, as we're managing emerging economy with huge demand, I think it is a good opportunity, additional opportunity to have more partnership and more access for economic cooperation and the like. This is very important. Again, the African Union is addressing different issues. For that, beyond the continent, Africa has to play a pivotal role across the globe for multilateralism and in the international arena, on trade, on investment, on other economic activities. So this setup is really a good opportunity within these challenging times and platforms.
Mr. Edstadler, European Union likes to operate in a world where there are rules and norms and some sort of predictability, and all that is falling apart now to a large extent. What new tools do you see? Can there be new alliances, new kind of corporations? What's the way forward on a short-term basis, but also a little longer?
Well, I would like to come back what Professor Ellison already said, because I think it's the need now for Europe to really become a superpower, to become a power in the world, to be seen as a geopolitical power. And this is, of course, not easy. You know it better than me, having been a member of the European Commission, and also you, Cecilia, that it is a very complex thing, the European Union. By now we are 27 member states, and we are not the United States. And we don't want to be United States. But in a world like we face now, we have to hold together. And I think we already showed that we can show strength, especially if I'm thinking of the sanctions after the Russian aggression on Ukraine. They were all decided unanimously. And this also showed the real strength of the European Union. 27 member states, and it was not easy because everyone has other interests and everyone comes from another geopolitical point, political point, historical point. But in the end, there were 12 sanction packages, and this is the good thing. The bad thing is that we lost the battle of the narrative, because large parts of the world and also many Europeans say that the high prices are there because of the sanctions, forgetting that they are there because of the Russian aggression. And this was only the reaction. And of course the sanctions are hitting Russia, but of course also partly Europe. But this is the price we have to pay. So what do I think what we need to do in the next 5 years, maybe, if we take the next time of the new commission, then I think we have to develop a strength together. We have to care for the big things. We have to negotiate with other superpowers and middle powers. We have to find ways to cooperate more closely. And I think in this regard it is also good that we resumed the negotiations with India for a free trade agreement. We see BRICS. BRICS is expanding. BRICS is getting stronger. So we should not fall behind. If this is the case, we are losing, and this is really something we have to do urgently. And I myself have to say, I was born at the beginning of the 80s. I'm a child of peace. I'm a child of prosperity. I never thought that I have to sit on a panel and discussing about a war in the middle of Europe. Now we have the threat from outside. Now we really should use the opportunity to hold together.
So Europe, I was in another panel, I was listening to panel say Europe is a superpower and maybe it's getting superpowers as well, but we're not there yet.
But if I make just one footnote point to this point, just where the Europeans are capable of acting together, they have superpower. So in economic relations with the US, when the European Union decided that GE, when it was one of the great American companies, couldn't conduct a merger, that was a merger for the US, for GE, between two companies. The European Union said, no, this is contrary to our anti-monopoly understanding, and the merger didn't happen. So I think there's the latent power of the 27 members of the EU, and you're expanding.
We want to grow up to 33
is in principle, if you add it all up, if we're all acting in some more or less uniform fashion, actually does end up having superpower. Yeah.
Can I?
Yes.
Sorry.
I wanted to ask you as well, please. Yes.
You know, I define superpower as a country that can project its military force anywhere in the world, right? And that is the United States. And so far, there's only one superpower. I don't think Europe wants to be that, and I don't think I want Europe to be that. And, you know, I think we talk about middle power. There are two or three classifications in my view. One is just a normal middle power, not major, not small, but have enough size and have enough economy to be counted and population as a middle power. Another one is an active one, right? So punching above its weight. And the third one is a pivotal middle power, right? India is really having a strong ambition to lead the global south, right? And showing that during the last presidency of the G20. I would hope that Europe's ambition is not to become a superpower, but to become a pivotal middle power.
A superpower in which regard, we can ask?
As I said, the definition was a country that can project its force anywhere in the world. That is the textbook definition. And so far, that's only the United States at the moment, yeah.
I meant it that the European Union should become a superpower economically.
Okay.
I think we are already a superpower when it comes to values, and we have to stop our foreign policy with the raised finger, because there was the Indian foreign minister, for example, who said recently that Europe should grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. And that is what I mean. We should see also the others. There was somehow a starting point also during the very hard pandemic phase in Europe. First, they said, okay, we got all vaccines because we could afford to buy them. But then we were the only power, let's put it like that, in the world who cared also for other regions. For example, for the Western Balkan countries, also for the countries of North African countries. And this is what I think can also define a superpower. Care for others, but be stable in your values and show that you are a geopolitical player in the world. And I think this is what we have to develop in Europe.
I think to define middle power and the like might have some academic perspective and standard. For me, as I mentioned before, the military capability, economic power and digital power together will lead to that comprehensive capability and position. In this regard, I think there are multiple actors, those who are able to really achieve these three fundamentals together will lead to that power levels. I think we are optimists. In the upcoming times, Africa would be a pivotal power forces in the globe. Yeah.
Mr. Jalal, I wanted to ask you as well, we talked about different alliances being formed, some a little bit under the radar, some are still in an emerging stage. Is there not a risk that with all these regional organizations and new corporations that it contributes to more fragmentation of the world and not to some sort of common agenda where we actually address the problems that every country, big or small, wherever, north or south, are facing with climate and poverty and inequalities, security issues? How do you see that sort of tension?
Well, you know, multilateralism is sick now, right? It's in ill condition, is in bad shape, right? Because of the Ukraine war and all the other things. So a lot of countries, including middle powers, are thinking, look, if the multilateral process or pathway is not promising, maybe a more promising path is these things that we are creating with fellow middle powers and countries of the region. Indonesia, for example, we are a member of ASEAN. We are a non-aligned country, and we are a member of IORA. I mean, so many different organizations, and we're establishing a different relationship with different middle powers. It doesn't make the world more fragmented, but I think it adds more content to the world order in our view. Yeah, put it this way: I think the more middle powers are less attached to great powers. In my view, the texture of world affairs will become better. If it's as rigid as during the Cold War, the bipolar order, I think that's not good. That's not good for the world. But I see how Australia, a member of Western Alliance, conducts itself, close relationship with Indonesia, with India, and so on. That changes the condition of geopolitical rivalry that we are experiencing at the moment. Yeah.
I ask the minister a question. So I think as a way of helping us understand the middle power conversation, could you say just a word about the deliberations in your country about joining BRIC, and why do I do this? Rather, I mean, what's the advantage for my becoming a? Tell us what's the considerations? Yes.
Yeah. Joining BRICS, from our point of view, it's a good opportunity. A good opportunity to have more global partners and more emerging platform for that. You know, for Ethiopia, currently managing emerging economies with different challenges, debt burdens, other technological capability challenges and others. We need more partners, and we need more effective and strong multilateral partnership, and that BRICS would create a good opportunity even for bilateral engagements with other developed countries and to strengthen South-South cooperation. Currently, we are not satisfied and happy with the existing institutions like the World Bank and IMF response today. Our economy is demanding, and the challenges are a lot. In this regard, having such additional opportunity is really very timely and important to increase our engagement and to address our outstanding problems. These are the rationales behind to join the BRICS. We have really measured expectation from BRICS, and we are also committed to play strong and positive role to be as expected and as planned to address such outstanding challenge for developing countries.
Thank you very much. If there is a question, there was a, yes. There's a microphone there. We have time for a couple. Start with you.
Thank you. So
yes,
thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up with Professor Allison's question. You highlighted the benefits or potential benefits from joining the BRICS. Have you considered any potential costs or unexpected consequences from the decision that you might be able to share with us? Thank you.
We evaluated and we looked at different scenarios the pros and cons, but joining BRICS today is really a timely and a good opportunity. We're talking about partnership. We're talking about economic partnership and engagement. In this regard, if we move forward as planned and based on the vision and roadmap of the BRICS, that is a good opportunity, and we are committed to move in that way and to exploit that platform potential, and again to play our side also to be as a good membership and a good partners in that platform. It's a good opportunity.
Thank you very much. We have one question there, and then we'll have two.
Thank you. I'm Danny Kwa from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. We've talked about what potentially middle powers can do. Can I ask the panel if they have a vision about why we want middle powers to play a role? Do we think middle powers will do a better job than the great powers? Is there unanimity about what we're trying to achieve? Is it just bragging rights so that we can say our part of the world is now a superpower? Why do we want middle powers to play a role?
Coming from Singapore, an important middle power, yes. Anybody want to jump on that?
Can I take that? Danny, as you know, we're both from Southeast Asia. And, you know, middle power can be one of the solution providers for problems of the region and of the world. You look at our region, many of the conflicts are resolved among themselves or by middle power, but not by a superpower. For example, in the Cambodian conflict, it was Indonesia, right, working with France. Now there's a negotiation for code of conduct in the South China Sea. The only game in town on the South China Sea, who is it? It's between China and the ASEAN countries, including Indonesia. Sabah and Philippines and Malaysia over Sabah, they had a dispute, huge dispute. It was dropped not because of China or the United States, but because their own efforts. And at the moment, we're dealing with Rohingya, and as you know, ASEAN is taking that role. So my point is, there are a lot of occasions where, in fact, superpower or major power follows the lead of middle power, right? As I have mentioned. So we can, what do you call it, become a solution provider, and believe it or not, we can develop our own sense of exceptionalism. You know, before we thought it was just American exceptionalism, but you talk to the Chinese, you talk to the Indian, even the Indonesian and Brazilian, they're developing their own sense of exceptionalism.
Okay, one quick question there.
Thank you. Thank you, Febrian from Indonesia. We're living in a world.
It's our ambassador in the UN.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to.
If your fan club would a question.
We're living in a world where all of the world system, based on the thing that we inherited from the World War II, barely we see any revitalization on the global governance. So, putting this in mind, so what do you think the middle power can do in democratizing and revitalizing the multilateral system? You know, in many countries, democratization starts by the middle class. So I want to put this, the middle power, within the context of the global governance. How the middle power can play a role? Because if we see middle power is not yet taken up this job, do you think we should take it up or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and let me fill it with it, because even if we see different initiatives coming and merging and cooperation booming in a positive way, we still need some global rules, right? And that's why we had a multilateral system, because if we don't have, in the end, it will be the small and middle powers losing. So how can we, building on the question also by the Ambassador and with the final words here, if you could quickly just give a few comments on that. How can the middle power and the different emerging corporations contribute to stabilizing or modernizing the global rules as well?
So if I make 2 points. First point, I think is a great question. So the default from the international order that was created after World War II, that's basically provided 78 years without any great power war and greater improvements in lives of people around the world than ever before. The default from that is the jungle,
Yeah, exactly.
The normal condition is the jungle. So the struggle to figure out, given that the objective conditions for the essentially a U.S.-led international order no longer exist, and we don't want the default to become the jungle. Therefore, what? It means that those that have any power to do anything need to be doing it. And if I make one second point from the Lee Kuan Yew thing, Lee Kuan Yew was always a wonderful example that for great intellectual power, you don't need a license. For offering great ideas about the strategic conditions of the world and what to do about them, you just stand up and offer an idea. So that's true for all the countries, and all countries. A small country like Singapore could have a giant of a intellectual contributor to helping us understand the strategic order.
Thank you.
Very short answer from a European perspective. I would say we should engage with them, and we should try to put our shoes in their shoes, to understand each other and to help and to show that our rules-based world is really something we built up in the last decades and which is working, which does not mean that we raise the finger and say, you have to do it like that, but engaging and try to understand each other.
Can I, a quick
Yes,
one?
please, all of you.
I think, I hope I'm wrong on this, but my observation is that much of the global south is losing faith in the liberal international order, right? And what happened in the Middle East, in Gaza, reinforce that point. The problem is this: the global south not comfortable with the world order, they want to change it, but they don't have an idea, an answer on what is the new model that should replace that liberal international order. If you ask 100 countries in the global south, what is their prescription? Majority would say, I don't know, except India has one prescription, which is India must join the UN Security Council, and China is definitely going to shoot that down. And the others,
Why not Africa?
and Africa also, right? Yes. So I think the fact that we're not happy with the global order, but we don't have a clear answer on how the new global order should be like. I think that's the challenge.
Minister, you have the last.
Thank you. The international order has to be fair and reasonable. We don't want to see unipolar, and we don't want to see and encourage this rivalries. Instead, multiple actors who are able to look and address the structural problem of the world, especially the poor societies, underdeveloped countries, is really a very timely and important time. For that, the involvement of multiple actors and the creation of this reasonable and fair globe to be very crucial, instead of looking for one or two or around that players in the globe. That's really the concern of Africa and underdeveloped countries. We'll look for more strong and multiple players to hear the voice of different deprived societies and communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have heard different ideas, different initiatives, different ambitions. Exactly where this will land when it comes to new global rules will be a seminar for next year, I think. So we'll be back. Thank you, and join me in thanking this fantastic panel.
participating all over in our program. So thank you for that. And based on the leadership that the Kingdom is now showing in many of the areas that has been underlined here, we started discussions with the Crown Prince and also with the ministers on how can we capture this in a special meeting in the Kingdom. The problem was that we have not resumed any meetings post-COVID outside Winter Davos and Summer Davos, so we will have our first meeting outside Winter Davos and Summer Davos in Riyadh, 28th and 29th of April this spring. And as Minister Faisal said, global cooperation could not be more relevant, I think. Then we look at growth. We have to revive growth. It's under the trend growth. And then we also look at energy for development, as also the head of the World Bank actually mentioned. There is 600-700 million people on our planet that don't even have any kind of access to electricity. So we have to square this circle, decoupling, but also securing energy. All this will happen in Riyadh, 28th and 29th of April. And big thanks to the Saudi delegation and to your leadership. And we're looking forward to the meeting. Thank you.
And with that, we will close the session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
From what had been oil that went to Europe, that went to China, and went to India. What happens to that oil in India? That oil in India is being refined, and it's going out into the world as products. So it's not just going to India as oil with a discount. It's also being refined and going around the rest of the world in products. So this shows you graphically what's the direct impact of a sanction. Now, in our business, our commodity insights business at S&P Global, we gather this data and we provide it to traders, to oil companies, to investors so they can make decisions about what they see in the markets. You can also see here some of this information, we're not showing it dynamically, are the shipping patterns. And with those shipping patterns, we can see what's happening with markets right now. Let's go to the next slide. which is going to look at automotive flows. And one of the things that we can see in S&P Global is what's happening with shipping lanes. Right now, shipping is getting much more expensive because of the Suez Canal, the conflict there, as well as the Panama Canal doesn't have sufficient water to send through the largest Panamax ships. So let's see what's happening with the automotive market. First of all, we see again NAFTA. This is a very large part of the U.S. automotive market, coming from Mexico, coming from Canada. This is a large circular market with parts and goods and services going across borders, both directions. There's a large automotive manufacturing base in Toronto and north of Detroit. If you look at the Detroit region in the United States, it actually goes up into Canada, where you have a lot of manufacturing of spare parts as well as automobiles. And you can see that in this market here. What you see in Europe is mostly a closed market for automobiles. You can see this from the flow across the region, although there are exports to some parts of Russia, that's what that one dot up there, and then there's some flow from China and especially from Japan and Korea coming into the Middle East and some coming into Europe. But let's look at what is probably one of the most important developments that we see in the automotive markets that have come up. And let's look at the size of that bubble for China. So let's go back to the very beginning of this into 2014, and you can see that China was importing a certain amount of vehicles, and you can see the size. Japan here was the largest global exporter of automobiles. And over the last 6-7 years, the last 5 years, you can see that China is becoming larger and larger and larger. Last year became the largest automobile exporter in the world. And where did those cars go? They were going to the rest of Southeast Asia. Some were going into the Middle East, and you can see a much larger flow of automobiles to Russia as the size of that bubble gets larger. And what these vehicles are, they're not electric vehicles yet. The Chinese vehicles have been exported over the last 2 or 3 years that created that large growth. Some of them are electric vehicles. The electric vehicles are very competitive, but they're also ICE or internal combustion engine vehicles that are being exported to the Middle East and especially to Southeast Asia. Let's go to the next slide, which is what happens when you're an exporter. When you're an exporter, you get a lot of capital. Especially if you have a surplus of capital, you're getting into your country, you're getting a lot of capital, and then what are you going to do with that capital? In many cases, you're going to export that capital. Now, what we see here, this is North America is a zone here on its own. You see the bubble in Mexico, but that's North America, and you can see a couple of large trends here with these bubbles that are coming up. So you can see outflows, exporters of capital are yellow, and importers of capital are blue. And you can see some very large importers of capital, inflows of capital. And you can see, for instance, look at the Middle East. The Middle East, with its oil economy, is a net exporter of oil. It's a net investor. You have groups like PIF in Saudi Arabia. You have ADIA in Abu Dhabi, which are large sovereign wealth funds. Across the entire banking system, you see a large accumulation of wealth. And that wealth is being invested in Saudi Arabia, in the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates. It's being invested across the Middle East. But there's a massive amount of that capital that's flowing to other parts of the world for investments through the sovereign wealth funds, through infrastructure funds, and through other types of investments. So this is what you see in this data here. Let's look at China. China is also a large exporter of capital. It is a net exporter. It's a large recipient of capital through its trade surplus, but then it's exporting its capital, and that's going to different parts of the world. It's going into Treasury of the United States investment. That counts here. That's an export of capital. It's going direct investment through the Belt and Road Initiative. And let's go to the next slide, because we're going to see the relationship of a couple of parts of the world. We're going to look at what's happening with India and what's happening with China. We talked a little bit about China with the capital outflows that it has, which are going around the globe. But let's look at what's happening in India. India is importing capital for infrastructure, for growth. It's coming from many sources. One source is from it's net export of services. So it's coming into the country, it's being invested there, it's staying in the country. Another one is coming in from FDI. In the last few years, India's been seen as a very attractive country for foreign direct investment, which has been going into infrastructure, it's been going into different types of companies, it's been going into M&A. And there's another source of capital which comes into India, and you can also see some of it in Thailand and the Philippines. So look at the Philippines, and there's something that's in common between the Philippines and India, is that there's an import of capital which is from non-residents, people that have gone to the Middle East or other parts of the world to work, and they're sending home their remittances. And so you can see this from India and the Philippines. Some of that's coming from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, where you have Filipinos and Indians who are working there. So this is another example of how you can see the capital flows on this slide. Let's go back to the first slide. So if you think about what we saw here, this is just very simple data. It's information data that we pulled together at S&P Global. We have this available in our systems. We've worked with Carnegie Mellon. Thank you, Carnegie Mellon, for working with us to put this in these slides to analyze it. There's a lot more we can do with it, and we even have deeper information, as I mentioned, about sea, about shipping, about containers, about what we see about the shipping lanes around the world. But what I want to do now is open it up for questions from the audience. And what we're going to do is have somebody help us. They're going to bring a microphone to anybody that has a question. I'm going to listen to the question with this, and then we'll see what kind of dialogue we can get going. So who has the first question?
So, Kalina Janssen from the European Stability Mechanism.
Wait. Oh. I don't hear you. Okay.
Everyone else should be able to hear me. That is good.
I hear you now.
So Karina Janssen, CFO of the European Stability Mechanism. One of the questions that comes up with trade in Europe is versus China, for example, is do we have trade imbalances? And could we, by using the data that you say, look at creating the right economic value for both sides of the coin, so for China and in Europe? And we see that these trade imbalances have changed quite a lot over the last 3 years, actually. So until 2020, they were quite balanced, but then they shoot up. And I think one of the examples that you gave comes from car manufacturing, where a lot of cars actually are exported from China to Europe, while it was the other way around. So if you look at the data that you have, where do you see mismatches, and how can we use this as management business decisions for either policy making or for investments and trade decisions?
Let me reflect on that in two ways. First of all, I want to go way back to when I was getting my MBA in the 1980s, and I was studying economics, and we used to talk about the import substitution model of trade. People used to say, well, I have to build my own manufacturing plants. I have to have my own oil wells. I have to build everything. I have to build cars and toothbrushes and everything in my own economy. And clearly from the 80s onward, we moved to an economy where we looked at competitive advantages. And what has happened in addition to competitive advantage is that there's been this massive investment in supply chains around the globe where people are looking at different approaches to what they're going to be really good at. And we've seen China become the most efficient manufacturer in the world. One of the biggest shifts that we've seen since COVID in the last few years is what people are calling the China +1 strategy. And we're going to start seeing that in the trade statistics over this year and next year. And the China +1 strategy is people that were working with China as their main manufacturer of their supply chain that during COVID said, well, I can no longer be concentrated and dependent on one market. A lot of manufacturers in the supply chain started moving some of their manufacturing to Vietnam. They were a large beneficiary of this. We don't have you can't quite see the data. We need to drill into it here to see that. It's just starting. Indonesia is another beneficiary of that. India is a partial beneficiary, and Mexico's been a beneficiary of that. Europe has not. We haven't seen manufacturing moving back to Europe. With the United States IRA, with the CHIPS Act, there are some programs where the United States has, for the first time in a long time, industrial policy, which is trying to move manufacturing back to the United States. Also some labor laws that are coming up with ways to benefit bringing manufacturing back to the United States. But then to your question about looking at data like this, one of the other things you can do with data like this, we have data sets about what are the actual goods that go into every single port in the world. We're missing about 20% of the ports in smaller countries, but you can dig into that data and look at what are the actual components going in and out. As an example, about 4 years ago with that data, we were able to see that the iPhone had changed manufacturers of its battery from a Japanese company to a Korean company because all of a sudden those batteries stopped being exported from Japan into China, and there was a new manufacturer of batteries that moved over to from Korea to China. So there's an opportunity to take this kind of data, and that's one of the lessons of what we're doing here is just look at the power of information, the power of data. This is a very aggregated level, but you can start looking at it. And as a policymaker for Europe, getting access to this kind of data is going to be very valuable to make your decisions about key policies. And this week in Davos, when I was walking up and down the promenade, I remember a few years ago, everything was talking about crypto and sustainability. There's a little bit of that left, a lot of sustainability, but now Gen AI is a huge topic, and digging deeper into data is a really important theme as well.
Hello, Hi, I'm Shuhe Chen from China's Taisha Media. My question would be about how would you perceive the future economic dynamics between Russia and China, especially since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine from Russia? It seems that the European sanctioning mechanism has profoundly pushing Russia towards the side of China further. So, in the foreseeable future, if the sanction mechanism continue, how would you predict the relations between China and Russia and economy? Thank you very much.
I think that you can probably answer that question better than I can, but I will take a shot at it. And I believe that based on what we see right now, and we can see this from the different drill downs we did, there's been a much closer relationship between China and Russia since the sanctions. If the sanctions went away because there was a resolution to the war between Ukraine and Russia, if those went away, I think we'd return to new flows and new patterns. And I'm going to go back to the theory of competitive advantages of nations, of what do they do well. There's a lot of shift going on in the oil and gas markets. China is likely to be taking a lead when it comes to alternative energy systems, whether it's batteries, it's electric vehicles, it's alternative energy. Hydrogen is something that's being invested in China quite quickly. There's other parts of the world trying to make those investments. So I think that trade relationship between China and Russia is, in a sense, the circumstances of having the sanctions in place. And my view is, if those sanctions go away, that China's trade patterns would shift and Russia's trade patterns would also shift again. Because Russia has been essentially cut off from the EU and from the US. And that's what's creating those distortions, if you want to call it that right now.
Hi, my name is Shani I'm a young global leader from Ethiopia. One thing that stands out is the lack of trade between African and South American countries. Just wanted to know, what do you think are the top, is that related? Are the reasons for it in South America and Africa the same? And what are the top reasons? And maybe last thing is, especially for Africa, what's the one thing that you think needs to change that picture and make more intra-Africa trade?
Well, I'm not an expert in Africa. I did spend 10 years living in Latin America, so I know a little bit about Latin America. But one thing that Latin America and South America have in common, generally speaking, is that their main exports are commodities. Exports are corn, wheat, chocolate, or cocoa. It's also things like dairy products. It's iron ore. It's metals. It's minerals. It's cobalt. It's zinc, etc. And most of those products are going to Europe. They're going to manufacturing centers, and there's not large manufacturing centers in Africa and Latin America. So the trade's not going between the two regions. So your question about what is one of the things I would recommend? I'd recommend trade agreements. I'm a big believer in trade agreements, free trade agreements, and you see it with NAFTA. You see it with what's starting to become here with the CPTPP. You see it inside of Europe, and the more that African nations can start trading amongst themselves, because in Africa you don't see any trade patterns, right? There's no major trade patterns here. It's just little dots going every direction because there's not a lot of regional trade. Within Latin America, you can see when we look. I didn't point it out on the automotive slide, but on the automotive slide you can see that the Mercosur trade agreement has a large flow of automobiles between Brazil and Argentina, where the two manufacturing centers, like it is between the United States and Canada. And then you can see that those automobiles are being shipped all over Latin America. And so trade agreements do have a lot of value in increasing competitive advantages. Some countries can do what one does better, they can share, and you can get a lot more investment. So as you can tell, I'm a big believer in trade. I think it helps economies grow, it helps countries advance, and we can see that for Africa and the US. So okay, here's the automotive. Let's go back to the automotive one. You can see this Argentina and Brazil have this trade, and then those cars float around the rest of the world. And there's a little bit of, there's some automobiles coming from Europe, some coming from Asia, going to Latin America. But you can see this trade agreement that's taking place between Brazil and Argentina. We have time for one more question. Last question. Well, one more question.
If there's none, I was trying to not take the floor, but you have geopolitics with that Ukraine thing. It would be interesting to overlay what we try to do is to see our country vote together at the Security Council or at and then you see now the friendshoring showing.
Yes.
So I don't know if you mentioned it, but you say you're not seeing it. And on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I think we need to pay attention because as it gets implemented, we should be seeing more inter-trade there as well. And again, they already have a trade agreement, but they don't trade amongst themselves yet. So
Right.
what would be your recommendation to speed up the process? Because they're trading with Europe now.
Yeah, I would first of all, I'd say that regional trade is always valuable because the more you start trading, the more you build up the infrastructure. And infrastructure, airports, ports, roads, and all of that in addition to helping with trade also helps with bringing resources to people to their homes. It means you have better water systems, cleaner water. You start attacking also some of what we call the SDGs that are quite important for economies around the world. So I think trade is valuable. And the more you get a trade economy regionally, you can then use that for exports to other nations like, let's say in Europe, in the case of Africa. I would say that this data that we're looking at here is at a very high level. You gave me some questions, he gave me some questions that are very valuable for us to go back and take and look at this at a deeper level. COVID, I didn't show anything here with COVID impact. There was a huge amount of impact from COVID. The friendshoring, the nearshoring, it is starting to show up in the data. It was hard to see here, but China trade dropped 6% last year. And so we need to see, it's hard to see 6% drop in something that's like this, but we need to start looking at where we can do that and dig deeper. But I want to thank everyone for coming. This is a demonstration of the value of data, the power of data. I want to thank Carnegie Mellon for building all these graphics and put this together. And I want to thank our colleagues at S&P Global that this is what they do every day in their jobs. And thank you all for coming.
digital trade and digitally delivered services trade in particular, I think would really contribute. So making use of those bright spots. That's my answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the panel? Or was it all very clear? Sean? Dorothy?
Thank you. We're all very curious about preparations towards MC13 and prospects for that. If you could say a word or two on that.
I should be talking about MC13 first, shouldn't I?
I think you're so experienced that you under-promise and over-deliver always. Huh?
Well, let me say that we're working very hard with the strong partnership of His Excellency Minister Zayudi, who is chairing the chair of the MC13 on making the preparations. As we speak, we have ambassadors negotiating day and night in Geneva in order to be able to deliver on some of the issues that we're working on. So we are hoping to see progress on sustainability issues. On fisheries, we're negotiating a second phase of the fisheries subsidies agreement, and we hope we'll be able to, that is something we can hopefully ministers can come to some conclusion on. We are working on development issues. There are some specific requests that developing countries have of measures within some of our existing trade agreements. They think that if they could be modified, would help them develop their economies better and have more policy space. We're working on those. We're working on WTO reform. Reform of the dispute settlement system in particular, which you know is very important to us, and we believe we need as part of a modern WTO going forward. We hope to see some progress on that. Agriculture, at least last MC, it was the one area where we were not able to make as much progress, so hopefully we'll agree on a basis. We will not be delivering an agriculture agreement, but can we come to a common understanding of the work that needs to be done? Then I want to end. There's so many things, but we have an investment facilitation agreement that Borge referred to, which is very important. It's a plurilateral. 110 countries are involved in it, of which 80 are developing countries. And we hope to be able to wrap that up at MC13. If we do, I'll be very proud and happy, because it does do several things to make investment more attractive in our member countries who have negotiated this. And we also hope to do some on inclusion. We are working on launching a fund for women for $50 million to support women in digital, accelerating digital trade for women. So.
Great. Minister, you want to add something?
I think Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi covered most of the stuff. It is a member-driven negotiation. So as Her Excellency said, everyone is looking at Geneva now, waiting the ambassadors to move on the topics. What we promised that it's going to be a successful MC where we bring things together. It's going to be a futuristic of its nature, where we look at the future of trade. And we're looking forward to work with everyone.
Can I just add one?
Of course.
We hope to have 2 new members join the WTO, making us 166. We've got 22 countries in the queue waiting to join, and you know it takes a lot of work. But there'll be two new members. So that's, and you know, on accessions, we'll be delivering something.
Please.
Thank you for taking my questions. I'm Atsusa Nakanishi for Yomiuri Japanese newspaper. Last year, you said that dispute settlement body issue is a priority to be solved. And then before the next MC13, but the MC13 is next month. Do you think likely impossible to be solved in next MC13 or thank you.
Well, thank you. Let me give ministers, members, the credit. At MC12, they agreed that the dispute settlement system should be reformed by 2024. That's the language. What we're trying to do is see how much of this reform can we deliver by MC13, which is in 5 weeks' time. So we hope to make some progress. It may not be the entire reform of the system because it's quite an important reform. But the good news is we've been working away steadily, and so we will make some progress on that reform, and then we could continue and finish it later. So yes, I think ministers are going to be able to deliver something on that.
Others? Okay. Do you want to say something at the end, or welcome to UAE?
Looking forward to host everyone. Looking forward to be inclusive. We're looking forward to work with everyone to ensure we bring the huge growth to the global trade.
Well, yes, I see you in Dubai. That's no, sorry, see you in Abu Dhabi. That's I wanted to end with that. I'm very hopeful for a successful ministerial conference. It will not be easy in these uncertain times, but we're looking forward to deliveries that will strengthen the WTO and the multilateral trading system.
And inclusive growth and jobs and investments.
That's right.
Thank you all for coming, and see you all in Abu Dhabi. What are the dates again?
26th to 29th of February.
For a very important meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to have a
governments. We're doing this for defense technology companies. We're doing this for the largest global cloud computing companies, consumer industries. The interesting thing is they all think that they're competing in their individual segments. They're not. Supply chain and transport companies, the Maersks, the CMAs, the Pag Lloyds of the world are competing with logistics companies. They're competing with global cloud computing companies because we have a constrained amount of resources. We have a set of resources that are globally being used. Now, when we think about this problem, we think about it in three ways. The first way is we think about, one, specialization. Specialization really comes down to industry. And so there are certain industries that have the ability to operate off of completely static forms of power. And that's where things like direct connection to wind or solar become extremely powerful, because then you actually don't have the transmission of those materials in addition to the actual green fuel. A lot of times you have what's called energy loss or energy erosion as you transport green fuel in non-green manner, right? And so what we're looking at is helping people to understand how they can make use of solid state energy or solid state batteries, for instance, to not compete with people that need mobile batteries, or not compete with industries that need mobile batteries and therefore are using up lithium ion resources, as an example. So we think about specialization in industries. So one of the things that I've heard here at WEF, and one of the things that I had a chance to speak with Pam Chang from AstraZeneca about, is the work that they're doing with Vanguard Renewables to create RNG, to create a environmentally sound green natural gas from methane, from farms waste, and food waste. And that's going to power 190,000 megawatt hours. And I have one suggestion on what you could use. That powers about 18,000 homes, okay? And so you could do it in a reference to how many homes each year that power essentially translates into. It resonates with people. I've heard that a few times on the other side about making blockchain more efficient. But
it does depend a bit on whether it's an American home or a European home.
That's right, that's right. That's right.
American homes are about twice as inefficient as the European homes.
That's right.
So.
Those European homes are much bigger, and no, I'm kidding. So we think about the market in terms of specialization. Where can you contribute to that market? Because maybe AstraZeneca, who's sitting on solid state infrastructure and is going to be powering plants, might be better making use of other electrification tactics. And when they're condensing and creating RNG that's much more productive, 4 or 5 times more productive than renewable energy is today, that can be used in aviation, that can be used in transport. So we think about this from a specialization perspective. The second thing that we think about is regional context. So, Sweden, incredible resources for electrification. Singapore, one of the most expensive places in the world from an electron hour, right? I mean, it is incredibly expensive to produce electricity in Singapore. And so when we think about this, we think about this from a regional perspective. How do you actually amass resources, demand aggregation for biofuels at a global level, and then start to create sort of a book and claim system like DHL has rolled out in the transmission of materials, but a book and claim system across regions, and that goes back to the point on specialization. And then the final piece to this is understanding the total cost of the product and understanding what industries can make the most use of what fuels. Because the issue is that, for instance, transport, razor thin margins. AstraZeneca, on the other hand, incredibly successful biopharma company. Traditionally, although they make a lot of investments in terms of CapEx, traditionally more profitable industries. And so maybe there's a trade-off there too that can be seen. And that's what we're trying to help our customers do, is to get that landscape 5 to 7 years out and start planning for how they can take into account these three dynamics.
That's great. Oh, awesome, yeah, thank you.
Awesome, yeah.
Okay, so Maria Mendeluth, you are the CEO of the We Mean Business Coalition. We had dinner a couple of nights ago at the same table and it was delightful. And I really want you to kind of broaden us out here a little bit and just talk about, when we're all talking about the role of the private sector in all of this decarbonization push. Can you sort of give us that context of what we're really thinking here?
Yes, thank you. So I think we have made a lot of progress in terms of technology development since the Paris Agreement, and there's no single company, I think, well, there will be some, but that is not concerned and is starting to be committed or figuring out how to be committed to tackle this. Within the Women Business Coalition, we have a network of close to 15,000 companies that have committed to set science-based targets. Now, this is unstoppable. When I took over from 3 years ago in this coalition, there were only 1,000, okay?
Wow.
So, yeah, it's wow. So, why is this unstoppable? Because these companies, they commit to reduce their scope 1 and 2 emissions, the direct emissions and the one from electricity, but also their supply chain emissions. So what they do is once they commit, they realize, oh, this is hard. So they call their suppliers and they say, you need to commit to set science-based targets. So guess it is which region is growing most in SBTi commitments is Asia. It's quite interesting. So there is a mechanism which is voluntary that is driving a lot of action. No? Now it is clear that from a technical perspective, we have heard it. So electrification, renewable energy, and energy efficiency are, we just need to go full. Some of the solutions that have been mentioned, rely on those as well. And then it is going to be quite fascinating what is going to happen with the green molecules. And it is also quite fascinating that for many, many years we have been doing the things in the same way.
Yeah.
And in the last 2-3 years, there's lots of innovation that is happening. Now, my biggest worry is how do we orderly transition the fossil fuel industry from selling and burning fossil fuels to actually selling green molecules. And we have great examples here because we need to find the champions that will lead the way. We have champions on the demand side, the companies that I mentioned. Now we need champions on the supply chain so that we can point to those leaders as the way forward. And obviously, there's many barriers, which we will talk afterwards.
Yeah. No, actually, let's keep going on that, and then we'll throw it open for some.
So I'll jump into the barriers.
Yeah, to talk about what's getting in the way of this transition.
Very good. So we did a global stock take for the business community, 300, 400 interviews with business leaders, and 70% of the respondents says that regulation can be both a barrier or an enabler. Okay. So it is key. So we start with infrastructure, which is a big barrier. Enabling infrastructure, there's no permitting. I heard Fatih Birol saying, last year, 500 gigawatts of renewable energy were installed, but there's 1,500 gigawatts on the pipeline that if we had a mechanism to fast-track their permitting, they will be available. So in my view, the tripling of renewables is going to be a done deal if the governments and not the EU or not even the local governments get their act together. Commercial viability, we heard this morning, I want to sell hydrogen, green hydrogen, no one wants to buy it. I wonder at what price they were selling that hydrogen. So I think, it's not about finding the most expensive technical solution, it's about giving the product at a price that people can pay. There's some technical issues, but I don't hear that much about that. Workforce, I think, skills. We spoke a lot about it a couple of years ago, but I find that, when there is a shortage, the market really goes fast and starts to deploy. But it's something that we need to keep our eyes. So there are the government has a key role to play. I wish we had carbon pricing all over the world because that would be the best signal to allow the commercial viability of some of these solutions. Permitting is, it's embarrassing that that's a barrier. And then we have seen the success of IRA in the US, and we are seeing now how Europe is looking at them and see, maybe we should be nicer to the industry, rather.
Yeah.
I mean, with the stick, let's also bring the carrot. So we want to see more of that. And from a voluntary perspective, I'm part of the Science Based Targets Initiative board, but we're also in conversation with the voluntary carbon markets and also with the GHG protocol. There are new mechanisms for companies, very innovative market mechanisms to reduce emissions like book and claim models that will be fundamental for the uptake of some of these technologies. And for business that are demanding this solutions to be able to buy sustainable aviation fuel in Houston, but use it on a flight in Europe, for example. I'll stop here.
No, well, that's a very good list. I'm just wondering if any of you guys would add any other barriers to that.
I would amplify one and add another one. Maria very quickly said, "Oh, carbon pricing would be great," and then moved on. But and I agree. But I just want to say that is the most important thing to actually do, is to put a price on carbon in a globally connected way. What has happened in Europe since the ETS started to function, and since carbon prices went from very low to, let's say, $80 a ton, has totally changed the carbon footprint of Europe, and has given a very, very clear price signal to people that the carbon costs money. At 100 euros a ton carbon price, grey hydrogen in the south of Spain, grey, so made of natural gas, costs about $4 a kilo. That's green hydrogen in the south of Spain can compete with that. You don't need anything else. You just need a decent carbon price, and you start to compete. In the US, there is no carbon price. And there's absolutely no way in the world that green hydrogen will ever compete with grey hydrogen, because natural gas is very cheap in the US.
Yes.
And so as long as you don't price carbon into your products, it's going to be very hard to get demand to go up. So I think that carbon price is important. And if you don't apply carbon price, as for example in aviation sector we don't, for bad reasons, but the world doesn't charge carbon price in aviation, then you can come up with other mechanisms. The EU, bless them, has given the aviation sector a consumption mandate for sustainable aviation fuel, and simply said, no matter the price, you're going to consume 2% SAF in 2025, and then 1% more every year. That gives the industry something to invest against. And on the back of those regulations, the industry is comfortable to invest large scale in green molecules, because we know the SAF demand is going to be there in aviation, and we know in other industries there's going to be a significant carbon price. So I think that the one barrier is the governments around the world putting the regulations in place for demand to occur and for externalities such as carbon to actually enter into the price of the fossil fuel alternatives. The other thing, the one that I want to add, is certification, which is going to be absolutely key, because a green hydrogen molecule or a grey hydrogen molecule, or a blue one or a purple one, you can't distinguish them. They're hydrogen, but they're H2. They're two hydrogen atoms with a boundary in between them. So how are you going to certify that the hydrogen that you have consumed was green, coming off an industrial grid in a region? And the same on biofuels. I'll give you one example. If you make second-generation biofuels, one really good feedstock is used cooking oil. And so so people go around McDonald's restaurants in the US or in China, and they collect all the cooking oil that McDonald's has used that week, and they give it to a SAF producer, and we turn it into sustainable aviation fuel. That's a great circular economy example. But we're now in a market where used cooking oil is more expensive than cooking oil. Yeah. And so who tells me that this cooking oil has actually been used? It could be straight palm oil that somebody is shipping into Europe and selling as used cooking oil, in which case it's not circular anymore. And so somebody needs to certify this, and somebody needs to audit and track. And there's lots of digital and fingerprinting techniques that can make this easy, but we don't have them. And so in this green molecule and green electron world, a certification system that is global, that is digital, and that is strongly audited is going to be the only way for these products to be credible. For me to be able to tell the airline customer, the SAF that Iberia just bought from me is truly 0% carbon. Because I can show to you in my blockchain that the hydrogen that I used was green, that the cooking oil was actually used for a week in McDonald's, and that at the moment, until we have that, I think customer trust in paying a bit extra for this green thing is fragile. Yeah. And we could lose it if we don't get the certification right. So certification, big barrier, big issue. Many people are trying to resolve it, but we're not there yet.
It is every economics reporter's dream for just one panelist to bring up a carbon price organically during a panel, and we've now had two, so this is great, and I appreciate it. But I do want to get sort of to the fundamental question that a carbon price addresses, which is, can the market, absent a price, sort this out on its own, especially if we have competition for land, for water, and not just among fuels, but semiconductor plants need a lot of water, and there's just a lot of demand for these resources now. Can the market sort that out? Brandon, your thoughts?
I mean, I think the market will sort it out. I think there is a huge amount of investment that is being made because the market has the invisible hand. The invisible hand has been policy, and the Inflation Reduction Act has made changes. I mean, you have natural gas companies converting natural gas pipelines in the United States from LNG transmission to carbon transmission. I mean, you have major segments of infrastructure that are starting to move to green. I mean, I was sitting with Ang Seng from GIC, and they're making major investments in U.S. decarbonized power. And I think that's because there is a policy mover, there are financial incentives, there are carrots to make that possible. I also think that there are, as you mentioned, there are ways in which you can start to realize the price differential on a megawatt hour basis, right? You can actually start to see the biofuels starting to transition. I mean, the other thing is, when it comes to some of the feedstock you were mentioning, there's pretty much 100% consumption of demand, or 100% consumption of supply. Like on cooking oils and things like that in Europe, I mean, if you look at, IEA statistics or something like that, it'll show you that from now through 27, every bit that we produce is going to be used. The question is, what about the bit that we can't produce that is still demand there? Does it become subject to fraud? Does it become subject to some of these negative externalities? In the United States, one of the things that we have is soybean oil, right? And that's a huge fuel for driving efficiency or new feedstock into the future. And soybean oil is used everywhere because it's an extremely cheap commodity. And so that's going to be a feedstock that's regionally utilized in the United States. We've already started to hold back exports because it's viable. And so I think that there's a policy aspect to this that is going to force economics to conform. And then where there are policy initiatives, you have enough investment coming in to make it so that there is this, this ability to reach parity with fossil fuels. And then once you've reached that inflection point, the demand is enormous anyway, right? And so I'm not sure that you actually need to deploy a carbon price at this moment in time in order to see the outcome that you want. It's the speed of the outcome that's an issue. And that's where a carbon price actually would accelerate the market into greater demand and push, these traditionally fossil fuel laden industries into a place where they have to start looking at alternatives. Yeah. And that's one thing about this process is how long can it take? And I think everyone's saying, well, we need to make changes now. And I think that's where a carbon price comes into play.
Yeah. Marco, you guys are sort of everywhere. Is government policy sort of helping or hurting this sort of efficient allocation of this?
So the type of stuff we do is actually to go where you don't have any constraints and get that water, that land, that space, that stuff, and turn it into something that you can move to where there are constraints. That's really our structural arbitrage and our business model. And what the ingredient we are missing, and I think the industry is missing, is just manufacturing at scale. And it's clear that what happened with solar, how we got from 1,000 to 10, is really China building some mega solar panel factories. And it's all about manufacturing, and every war is won or lost on manufacturing. And the climate war will be only won if manufacturing ramps up. And when you let the market function without any nudges, especially the types of people we deal with are super smart guys who want to build these electrolyzers. There's like 52 electrolyzer companies. And we'll never get to the scale that we need to get the cost of these electrolyzers, what you use to turn the water into the hydrogen. And so whilst there's 72 subscale, undercapitalized entrepreneurs, super smart guys holding onto their IP, not wanting to dilute, they're never going to be building the types of factories that China's building. So I think a question is a strategic question. Will we just rely on China for this? Or can policymakers in Europe, in the Middle East, in the US, together, separately, find ways to actually create the supply chain that we need? We need the kind of Airbuses for electrolyzers. We need a Boeing for big company. I mean, not as big. It's actually, we're talking about simple stuff. But why I spend time on electrolyzer, because this is the key bottleneck. Electric cables, subsea, to connect. If you look at the world of fiber optic cables, right? There's hundreds of cables crossing all oceans. We'll get the same for electricity, because the arbitrages, just think when the lights go out and the sun comes up, even just connecting the UK and the US is going to make sense. Just the time difference is going to make sense. That's right. And that's going to create a much cheaper, more resilient, interconnected energy system. What's the bottleneck? The cable. There's only 3 companies, 4 in the world making the cable. So that's one bottleneck. And these electrolyzers is what we use to make the hydrogen. Right now, they cost about $1,000 to maybe even $1,500. They should really cost $200, $300. It's not difficult. And so that's a policy area. Again, if the media can support us in telling this story, we're talking to a lot of the top-level politicians in the European Commission, in the Middle East, in Washington. With a little money, you could get like 3-4 times the megawatts from the same IRA spend. Because if you lower the cost of the stuff, you're lowering the cost of the transition up front. So the markets will clear, the markets will make it happen. The question is, do we wait 15 years like we did with solar and have it all go to China? Or do we try to front load some of that? Because what happened in China is the following. Italy, Spain, Germany, and the UK, and sorry, Martin, you heard me say this 3 times already this week, but Italy, Spain, Germany, and UK put 1,500 billion euros of subsidies on people's utility bills to get solar from 1,000 to 10. It took 15 years. China built 6 factories, more or less. The cost of a factory is $500 million. So you have 1,500 billion, that's more than the IRA, 4 crazy heroic countries in love with a Green Deal 15 years ago. If you put stuff on people's bills, it's very regressive, right? You're taxing the unemployed disproportionately compared to the wealthy guy. So very unfair tax, 1,500 billion, and China builds 6 factories that cost 3 billion. So what we're advocating for, because you're asking the question, is let's start from the factories. Let's lower the cost of the transition for everyone. We can do it in 5 years if we get our act together. That's where industry can collaborate. And Brandon, I'm really impressed, A, with your knowledge of the energy sector. You sound like an energy executive. But what you're doing is critically important, because my biggest challenge is to get companies to think 7 years out. Because when you talk about supply chains and procurement people, they typically think 1 year out, 2 years out.
Yeah, that's right.
And our projects aren't going to be ready in 2 or 3 years. So there's like a timing gap. So if you can help bridge that, man, that's really, really cool.
I think one thing that you said, if you want to instigate change in terms of policy right now, just say, well, you're going to end up with China dependence again in that area. And you actually could get bipartisan movement in the United States, in the UK, because we just had this overhaul around 5G, right? We've got chip manufacturers sprouting up. We've got trusted foundries. If we're talking about decarbonization and independence in fuel on a global scale, having investment that makes it so that China's a part of the global economic market in a fair and balanced way, but is not the singular dependency like we saw in COVID when it came to pharmaceuticals, masks, and medical devices, that is a policy driver.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I love what Marco was saying about the subsidies, and I'm sure that of that 1,500 billion, a lot were inefficient subsidies. In Spanish, I know what we're talking about. So
that's my point.
My point is that we can learn from that experience as well on how to create policies that adjust, but it's not only about that subsidy. There is also a green public procurement and creating demand signals. And a shout out to the World Economic Forum, the First Mover Coalition, that this is exactly what they're trying to do. So there is a combination of subsidies plus requirements that will be needed to go faster.
So I'd like to, just to, because your question a while ago was, can't the market do this by itself? Does it need a carbon price or policy?
Yeah.
Because it kind of appears to be putting the problem into the politician's hand. Can't the market just solve it itself? And I just want to make sure people understand just how powerful oil is. How much energy is in a barrel of oil, and just how cheap to produce it is. It is very hard for other sources, for alternative sources of energy, to compete with oil on cost if they don't get policy support. There is no way we can make sustainable aviation fuel that will be fundamentally cheaper than kerosene. It's impossible. It's just much more expensive to make e-SAF or bio-SAF than kerosene. And I make all three, and I know. And so if there is no policy support, we're back into kerosene. We can absolutely forget about it. So it is. I don't think the market can solve it by itself fundamentally. We do need a policy intervention to add the environmental damage cost that consuming kerosene has in it. It needs to be added to the cost. These externalities of air pollution and climate change need to be fundamentally part of the cost of consuming fossil fuels. And then, yes, all these alternatives compete. But if we don't do that, if policy doesn't achieve that, we are not going to get to net zero ever.
Okay, so this tees up well what will be my final question, and then we'll go to the audience. In a world in which there is going to be policy support, but that policy support is very likely to be a real patchwork between states and localities, between countries. Do there need to be rules? Does someone need to sort of have a list of who is in line, and this is our first priority, this is our second priority, this is our third, and if so, whom? I'll start with Marco and just work our way back.
No, I think it's hard to think, whilst the rule-based order is really challenged in this year, I think adding rules is out of the agenda. What I think is on the agenda and should be more on the agenda, we don't talk enough about it, and I'd love to hear, Brandon, your thoughts given what you're doing on the, because AI will be the way to track and to trace, and blockchain will be the way to certify and fingerprint, to use Martin's words, these products and make them trade at a premium. We need to consumerize CO2. We need to get people to, through an app, through a blockchain, understand how much CO2 they're consuming. Because if you talk about 40 gigatons per year, no one can relate to that. It's like a number out there. If you think of CO2 like you think about weight or calories or whatever other measures we look at, then it becomes a personal thing. And the sense you add to a product to make it CO2 neutral, carbon neutral, or even carbon neutral and green sourced and compliant with the science-based targets, it's literally pennies per product. And there's a lot of trillions of dollars of consumer money out there willing to start paying this premium at the single product level. So I've tried when I was in a different job to work with the Walmarts and Amazons because they could have a lot of, but partnering with people like you who can actually deliver that certification, I think is going to be really important.
Great. Brennan?
I mean, I think that's absolutely right. I think Toyota and Tesla and all those companies proved that you can productize and monetize values, that you can productize and monetize the desire of the consumer to make sure that what they're doing is sustainable. Because sustainability isn't just about impacting or changing the impact of climate change into everyone's daily life. It is about a sustainable future because, if you think about what happens if, CO2 levels rise or if temperatures continue to rise, you have instances of mass migration as, parts of the coast start to erode, as cities start to flood, as, people start to regress to cities that are in dry land, as, we just made it through in 2023 the highest number of billion-dollar disasters in history, and that's reported by NOAA, an objective organization, not a climate change organization. So there is demand, and there has to be a productization, and that is what we've been doing for our customers around supply chain risk or around certified semiconductors or certified microelectronics. That same thing can be done with fuels, and there are lots of opportunities to actually implement that and to make sure that people are aware in the market of what they're contributing to when they're actually utilizing their dollars. But the one thing that you mentioned is that these fuels will never compare on price. And there are two things that you mentioned there, and I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of one of them, is it's also the productivity of the fuel. It's the combustion level. I mean, that's one of the issues that we have, for instance, in the supply chain transport part of the World Economic Forum, is when we think about ammonia, when we think about methanol, when we think about the combustion levels of some of these fuels, we know that we're going to have dual fuel vessels because the combustion levels of those alternative fuels today don't match that of fossil fuels. And so there's a combustion ratio that's problematic. However, if we start to create an infrastructure that is enabled in a way that these fuels don't need to be as productive, that goes a long way too. So CapEx and infrastructure regeneration, I mean, even putting new coatings on boats, on merchant vessels, makes it so that they can deal and they can use less fossil fuel today and they can use the same amount of green fuel tomorrow, right? The other thing, and this is what I found so interesting about what AstraZeneca is doing with Vanguard Renewables as well, and what you're doing sounds phenomenally successful, is they're figuring out ways to make that process more, or that end fuel more productive. Fuel productivity as a metric of fuel cost is an important metric to understand. And if we can make fuel productivity in RNG substantially more, or put it at parity or even above where fossil fuels are, which, it's going to take a lot of science and a lot of time to get there, you actually could start to get you could get to cost parity. The problem you're pointing out is one of scale. Scale makes it so that things can become cheaper, and the scale just won't be there if you don't have the policy hand to get there.
Okay, we've got almost no time left, so I want to give you two each a chance to answer the question if you'd like, and then I'm sad to say I think we're going to have to skip audience questions. So,
thank you. I think we haven't spoken about disclosure, but with all the new regulations and the obligations of many companies to disclose on their emissions is also going to create a revolution, because many companies are going to see actually where their emissions are, what are the trade-offs, because what is the price, but also what is the value. So, and I find that's going to be fascinating. I know that many are afraid of it, but actually, looking at the cement companies, the introduction of carbon pricing has led to them discover new technologies that can reduce the cost of cement, which meant that now those that that are selling at the same price in the market, but they have a reduced cost, and they're really happy with it. So I think, I give a lot of value about the traceability, the measurement, carbon pricing, all the things that we have spoke today. Thank you.
Martin, you want to finish this off?
I think your question was, who should set the rules in this? My short answer would be the EU. Because the EU is basically the only really successful export product of the EU is regulation. But it's very successful. If you look at the world of biofuels, everybody in the world works with the EU rules on biofuels. What is an allowed and what is not an allowed feedstock. I think the same will work on hydrogen, etc. And with the whole carbon border adjustment mechanism, the EU is exporting its rules. It's saying, if you don't follow my rules, I'm going to tax you. And it's the largest economy in the world, the EU. So I think it is very pragmatically, the EU should set these rules. And through the carbon adjustment mechanism, export them into the rest of the world. And until we have something like the WTO that does it for the whole world, which no doubt will take 30 years to agree, that's the pragmatic way forward.
All right. Maria, Marco, Brandon, Martin, thank you so much, and thank you all so much for attending our panel. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that I think this conversation really represents how much the conversation and the exchanges around the energy transition have evolved. You know, we're talking about a lot about new technologies, new policy frameworks, how the private sector contributes, but also talking about just the real imperative of making this a just and equitable transition and using the energy transition not just as a means of getting to net zero, but using it as a means of bringing prosperity to other parts of the world. And also, we didn't go into this too much, but thinking about how we pursue the energy transition, what kind of impact that can have on the global economic and geopolitical environment. So please join me in thanking my colleagues. It's been a real honor to be with them and to be with you today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this press conference on trade and investment. No recovery without trade and investment recovery. This is also important in the run-up to MC13, ministerial meeting on trade happening in the UAE. So big welcome to Dr. Ngozi, Director General for WTO, and Minister Tani for Foreign Trade.